Sorry about that. We good. We alright. We good. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check in the building. Let me know y'all can hear me. Y'all hear me? Is anybody in it? What's up, hiding? Did you get your computer fixed? Sorry, I had a live stream earlier and my computer shut down. Let me know. I'll send you the link, dude. Because I want your opinion. Because I don't know. I'm worried about this OC, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I just shared the press conference earlier. I really am. I'm gonna call him Kevin the Clown. Shout out to my guy Speedy Eagle. Speedy Eagle, it's in the building. How you doing, dude? We can hear you. Okay. I'm just making sure. I'm trying to make sure. I finally got this thing fixed, dude. I was able to add, the video. The problem with the adding tabs to your stream is, you can't pause it. I wish you could pause it. Like with StreamYard, you could pause it, but nevertheless, I mean, this computer when it decides to do it, there's a video going around viral. I don't know if people see it because everybody is so focused on AJ Brown, and what I'm trying to say is it wasn't just AJ Brown. Why aren't people showing the video of AJ Brown, Devontae Smith walking back from the game, angry? Are people screaming trade Devontae Smith too? Because if you didn't listen to Devontae Smith, he's called out Kevin. He's called out the coach staff many times. Hell, Devontae Smith in his rookie year had words for Nick Sirianni in his first year, said, "I wish we ran the ball more." Do you remember that clip? Were people screaming for Devontae Smith to be traded? Why? Because A.J. Brown doesn't talk to the media. So, let's say A.J. Brown talked to the media. Do you think that A.J. Brown would have been nice to Kevin Patullo? I'm sorry, Kevin the Clown? Or do you think A.J. Brown would have probably threw him under the bus? Like, we got to understand as a media, right, WIP has a job. And they don't do their job. They have Nick Sirianni every day in the morning. And they're focused on. And then yesterday, hearing it when I'm working, and I take my break at lunchtime, and I hear Nick Sirianni's press conference, all they focus on is AJ happy. Would you be happy? Let me ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had 2 catches for 7 yards and you were the top receiver trying to get involved and your offense coordinator that you purposely gave a chance to have a job is fucking you over? Would you be happy? Because I hear a lot of people talk about A.J. Brown should be happy. Why would he be happy when he barely has gotten a chance to make an impact? Y'all screaming for A.J. Brown to be traded. Should we trade Devontae Smith? How about Saquon Barkley? Because, I'm sorry, Saquon Barkley said, we got to get it fixed with offense. Who do you think he's talking about? What about, should we trade Jalen? I'm sure a lot of people, there's a lot of people who hate Jalen Hurts for no reason. Well, McKee was in the game. I heard this one dude on the press conference, when I was watching the press conference, McKee should start. If you think McKee is going to do a lot better than Jalen Hurts with this offensive coordinator, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Respectfully, you're an idiot. Because Jalen Hurts is the reason why we're 4-0, along with this elite defense. You do know that, right? You don't win the game without Jalen Hurts versus the Rams game. You do know that, right? If Kevin Patullo had McKee, we lose that game. You don't win that game if Jalen Hurts is not your quarterback versus the Cowboys. We lose that game in Dallas. I mean, in Philadelphia versus the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. If Jalen Hurts ain't the quarterback. So y'all screaming, for all you people that screaming for trading A.J. Brown, and we should bench Jalen Hurts, because I see a lot of it on IG of we should trade AJ. Let me ask you a question, man. Did you not see Tennessee? Do you see how Tennessee's affected just not having A.J. Brown? Where's their GM at? Is he still there? Because I don't think so. They've been through 2 GMs so far and they can't get it right yet. Do you want to be the Tennessee Titans? Because that's what you're asking for, to be the Tennessee Titans. Because they thought they could do without A.J. Brown. Remember, huge drama. Y'all want to go back to the, and I keep asking the chat, do you want to go back to being the J.J. Arcega-Whitesons, the Jalen Reagors? Because I don't. I lived through those times. The Todd Pinkstons. Do you want to go back to that? You want to go back to being mediocre with wide receivers who can't catch a ball because you're afraid of what they might say? All Kevin Patullo has to do, Kevin the Clown has to do, is do his job, and there would have been no A.J. Brown distractions. Do you see A.J. Brown? Because I don't see A.J. Brown slamming his helmet. I watched Jamar Chase yesterday. I mean, not yesterday, that Sunday, I believe, yell at his coaches. When did you see A.J. Brown go to Patullo and scream at him? Because I didn't. Which he should have. Do you see A.J. Brown acted out on the sidelines? Because I don't. Was he throwing his helmet? Because I want to know. Because I did see Jalen Hurts, though, yell at Kevin Patullo versus the Rams. And y'all was saying that was leadership. But when A.J. Brown does it, you have an issue with it. Why is that? You have an issue with a receiver being upset because his offensive coordinator can't get the job done. And y'all run around here to where we should trade A.J. Brown. Y'all fools. Every single one of y'all. Because let me ask you a question. Have we won a game without A.J. Brown? Have you seen our offense without A.J. Brown? What did it look like? Have we been successful without A.J. Brown? And you dopes run around? Because I see a lot of y'all on IG, on Twitter. I had to check some of y'all. What were we looking like without our all-pro receiver on that field? Because I'm pretty much sure we weren't winning a lot of games last year, were we? And when we were struggling badly, even worse than we were with A.J. Brown on the field. So when y'all screaming for trading A.J. Brown, which is physically impossible, because again, you'd be in dead cap. But let's just say we could trade A.J. Brown. Why would you? Because if you do that, you're destroying you're saying we're not ready to win a Super Bowl. You ain't win a Super Bowl without A.J. Brown. You don't win a Super Bowl without A.J. Brown. Not taking away from the quarterback, but you don't win that Super Bowl. You don't get to 2 Super Bowls without A.J. Brown. You don't. And y'all could scream, oh, we don't need him. You're full of shit and you know it. You need to stop being the little kids, man. Some of y'all on IG, on Twitter, and some of y'all just trolls at this point. Throwing the receiver under the bus because he didn't talk to the media because he posted a quote. He was talking about Kevin. He wasn't talking about y'all. He said he loved the fans. I don't blame A.J. Brown one bit for being upset with this offense coordinator. And I don't want to hear these dumb idiots, because I say a lot. I talk to people at work who are customers that tell me, well, I heard a guy say Kevin is a first-time play caller, and I can't sit there and call him an idiot. Because I really want to tell him, bro, you're an idiot. You're a Stefford apologist. I'm like, hey, I just want to check how you feel, you know. But really, I wanted to call him a dope. Well, he's a first-time play caller. Bro, he's been there since Nick Sirianni's been there as a head coach. Shut the hell up with that. Shut the hell up with that. I don't want to hear it. And if you're first year off the corner, you can't do your job, step aside and let someone else do their job. Because we got a Super Bowl roster that we're literally watching are 2 receivers, both AJ and Devontae, be frustrated. And if you don't believe me, here's the video. Let me show you. Because no one on WIP will question, does Devontae want to be in Philadelphia? Y'all worried about A.J. Brown. You worried about A.J. Brown. Let me show the video. Hold up. Now watch Devontae. Watch Devontae. Watch Devontae. Hold up. Hold up. Watch my phone stuttering. Give me a second. Watch Devontae. Look at Devontae's face. Look at it. Are y'all screaming for training Devontae? Huh? Because he looks upset to me. Stop saying dumb shit. Please. It's embarrassing. Kevin the Clown. The buffoon. And really, I'm going to put some blame on Nick Sirianni. I really am, because this is your boy. This is the guy that you wanted to hire, that you said knew the offense. Yet he's given us 2 good quarters, and we're supposed to be okay with it? We can't score points in the second half. Jalen Hurts didn't have a passing completion, I believe. He didn't even have a pass in the second half. Where was the adjustments on Sunday? Because what I heard from Kevin Patullo, and let me read some of his quotes because I thought it was absolute crap. And we heard the press conference earlier. I ain't going to play it because it was stuttering everywhere. So let me read you some of the quotes. All right. But no one will show that part. They'll focus on A.J. Brown's quote of him pretty much saying, what's the point of talking? He didn't say, hey, I love the Philadelphia Eagle fans. Shout out to y'all. But I'm asking Jeffrey Lurie and Howard Roseman to request me to be traded somewhere. He didn't say none of that. He didn't take his profile. Let me know, but did A.J. Brown take his Eagles profile off his page? Has he removed all his bios off his page? Is there any more Eagles stuff on his page still? Because I think there was last time I checked. If he seriously wanted to be out, the first thing he would do would be taking his stuff off his page. Because that's the first thing they know, that the player is pretty much getting tired of it. But you keep on escalating it, you'll get your wish. It won't happen like A.J. Brown won't get traded, but you'll get your wish that he might want to ask for a trade. Because if this media continues to put him under the grinder, and got fans asking for, that's how Micah Parsons wanted to be out of Dallas. Pretty much. Was the fans were telling him he was a horrible player. The media was saying we don't need him. And Jerry Jones was part of the problem. Good thing we don't have Jerry Jones. But I'm just saying, players don't want to hear that all the time. And it gets tiring. So when you got guys like Joe Gigolo making a big issue, and I like Joe Gigolo because I have mutual respect for him. You know, he's a cool person on IG. But I'd send him the clip of AJ and Devontae. And I hope WIP plays that clip. While y'all sit there and ask Nick Sirianni about A.J. Brown, why don't you ask him why Devontae Smith looked upset that game? Because it wasn't just A.J. It was Devontae too. Is y'all dummies asking for Devontae to be traded? Are you sitting there saying, why is Devontae not happy? Why is he should be happy. We're 4-0, right? But y'all won't do that. Y'all call him a leader. When Jalen Hurts got into you will be happy when Tom Brady did in New England when he was yelling at his players. You call certain players leaders. But if AJ does it, you have the throw around diva. It's okay for a quarterback to do, and listen, I don't care if it's a receiver or a quarterback. I want my receiver to go to my offense corner when he's bad and yell at him. You want to know why? Because it shows me he cares. Rather than my receivers just sit there and do nothing. I want him to be frustrated. I want him to have the ball. Because that means they have a dog in them. I dealt with receivers like J.J. Arcega. You remember J.J. Arcega-Whiteside? We don't have to go back to it. where they didn't do shit. But they were nice. They talked nice about the coaches. They didn't make mean tweets. Y'all sensitive. And you talk about AJ being sensitive. Y'all the sensitive females on IG, on Twitter. You run around here like females, man. I wanted to know if y'all real males out here, man. You crying because a player is emotional after a game, after he only had 7 catches. Devontae Smith was the exact same way. You saw his head down, right? You want to see it again for everybody in the chat? Again, I keep showing it to y'all. I'm going to show it to y'all, and I'm going to keep on giving it to y'all. Matter of fact, what we're going to do is we're going to download the video. I'm going to post it on Twitter, and then I'm going to play it for y'all on here so you can see what I mean. It wasn't just AJ. But let's get back to Kevin Patullo's comments before I go and post the video. Okay? Because I'm going to download it right now. And I'm tired of the narrative. And we got to set the narrative straight. AJ was just upset. No, it wasn't just AJ. Devontae Smith had his head down. It's y'all idiots that are screaming for AJ Brown to be traded, which is, again, it's impossible to do it. I don't know why you're throwing that narrative. Because you can't physically trade him. And Howie would be dead stupid to do it. Because number one, then that means that you clearly are a buffoon. You didn't learn from Ja Robinson. And 2, you got no replacement for him. And 3, you're in dead cap off that trade. If you cut him and trade him, you're still eating dead money. And 4, why would you trade the best receiver on your football team? Because he had a problem with the coaches? See, I don't think Howie Roseman would do that. If Howie Roseman wanted to do that, he would have never given him a contract. AJ is signed into 2028. Same with Saquon Barkley. Same with Devontae Smith. Same with Jalen Hurts. They're not going nowhere. But you know who will go somewhere? Nick Sirianni. Oh yeah, I said it before. Coaches get fired too. I don't care if you're a Super Bowl winning coach. Doug Peterson was a Super Bowl winning head coach. Remember, he hired his own guys. And when they asked him to fire his own guys, and he was stubborn, what happened? Bye, Doug. Get out of here. Nick Sirianni keeps on fucking around and doesn't want to hold his office corner. You get fired too, bro. You keep fucking it around. You think that you're untouchable, bro, because you won a Super Bowl? What happened to the last coach that won a Super Bowl? Jeffrey Lurie has made it clear that I will do anything I can to get another Lombardi in the building. And if that means getting rid of Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo at the same time, because I'm telling you right now, if Nick does not get this fixed, he won't have a job. Despite him getting paid, because Doug got paid too. Doug got extended too. And it didn't mean nothing. They fired him. So before A.J. Brown gets removed from this Eagles team, which you would have to wait 3 more years for, Nick will get fired before that. Kevin Patullo will be out of the job. He'll be the first one to go before Nick does. They'll give Nick probably another chance because Nick has shown many times he can make it. But I guarantee Nick Sirianni would get fired before A.J. Brown gets traded out of Philadelphia. Which, again, you cannot... I don't know why we're talking about this. Because if people had a brain, they'd just go look up the cap and they say, AJ can't physically be traded. Maybe I should stop being dumb. But instead, you got morons say, I'm worried about A.J. Brown being traded. You got Eagle fans emotional because they're worried about A.J. requesting a trade. If he requests a trade, it's not like they could trade him anyway. They'd sit on the damn bench if you that angry. But here's the problem. A.J. Brown ain't doing that. A.J. Brown's just not going to talk to the media. And people are upset over that. And because he goes off and makes a little quote on his Twitter page, and people make automatic assumptions that he's unhappy in Philadelphia, that he hates the quarterback. When everybody's shown the relationship with AJ and Devontae, they talked after the Super Bowl. These are 2 dogs. These are 2 alpha dogs. I want to win. But some Eagle fans can't handle it because they're used to garbage-ass wide receivers like J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Todd Pinkston and fucking Greg Lewis and Reggie Brown and all these sorry-ass dudes, Jordan Matthews, Dorgreen Beckham Jr., Nelson Aguilar's, Torrey Smith and Alshon Jeffrey, who are okay, but they weren't AJ and Devontae. You can't handle someone with a chip on their shoulder. Someone with something that because they go out and they make a little quote. Who cares? Then what you need to do if you're that sensitive? Unfollow AJ Brown. And just don't make a comment. Don't look. If you're that sensitive, if you worried about AJ Brown, doesn't get catches, unfollow AJ Brown or mute his posts. You make an effort to read all his posts. When you push all on that little Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. So you do it to yourself. You feed into it. And unfortunately, the people who don't want to feed into it have to be fed into it. Because you got the Eagles media, which I call them blood-sucking ticks. They talk about they're doing their job. No, you're not doing your job. Because if you're doing your job, you would be asking Nick Sirianni, why is Kevin Patullo continue to do the same things? I would ask Nick, hey, who was calling plays in that Rams game in the first half? And who was calling the play? I'm sorry, not first half. First half, excuse me. In the second half. And who was clearly calling plays in the third and fourth quarter? Because it was the exact same play call on both different games. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers game was the third and fourth quarter. Was the exact same play call that I saw in the first and second half of the Rams game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. The Rams game was the third and fourth quarter, and the Buccaneers was the first quarter, I believe. But you saw the same game plan where it was up and down, and then, oh my God, they knew how to call a game plan. Look at this. The offense looks beautiful. AJ's getting catches. Devontae's getting catches. And then in the Buccaneers game, it's we look great. We look like we're about to put it all together. And here comes Kevin Patullo, Kevin Potato, the clown himself, or Nick Sirianni, the dope who clearly can't keep his hands off the playbook because he wants to be the guru. He wants to be McVay, and he thinks he can call plays when clearly you can't. Some days as a head coach, you just need to know when your limits are. And what you're doing, the reason why the AJ situation is happening is because you don't hold your guy accountable. You out here throwing fist pumps and you're out here celebrating with your boy on the sidelines and you're out here acting like a fool while your receivers are literally frustrated on the field. But you got people talking about we should trade AJ. I just want to know, do you want to trade Devontae too? Because if you don't think Devontae's getting upset. And I showed you the clip. Go back and just go back a little bit more, back to the live stream, and find where I was showing you the clip. I'm on my phone where Devontae had his head down. Why aren't y'all in the comments saying why was Devontae not happy after we won? But we won EC1. We won EC1. We're 4-0. I knew they were going to do this, Eagle fans. And some of them are Stafford apologists, bro. Stafford apologists. Eagle fans, man. Because you're not really real Eagle fans. You're just fans in general. We could be 0-17 and you'll still celebrate. Well, at least we're not, 0 and, at least we have a get. Shut up, man. I don't want to hear that. We won because of the talent around us, not because the coaches are good. Shut up, Stafford apologists. You out here talking about we could be the Cowboys. Yeah, you're right. And you know what the Cowboys are doing? The Cowboys are actually playing good football on offense. They're scoring points. They're putting it together. They scored over 40. And we came to score more than 30 in the fucking game. So you want to know why? I don't want to hear that. Because we're winning because our defense is elite. Because we actually have a real good defense coordinator that's not a puppet or Wasn't promoted because he looked like an offense coordinator like Kevin Patullo, or looked like a defense coordinator like Sean Desai or Matt Patricia. We got a defense coordinator that actually could be himself. But you got Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo on the sidelines doing this shit again. And like I showed in the stream, they're out here doing this shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you look like fucking idiots. I was embarrassed to be an Eagles fan that day when I was watching Nick and Kevin Patullo celebrate. The only ones who were celebrating was y'all two. Because y'all think you were the geniuses around here? Meanwhile, your players out here on the benches looking upset. AJ and Devontae Smith wanted to kill Kevin Patullo. And I'm surprised AJ Brown didn't get flipped out on the sidelines. Y'all run around here telling me we should trade AJ Brown. Man, listen, bro. Stop being females, dude. That's a female trait. Y'all sensitive. What y'all like, bro, that's something the ex would do when they break up with their boyfriend. What about some other man and what they have going in their life, bro? Why don't you worry about the guy that's calling the plays? Oh, that's right. Y'all making excuses for him. He's a first-time play caller. No, he's not. He's been there for 4 years now. Shut up. The Stepford apologist shit won't work with me. That's why I don't like some of these Eagle fans on Twitter, man. You want to know why I don't go to games? Because I don't like these Stepford apologists. Like I had to do one at work, unfortunately. Yeah, we're winning. We're winning. I don't care if we win or not. Well, that's because you're a Stepford apologist. And you just watch the game because you're just a fan of just football. But if you're really an Eagles fan, you would not appreciate this offense coordinator of what he's doing. He's a sabotaging this offense. And you got Nick over there just saying everything's cool. We got to get it fixed. You've been saying it for 4 weeks now, man. I don't want this to happen, but I hope Denver beats the dog shit out of us. And I think we need it. I got a feeling Denver's going to give us a reality check this Sunday. Everybody said we're going to blow them out. It's going to get worse, man, until it gets better. I think this is the game where we fall apart, unfortunately. Because I'm sorry, you can talk about all you want about Denver. Denver is a really good football team that's coming in. You can talk about their record all they want. Sean Payton is a very established coach. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But for my sake, for Eagle fans' sake, you want them to lose this Sunday. Because as I'm watching Kevin Patullo and I'm watching Nick Sirianni, they're not taking it seriously. And these players are not understanding that there's mistakes that are in the building that needs to be fixed. Well, the players understand. The coaches don't. The only one who understands is Vic. You got Nick Sirianni all happy. Because if I'm Nick, I would be more pissed. I think Nick is the guy that wants to fix. But I think Kevin Patullo, the way I just saw him today, let me read some of these quotes, man, that Kevin Patullo had. And I don't care none of y'all have to say. We 4-0. Congratulations. We're 4-0 because of the talent around us. And I kept saying this in 2023. Y'all will run around here tomorrow. Victory Monday, Victory Tuesday, whatever the bullshit that y'all want to come up with. Victory Friday, Victory Saturday. I don't care. Well, 4 years that's learned under the best offense coordinators. That supposedly knows offense. We've been hearing all year that this guy knows what he's. What were we, especially Nick, that he knows his offense? Well, if he knows his offense, explain to me why does AJ Brown continue to run the exact same routes and you can't get them open? Explain me that one. If you knew the offense, why is you putting your quarterback in harm situations? In situations that don't make sense. Why are you throwing a bubble screen to A.J. Brown when he's not even the right receiver? You wouldn't throw a bubble screen to a receiver, throw it to John Mechie. Throw to Jahan Dotson. Why are we running a fake tush push 3 times? And yes, I don't mind play after 2, but the third time, you're being, once again, you're giving the team every answer. You want to confuse the team. I don't mind doing it a couple times, but 3 times in different drives, you got to switch it up. I would have ran the tush push on that last play, just to give the defense an honest of they're confused. What are they doing? You want to confuse them. Give them a dose of, now you got to worry about what we can do. Because if I ran it 2 times and I do the tush push on that last one, I'm confusing you. You don't know what's coming. So now teams are going to prepare going to, especially the Broncos. If they watch the film, like I think they do. Sean Payton's a very experienced coach. Offensive coordinator has been through, has done in the league, won a Super Bowl with the Saints. Took a quarterback like Drew Brees, who nobody thought was anything but a bust. Had injuries going through. Well, not a bust. He was injured, and they didn't think he had it anymore, and turned him into a superstar. And then goes to Denver and changed that franchise from what they were, which was a piece of garbage laughing stock that had so many issues, into a competent playoff team last year that you just saw with a rookie quarterback, by the way, that's playing actually good football this year in Bo Nix, who's going to unfortunately struggle because, again, your defense, to me, the Eagles' defense is elite. But eventually we'll pick it up in the fourth quarter. And this is my concern with Kevin Tulo is this game, it's not going to be won because of the talent on us. This game's going to come down to who's the better coaching staff. And I think we're going to lose that game because it's Kevin Patullo, because we're going to have a chance to come back in this game. And our quarterback's going to be forced to come back. It's going to be like 31-34. 2 seconds, the Broncos score a field goal to go up 34-31. Or we had a 29 lead in going to halftime. And then the clown comes out. Kevin the Potato decides to not use his brains. Or Nick Sirianni decides to take over play calling. Because I don't know who's calling plays. But you see 2 different offenses being ran. The question should have been asked to Nick Sirianni. Should have been asked to Kevin Patullo especially. Because I didn't hear one thing from Kevin Patullo that answered, why did you change the game? And let me read the quote of this jabroni when they asked him, why didn't A.J. Brown get more target? I've replied and I said this clown needs to be fired after this statement. Kevin Patullo on the Eagles offense. Okay. We can change. We have very unique games. We play very good teams. Really good defense where we come out in the first half to try and throw them off. The offense in the second half, there were some things we can change. All you had to do was make adjustments. You didn't have to change shit. You really just needed to make more adjustments. Maybe run a little more. Maybe throw a little more. Maybe get Devontae open. I don't know. Get Jahan Dotson going. Why is Jahan on this team if you're not going to throw to him? You know what I'm saying? Then he said there were some things that we could change. We had very unique games. You call your offense unique? Because I call it predictable. I call it vanilla offense that's being ran. How is it unique? What's unique about this offense? I can tell you by watching my TV screen what you're about to do. What's unique about this offense? Because I want to know. Yeah, the first and second half were unique. But the third and fourth quarter, you call that unique? You call that unique? You call the Rams game when you were down 27 to nothing, unique? And then the third and fourth quarter, you decide to put unique. Shut up, man. This guy thinks we're idiots. He honestly thinks that we are not a smart fan base. Like I don't know why these coaches think that we're not this brilliant fan base. That we don't watch football. Do you understand Philadelphia breeds football? Everywhere I go, even around here, there's Eagle flags everywhere. You go where I work at Giant, or like where I work, there's Eagle flags everywhere. There's Eagle fans wearing Eagle jerseys still. Eagle fans having Eagles flags on the car. Bumper stickers of Super Bowl of them winning it. They're wearing Eagle shirts. Young kids are wearing Eagle shirts. Who do you think you're fooling? Because you must be fooling them, the media. Yeah, you might fool them, but you ain't fooling us. You could fool WIP, but you ain't fooling the real Eagle fans that understand the problem. The content creators that watch the games, that understand these things. Because you ain't fooling me. You ain't pulling the wall on my eye. I know the problem is. Nick Sirianni hiring a guy inside was the problem. This is why I was so scared to hire Kevin Patullo. Was the moment too big? Because it looks like it. You making that statement, dude, is a joke. Hold up. You making that statement is a fucking joke, dude. And we heard it in this press conference. Really? What's unique about your offense? Because it's very vanilla to me. So I get 2 halves of good football and then 3. Listen, man. If this is what we're going to do, then you can get him up out here now. I would take a guy off the street and make him an offense coordinator because I know at least he'll have a better offense looking like that every game than this guy. Hell, you can ask every Eagle fan to hire them as an offense coordinator, and I guarantee everybody in this chat will have a better answer than what the hell Kevin Patullo has. Unique? You gotta be fucking kidding me. What is unique about it? You suck. It's predictable. You lucky Fangio has elite defense. Because we should be 0-4 if you want to be real. Those games that we won was by luck of talent around our coaching staff. This is why I want to lose this Sunday. Not because I don't want us to win. I want us to win every game. And if we win, we win. But I want us to lose because this is not going to change unless we get embarrassed. Do you remember last year, even last year, when Kellen Moore was doing the same thing Kevin Patullo was doing? What happened? We got a beating. A beating. A beating. We were what, 3-0, and everybody said we were fine. And what happened in Tampa Bay? We got blown out. And then the offense started changing. Maybe this is what we need. The Broncos coming into Philadelphia. This is the perfect place to do it. If you want to make a statement to Kevin Patullo that he's sorry. In front of the Eagle fans are going to be booing the dog shit out of him. If we get our ass beat in Philadelphia, and I don't want Eagle fans to feel that way because I know a lot of them probably going to games. I don't want to wish that on y'all, but I think it needs to be done. Where the Broncos come in and humiliate us and embarrass us. We are going to have the same problems every week. Because sometimes these offense coordinators, they get so used to being predictable, they don't see their ways, and they think talent can beat them out and keep their jobs safe. They're not worried about changing their ways until it's too late. But I think this game coming up, I think it's going to be a real test of Kevin Patullo and if he can actually call plays. Because I think Sean Payton's going to outcoach him. Everybody told we're going to win this game, we're going to blow them out. No, I don't know about that one. I think this is a very good football team that no one has ever seen this year. The Denver Broncos are playing good football, man. They're better than the Chiefs right now. They're better than the Buccaneers, what they're doing. And they're way better than the Cowboys. We've not played this type of team yet. Okay? This is a team that's Patrick Surtain on one side. And I think Jaquan Barron, I think it was Barron, what is it? Jaquan Barron, I think Jaquan Barron, the guy they drafted in the first round on the other side. They got elite pass rush. They can fly to the football. And they got receivers that can get open. Courtland Sutton. See, I'm not worried about their offense, really. I'm worried about the problem, again, is our offense coordinator. If our offensive coordinator was doing his job, we'd win every game. But we're winning like last year by talent. And sometimes you need things to change by getting embarrassed.
You need to start putting blame on Kevin McCullough for real. Kevin McCullough continues to win games in close matchups, and he's not seeing the problem until it's too late. And my fear is if we continue to do the same thing where we're winning the street, because we're eventually going to lose one, but I need our team to be humble. And what more importantly to do it is especially in Philadelphia on Sunday at 1 o'clock. And I think the Browns will be the team to do it, fortunately. Where they just fucking beat the dog shit out of us. And just out-coach us. Where we look like a stall offense. And I don't wish that again. But I want us to get humbled. Because this guy doesn't get it. He doesn't understand it. And sometimes a new offense corner that y'all keep saying needs to get his ass whooped. Needs to taste blood in his mouth. Need to find a way to back up in the corner and get punched in the mouth to understand that the things you're doing is not going to work. It's not going to fly. You're not going to beat Detroit like that. You're not going to beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl if you play them in the Super Bowl like that. You're not going to beat the Buffalo Bills like the way you're playing. You can get away with so much until you can't do it anymore. You only can get away with this that much until it's finally time to put your big boy pants on. And unfortunately, you're playing a team that's coached well. Now, their defense is suspect. Their defense coordinator has had problems. They give up a lot of points, I believe. So we should be able to score points. But here's the thing. I'm not worried about their defense on the Broncos. I'm worried about their offense. Their offense is going to be able to score points. And if your offense can't get anything going, eventually their defense is going to just pin their ears back. And we have made mediocre defense like Tampa Bay look like they're winners. Look like they had some confidence on defense. Do you understand Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense is not really legit? We made the Dallas Cowboys defense look good. Hell, we made even the Rams defense look good, and they're not that great. They're not. We should be able to blow these teams out by the talent that we have. We should be the ones that everybody should fear walk into every game and not have to worry about 2 good quarters of football and have in the back of your mind by halftime, can they make adjustments? Or is Kevin McCullough the potato head? Or Nick Sirianni putting his hand in the cookie jar once again, calling plays? Because I don't know if Nick is doing it, but if Nick is doing that, you keep doing that shit, you will be ending up like Doug Peterson, bro. Fired. Unemployed. Somebody needs to translate that back to Nick. Why do you think Doug doesn't have a coaching job in Philadelphia anymore? Because he was stubborn. Now, I'm hoping that Nick ain't Doug Peterson, that he's going to make Kevin McCullough learn. And hopefully he stays out of the coach staff. Hopefully it's just Kevin who's calling plays. But if it is Nick, then you clearly are just making yourself look bad. And when you sit there and you say when you have an interview with you and Jalen Hurts on that one post preview game, when you playing the Rams, you talk about that. Versus the Buccaneers, and you were doing a preview before the game. You were talking about how the 2023 has humbled you. It doesn't look like it. It looks like you didn't learn a damn thing. That you got you got happy after winning the Super Bowl because you thought that was going to help y'all. Help your case of not being called out again by the Philadelphia media. Let me remind you something. Eagle fans are happy that y'all won a Super Bowl, especially a head coach winning the Super Bowl. But we were also happy when Doug won the Super Bowl. But if you don't think we're going to call you out for your shit, put this back in. Talk so much that my cord fell out. If you don't
out after you won a Super Bowl, you better go check what we did to Doug. We booed the dog shit out of him. That last year, we booed him. But Doug also made the playoffs also. He was a successful coach in Philadelphia. But he got fired by the same owner and the GM that Nick has a great relationship with. So did Doug. Where's he at? Where's Doug at? Not coaching. Not with the Eagles. That's why Nick is here. And I like Nick. I like his passion. But the same energy that you had for Baker Mayfield when you're yelling at him on the sidelines, you should have the same energy for Kevin Patullo when he's over there fucking up the play calling. While you were doing the fist pump and you're out here celebrating, jawing with Baker Mayfield, you should be having the same energy jawing with your boy Kevin Patullo. I'm not going to sleep on Denver because I think they're going to be the team that's going to humble us. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Kevin Patullo puts out a game plan that I actually can sit back and say, you know what? This guy learned from his mistakes. But, you know, there's going to be a lot of people say, well, why are you worried about, well, you know, we're 4-0. We're 4-0. Who cares? If you feel good about being a 4-0 after a sloppy-ass second quarter versus the Buccaneers. I'm sorry, not the Buccaneers. Versus the Rams, where we were first quarter, second quarter sloppy. And then third, fourth quarter, we finally turned off. If you were happy about that, okay. And if you were happy about this game that game that we just saw, where we played two good quarters of football, and then bad quarters of two sloppy football, in third and fourth quarter, then I'm sorry. You are 100% a Stafford apologist. And you need your eyes checked. You clearly don't care about this team. Because this team will not win a Super Bowl if Kevin Patullo continues to win like this. Where we win by talent. We need to win by coaching. So, when Kevin Patullo says the offense in the second half, there were some things we can change. We had very good, unique games. No, there's nothing you could change in the second half because you were good in the second half. Your thing should be, we should have changed in the third or fourth quarter. Kevin Patullo comes out. He don't even know what quarter he was good at. That's the problem I don't understand. You weren't bad in the second and first quarter. You were very good in the first quarter because everyone was able to put 25 points on the Buccaneers. But the second, Todd Bowles made adjustments. You were bad in the third and fourth quarter. So the fact that you don't even know what quarter you are, that's a problem. Because you clearly didn't watch the tape. You clearly weren't in the game, the same game as we were watching. You were bad in the third and fourth quarter. What the hell you talking about? You were good. We did some things we could change. We had very unique games. We were Eagles offense second half. We were some things we could change. You were good in the second half though. We have an issue with the third and fourth quarter when you were up by 25 points. Is he talking about? Is he on the same game as we are? Is he talking about the Rams game? He don't even know what game he was just at. That was the Rams game, Kevin. Keep up with the games that you've been trash at. The fact that this man don't even know what game that he was talking about, he must be talking about the Rams game. Because that was the first, second quarter that was horrible. The Buccaneers game, you were good in the first and second half. The third and fourth quarter is when you look horrible. Where something you didn't clearly get was to make the adjustment. You couldn't do it. And Todd Bowles did. The fact that our offense corner don't even know what game we're watching. And clearly didn't know what game he was calling the games at. Where his offense stalled is a problem. That's a problem. That means you don't understand what you're doing. If you don't even understand when you've been bad at, that's a problem. This offense corner can't be this stupid. But it looks like it. It looks like he really is a potato. Potato head Kevin. Your offense wasn't a problem in the first and second half. There was nothing you could change. You did great in the first and second. I can't even believe my offense corner don't even know what game he's talking about. He got mixed up. How do you get mixed up with the Rams and the Buccaneers game? And you're an offense corner. Let me calm down. Let me calm down. The fact that this man don't even know what, like, he said, quote, the offense in the second half, there were some things we could change. We had a very unique games. What game is you talking about? We're on week 4, Kevin. You still stuck at the Rams game? This can't be the right press conference quote, man. This can't be. This cannot be the right. This can't be. The second half was fine. You dummy. The fact that our offensive coordinator don't even know what quarter he's talking about and where the offense stalled out is a problem. You still on the Rams game? Bro, we were on the Buccaneers game. What game were you on, Kevin? Were you still focused? Were the Buccaneers the Rams? Were we at home? Because I'm pretty sure we were in Tampa Bay, right? So the fact that this man don't even know what quarter he was stalling at is a problem. And somebody should have told him, do you mean the Rams? Do you mean the third and fourth quarter, Kevin? Someone should have corrected him on that. Why didn't the media not correct him? And I watched it, they didn't correct him. They focused on, hey, what do you think about A.J. Brown not getting targets? How about Devontae Smith not getting targets? He had one catch for 60 yards. I believe he had a touchdown. I don't think he had a touchdown. But I think he had one catch. Was it one catch for 60 yards or three catches for some? It was low. How about Jahan Dotson not getting involved? You were able to get John Mechie involved for somewhat. How about that? How about why Saquon Barkley can't get it going? Why does your offense look bad in the third and fourth quarter? This guy don't even know what quarter he's talking about. He doesn't even know what game he's talking about. He's still focused on, he must be talking about the Rams game, because the first, second quarter versus the Rams game, you were bad at. The third and fourth quarters where you picked up. So the fact that he don't even know what game he's talking about is a problem. That's a big problem. Because that means you're not on the same page as we thought you were. And you have all this analytic film, and you out here in your press conference not even know what game you were talking about? Get this guy out of here, man. This guy can't be serious, bro. We have a Broncos winning 24-20 because Kevin Patullo sucks and we're due for a loss. I'm telling you, the Broncos are going to be the one humbling us, man. The fact that this man don't even know what quarter he's talking about is a problem. The first and second quarter, we could do things differently. Your problem wasn't the first and second quarter, potato head clown Kevin, you buffoon. Your problem was the third and fourth quarter. This man was still stuck on a mindset of the Rams game. We were over that. We were focused on, were you focused on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Somebody need to ask Kevin, did you prepare the way you should against Todd Bowles in that third and fourth quarter? My question would have been to Kevin is, why did you run the exact same plays? And why would you run it with Saquon Barkley when it wasn't working in the third and fourth quarter? Why didn't you, if AJ was getting covered the way you saw it, why didn't you get Devontae more often? Open with some of the routes. Why weren't there no slants? Why was there no curl routes in the third, fourth quarter? You didn't have to make it that many adjustments. All you had to do was continue to do what you did in the first half, but just make it more interesting. Maybe do a jet sweep, throw off the defense. But instead, you decided to go back to your old ways for some reason. And that questions me, is Nick really calling the plays? Because if this is Kevin Patullo giving us 2 good quarters of football and 2 bad quarters every week, you can just get out of here now. Because obviously you're just doing this to piss us off. But that just tells me that Nick is some way involved. But when I'm listening to this numbnut, and he over there talking about, and quote, Kevin Patullo said, on running the ball up the middle with little success so far. We've been consistently looking at that. Our angles can be good, and that's what the reason is it's not happening. We're consistently looking and evaluating. I think that we're still working on that, and something we're keeping in mind. You ran the ball almost in the third, fourth quarter, I think 40 times, where Lily Barkley was almost injured. Thankfully, he didn't get injured. You talk about up the middle with little success so far. Your little success is so far because you're predictable. Maybe if you did things the way you did in the first, second, maybe you did things in the first and second quarter like you did in the third and fourth quarter, and you were able to get Barkley a little bit more involved, your offense would have been able to run the ball more. Because if you watch the Buccaneers game, I'm hoping Kevin was watching. Clearly he wasn't. Because he doesn't even know what, again, he thought the first and second quarter was the problem. It was the third and fourth quarter, that's when you started stalling. He was still stuck on the Rams game mentally, I guess in his press conference. And you talk about our angles can be good, and then what's the reason it's not happening? We're consistently looking and evaluating. Bro, you're in week 4. What the hell are you evaluating for? You should have been evaluating after the Rams game. You should have been evaluating after the Cowboys game. That's when you should have been evaluating and getting better at. You've been there for 4 years, Kevin. 4 years. What the hell did you not learn anything from Kellen Moore? Hell, did you not learn anything from the guy that was the horrible offense coordinator in 2023? You've been the receiver coach since Nick got here. What did you not learn? Did you learn a damn thing? Or did you learn how to be predictable? I don't know who's calling plays at this point. I'm starting to think it's Nick, man. Because there's no way this guy gave us 2 good quarters and say, oh, let me go back to my old ways. There's got to be Nick Sirianni involved. Tell me another. How can I sit there and say, like, maybe I shouldn't blame Kevin at this point. Maybe I should look at Nick again. Bro, evaluating. When you evaluating after week 4? When we get, come on, bro. This team doesn't even have identity yet. Where's the identity? We could have identity, but we don't. Clearly we don't. What is his identity? Play 2 good quarters of football and then play conservative, bend and break offense? What is this? Or are we going to play conservative all year? This team needs to be humbled, man. I'm not calling for a loss. I'm calling for humbling this Sunday. Well, I am calling for a loss then. Because I don't think this offense corner gets it. He clearly don't. And there's going to be people say, well, you're fake for saying that. Call me what you want, bro. But it helped us when Kellen Moore got humbled, didn't it? We looked better, didn't we? We started getting the passing game going. The difference between with Kellen Moore and the Eagles, with Kevin Patullo right now, is he didn't have an A.J. Brown versus the Buccaneers game. He didn't have an A.J. Brown in his 3 games, I believe. A.J. Brown got hurt in the first game, so he didn't have his whole offense out there. Imagine if he had his whole offense like Kevin Patullo, what he would look like. But then people want to tell me Kevin Patullo's learned new offense coordinator. Bro, it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science to figure out. If it is, then you need a new job title. Maybe you should go back to being wide receiver coach and let someone else take offense. Anyway, man, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. And his press conference is a joke, man. It's a joke. Kevin the Clown, buffoon potato head, or the half-brain idiot, because he gives us half of a quarter, 2 halves a quarter. So we're just going to call him 2 half Kevin and 2 half don't. Matter of fact, we should just call him 2 half Kevin. That's your new nickname, 2 halves Kevin, because you give us 2 halves of good football and 2 halves of bad football. Half and half Kevin. There we go. I like that one. Kevin the half and half Patullo. The 2 and half brothers, Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo. Instead of 2 half men, it's going to be the 2 half brothers. Because clearly Nick Sirianni treats him like a brother over there. Nick Sirianni got to get his boy in line, man. Or he might be out of a job if he keeps. I don't think Howie's going to let him wait. When is Howie and Jeff Lloyd get involved, man? When? You're going to have people tell me in the comments, I'm sure after this last year, we're 4-0, he's the one. Why are you complaining? Again, we were 4-0 last year. We were winning games. Weren't we winning games last year? Oh, no, we lost to the Falcons game. We were 4-0, I believe, in 2023, weren't we? I think we were winning games in 2023, right? Weren't we undefeated in week 4? And then the collapse started happening. What week? What week did the collapse start happening? When did it start happening? By week 10, right? Week 11, right? If you don't get this thing fixed, it's going to be too late. My question is Howard Roseman going to wait? I don't think so. I think Kevin is on the hot seat. A lot of people want to sit there and act like he's a new offensive coordinator. I don't think Howie and Jeffrey Lloyd look at that way. I think Kevin is going to either have a job after this Sunday where he's going to put 4 good quarters of football. Because if we lose to Denver because of this offense, it's going to get bad for Kevin Patullo and Nick. Well, not Nick, but Kevin Patullo. He might not have a job coming to week 5. Yeah, I'm saying it. Because if you're Howie Roseman, you've seen the struggles before, the similarities in 2023. Do you allow that to happen again? Do you want it to happen again? Because I see the same similarities of 2023. Just difference is the 2023 offense was able to put points on the board for some reason. They were able to. AJ and Devontae had a hell of a year in 2023, if you want to be real. And Jalen was an MVP that year. They were throwing the football nonstop. They just weren't playing full good quarters of football. They weren't putting it together. And their defense was horrible that year. They got a way better defense this year. They might be worse than 2023. Because the 2023 Eagles offense, they were scoring points. They were throwing bombs down the field. They just weren't consistent with the scoring. Yes, we were 4-0. We were undefeated until the Jets. Exactly. Yep, I knew it. But, you're going to have people in Twitter celebrating. Just like this one goofball on Twitter. They love to comment at me on IG, especially on IG. Oh, well, you should be the offensive coordinator. Give me the headset right now. Give me the headset. I'm dead ass serious. It doesn't take a brain-dead fool to understand what the problem is. Well, if you knew football, A.J. Brown just need to run better routes. If you knew football, then how come your offensive coordinator can't get guys going? If you knew football, then you know the job of the offensive coordinator is to get guys open, right? Clearly, you don't know football because you don't know the definition of football. Because the offensive coordinator's job, I believe we can look up the definition for you brain-dead dummies who want to blame A.J. Brown and all that shit. Because and everybody thinks because they have all 22 assets, they can just criticize, hey, well, AJ should have blocked better. Why would you block better? Why would he have to block better? What's the point of blocking when you got a brand-name fool calling plays? Eventually, you just give up. You just give up. Just like I think Jalen Hurts gave up in the middle of the game. I really do. Sometimes, as great as a quarterback is, we saw in 2023 where Jalen just gave up. And I think in that game, he just threw it to AJ because he heard Kevin Patula in the headset. He said, all right, let me throw it up so I can shut him up. He probably was crying to Nick. Jalen's taking my play call, Nick. Do something. So they probably sat him down and say, hey, you got to call what Kevin's calling. My buddy needs some motivation. So Jalen just gave him what he wanted. But if I'm Jalen, I'm audible everything out of Kevin's playbook, man, from now on. Until he's able to be trusted. I've said it before. I don't know who's calling plays, but whoever is audible in those plays in the third, fourth quarter, or the first, second half that we saw versus those two games versus the Rams and the Buccaneers, please ignore them, Jalen. Please, just audible out of them, and call the ones that clearly continue to do what you did that were successful. That's my advice to Jalen Hurts if he was live with me, which he isn't. These guys don't want to tell the truth. They want to talk about A.J. Brown's the problem. Well, Kevin Patula has a diva receiver throwing the ball. No. He has a receiver that wants the ball. Every receiver wants the ball. You better go look at Jamar Chase in Cincinnati. And since we love bringing A.J. Brown, ESPN, because I've seen Rex Ryan and all these goofballs, the guys that don't have a job, that's working on ESPN, over there criticizing A.J. Brown. Why don't you talk about Jamar Chase and how he was screaming at the coaches? Why don't you cover that and call him a diva? Because I think that's more of a diva of a guy that screams at the coaches and throws a tantrum on the sidelines. Isn't it not? You criticize AJ when he was just had a conversation with Jalen. These guys are just weird, man. They don't like it. The fact I truly believe they just want AJ out of Philadelphia because they don't like the fact that Jalen has success. Because they don't do it with anybody else but AJ. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we were 4-0 undefeated. It is what it is, man. These guys are hopeless, dude. Especially the Stafford apologist fans I'm talking about. It's great to be 4-0 for the right reasons. But if you're happy and you're looking at it like we're 4-0, We should be. Listen, let me tell you something, man. The Cowboys offense look more like a football team that can score points than we do. I understand why Cowboy fans were happy. They shouldn't be happy over a tie. And my boy Boss Cowboy complains about this all. He complains about the Cowboys team. I think he hates the defense. But if I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm happy that offense was clicking. Because when I look at the Eagles, they give me first quarter of a happy success, and they give me 3-4 quarters of misery. Or they change what quarters they're going to do it. If I see Kevin Tulo this Sunday not make adjustments, I'm calling for his job. You think this live stream right now is bad? Trust me. I could get disrespectful. I done it with Howie when I didn't know he was the problem at the time. And again, I apologize for that. Kevin the Clown might be popping up on your screen next 2 weeks. And there might be a lot of fans I might be starting to call out on Twitter that want to keep apologizing for the dumb shit. And please share that to them too. Because you're the problem. If you continue to go to games and support this dude when clearly and you want to throw A.J. Brown under the bus. And we all Eagle fans are passionate. We're going to root for this team to win. But the problem, the difference between a lot of Eagle fans and I, and along with other Eagle contributors, are this. I'm not going to sit there and say we're 4-0 and I should be doing the ha-ha Lulu dance and not how Lulu dance, what the hell am I saying? The hokey pokey, shake it all about, or doing the cha-cha because we're 4-0. I'm not one of them. You better go find one of those guys on YouTube or anybody. There's plenty of them that will sit there and tell you we should be positive, that we're fooling out. Who fucking cares? Who cares? We're 4-0 because of our talent. When are you going to wake up? When you've seen this rodeo before. We're winning because of talent. This Broncos game is going to be the reason why Kevin's going to lose this game, because of coaching. Or it's not going to be the Broncos game. It's going to be somewhere like the Chargers. It's going to be one of these games coming up. It might be the Vikings game. Carson Wentz might beat us. Wouldn't that be the most embarrassing thing ever? Carson Wentz beating us? That would never happen, would it? No, I can't see that. I can't see that. But it'll be one of these games where we're like, bro, we were a better fucking football team than they are. What is Kevin doing? But I truly believe it's going to be the Broncos game, man. Everybody's saying the Eagles have an easy win. I don't think so. But I think people are sleeping on the Broncos, man. I do. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I hope we go in there and we put 4 good quarters of football so I can be humbled. Because I want to be wrong. I don't want to be right about Kevin. Because that means my football team is not going to win the ultimate goal, and that's to win the Super Bowl. And that's the ultimate goal for every Eagle fan, is to hope our offensive coordinator can get his shit straight. Because you're not winning like that. And if your philosophy is, I don't care how much we win by, then you are 100% a Stafford apologist. Where you are happy by being bare minimum mediocre. We're winning because of special teams plays. We're winning because the players are elite on both sides. The only team that's really winning, only coaches that are successful right now on our team is Michael Clay on special teams. Because those special team plays that we had both games, we don't win those games without those plays. Our quarterback putting us in positions when we need him to, because he has to be a superhero all the time because of Kevin's bullshit play calling. When it should be an easy job for him just to see the plays and able to die. No, he has to be Superman, make plays with his feet, do all this Houdini shit. Have to go toe-to-toe with these quarterbacks because our defense eventually gets tired. The reason why Baker Mayfield came back was because Kevin Patullo, that the highlights won't show, and some of these Eagle fans I don't think watch the games clearly, or they watch the highlights and they think we're fine. Kevin Patullo decides to run a draw on 3rd down, I believe, or a 3rd and 5 or I'm sorry, it was a huge, long ways of a first down. He decides to run a draw to Saquon Barkley. What kind of weird, dumb shit is that? To run a draw just to punt the ball. So you run a draw when you threw the ball 3 times and you ran a draw with Saquon Barkley. Oh, by the way, the bubble screen to A.J. Brown. Yeah, that's smart. The decision making that he does, whoever's calling the plays, because Nick says it's Kevin, but I'm starting to think it's not. I think it's Nick. I think Kevin is the guy that's really getting blamed for it. I hope I'm wrong, but I can't blame Nick right now. So I got to look at Kevin, unfortunately, because we're told Kevin has the play calling. Well, if Kevin has the play calling, then I can't blame Nick. But as I watch the offense stall, I'm thinking in my head, why would this offense coordinator not continue something that works when he's been there for years under Nick and he's seen the downfall, he's seen the success. He's supposed to have preparation for the Super Bowl. If he did that, then he should already know what Kellen Moore was good at and took his strength. So is he following the right playbook? Is Nick once again getting involved? And eventually that report's going to come out soon. And it might come out sooner we get our ass beat by Denver. Who's calling the plays? Because, again, you're not going to win many games like this by every week winning on special teams. And they're only going to go so far until a team comes in there and says, that ain't happening, bro. That's not going to fly. We're not doing that. Michael Clay is a great special teams special teams coach, but he's not going to continue to bail you out. Eventually, your offense corner's going to have to put his big boy pants on, or his head coach got to stay out of the playbook, whatever that is happening. Because I don't know who's calling plays where we've seen two different. I don't know who's calling the offense that looks bad, but they need to stop play calling at that point. And give me the guy who's actually calling a great game plan. That we saw the fake tush pushes and all. Give me that all day. And continue that offense coordinator calling plays. Because I don't know what the hell happened for those 2 weeks where we've seen two different. But it reminded me of 2023, where we think it's Brian Johnson calling plays, and we find out that Nick Sirianni was calling plays all along. That we saw the bad play calling. Remember, Dave Spadero was asked the question by a fan in 2023 because he was asked, what question you have? And they asked him, who's calling the plays? Is it Nick? Is it Brian Johnson? And Dave Spadero's quote was, yes, Nick Sirianni has some input in play calling. And then when you ask Nick Sirianni yesterday who was calling the plays, he said, I have some input just like Kevin. Well, you shouldn't have any. You were told to stop play calling, weren't you? Didn't Jeffrey Lawrence, Howard Roseman sit down with you and say, don't ever call plays again? They should. You're a head coach, not because you're a good play caller. You're a Robert type guy. Your job is to be the evaluator, not the play caller. So I don't know who's calling plays. But if he's going to call plays in some of these drops, it's not going to work, man. It's not going to work. Yes, we were 4-0. We were undefeated until the Jets game. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. And Jalen was an MVP candidate. And it looks like Jalen's an MVP candidate again. When you look at his numbers, Jalen Hurts is putting up big numbers, man. Despite the bad offense coordinator. And he could put up bigger numbers, man. You know, everybody want to sit there and say Jalen Hurts ain't better than this guy. And you got other people reacting to Eagles games, like Commander fans, Giant fans. I don't know why Commander fans will react to any Eagles games. Your team is trash. Your team clearly can't win without, your starting quarterback's out. But your defense is ass. You got Giant fans reacting to us. Your team is ass. You finally won a game and you just lost your receiver. Good luck with that one. But again, they don't watch the full games. These analysts don't watch the full games. Some of these Eagle fans, I swear, just watch the highlights. Maybe you should download the NFL football app, pay for the subscription, So you're going to watch the full game and understand what the hell you be talking about sometimes when you post on Twitter, A.J. Brown needs to get open. No, the offensive coordinator needs to get these guys open. That's his job. And stop babying his OC like he's been a first-year offensive coordinator when he's been there for 4 years. He's been there for 4 years. He's been there since Nick got here as a rookie. Okay? Kevin Patullo needs to get himself together, man. And let me post this quote real quick. Hold up. Let me see if I can do this. Let's see if we can do this. Let's post this quote on Twitter, man. Oh, well, let's do this. We're going to watch the Kevin Patullo press conference. We're going to try one more time. We're going to try one more time. Because I want y'all to hear him. And I want you to hear the questions they're asking. And let's see if you were confident. Because if you didn't watch it, well, you're going to watch it now. I watched the press conference. First of all, they didn't show the fact he was late. He was late for 5 minutes. I said this earlier in my other live stream. Unfortunately, my computer got shut down. But I watched it. I was not blown away. I didn't think they said anything that I wanted to know. They didn't answer. He didn't answer any questions. We're going to try one more time because this is what we do. Let me get the computer ready. Hit that like button, subscribe. I know a lot of people don't want to hear it. They want to talk about, oh, well, we should be focused on Denver. Oh, well, we're 4-0. Again, go to those Eagle fans, man. I'm not one of them. I'm going to tell you what the problem is, and I'm going to talk about how I want to talk about it. A lot of Eagle fans want to skip over the fact that our offensive corner was bad for both drives. They want to throw the finger at A.J. Brown. They want to call him a diva, this, that. They don't want to call Devontae Smith a diva when Devontae Smith had the exact same reaction as A.J. Brown. Matter of fact, if you listen to this press conference 2 weeks ago, why y'all call him a leader, and Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown to me are leaders. I love them. I love them. I love that personality when they're the dog mentality. And when they lose, I like the fact that our players are angry. Because that means they fucking care. And instead of calling A.J. Brown a diva, like some of y'all Eagle fans, not all you Eagle fans, but some of y'all, why don't you call him a leader? Because you'll praise Tom Brady for doing that. If he was a quarterback. If A.J. Brown was a quarterback, none of y'all would say this. None of y'all. You want him to keep his mouth closed while this offense coordinator stinks. But then you get to talk about how Jalen Hurts is bad. But you get to talk about how A.J. Brown is not getting open. Well, no shit, your luck. But then you want him to speak to the media that disrespects him every day. Look how they treat him right now. But you want him to sit there and shut his mouth? You want him just to sit there and be happy. He should smile he should be smiling going, Is that what you want? You want him to be happy when he had 2 catches for 7 yards. Y'all definitely live in La La Land if you think he should be happy. I got news flash for you. Why the fuck would he be happy? Because he's like me. He don't give a fuck about being 4-0. He knows his damn well that his offensive coordinator sucks. And why say anything when you have nothing else to say? You get mad when he says anything anyway. How many people threw him under the bus for just saying the offense needs to be fixed? He don't want to be in Philadelphia. He hates Jalen Hurts. He's a diva. Then you get mad when he don't say it. Make up your fucking mind then. Do you want A.J. Brown to talk to the media? If you do, then stop complaining when he says things that you don't like. Or do you want him to not talk to the media? Because you get mad either way. Make up your mind and shut up. But here's the thing. A.J. Brown wouldn't have to be mad at the media if the media was honest. Why WIP is posting quotes about why is A.J. Brown complaining? Because he had 2 catches for 7 fucking yards. Why are you making bullshit rumors all day on your job that you're supposed to be covering as a reliable Eagles source / radio station? Why don't you talk about Kevin Patullo and his bad play calling? When you have Nick on the phone, why don't you ask him who's calling plays? And then when Nick says something stupid like, oh, Kevin has play, then you ask him, why does it look like 2023? Or ask Nick, Hey, Nick, explain me why A.J. Brown has 2 catches for 7 yards. Explain me why both A.J. and Devontae looked upset after the game in the stadiums. But y'all won't ask that. You'll be on WIP. You bozos. You clowns. That's why I don't like WIP. That's why I don't listen to these radio stations anymore, man. No one, I don't think, listens to. I think the only people who listen to it is when they're guys that are on the road a lot. And you need something to listen to. Now, I've seen people at work that listen to the radio station. I tell them, in my honest opinion, don't listen to them. When they ask me, well, did you listen to WIP? No, I don't listen to WIP. Why the fuck would I listen to that bozo-ass group? If I want to listen to another WIP station, I go to Jacob Media. And listen to Xander and fucking Dan Sileo. These 2 bozos that have no idea what they talk about. Claim they know my team when they never ever been rooting for my team more than 2 years, probably. Where were you in 2017? Oh, you weren't on that channel. I bet you weren't there. You started coming around when we had a collapse year. Or you started coming around when Jalen Hurts was stinking. But you weren't there when Carson Wentz and Nick Foles won the Super Bowl. You weren't there through the bad times when Chip Kelly. You weren't there then. But you come out of nowhere because we won. Y'all fake to me. I started my channel before we won the Super Bowl in 17. We were winless at the time when I started my channel. You could go back and watch. It's still up there. I was a little kid. I had nerdy glasses. I had black nerdy glasses. My voice did not sound deep like it does now. Where I said have faith in Nick Foles. Why other people were saying where season was done. I was there before that. I'm just not one of these contractors that are going to out here collab with these dudes, man. Now I got ego. I'm not saying they're allowed to do whatever they want. But why are you over there collabing with Xander, man? He clearly doesn't care about what he says. He doesn't hold that fat slob Dan Sileo accountable because he's afraid he's going to lose his job. You notice these guys don't bring guys like me, Stu, Diamond Eagles Sports Talk, even though I don't know, I no disrespect to them. You know, I have no issue with them again. But they don't bring Quezzy on. They don't bring Des Eagle 9. You don't want to know what? You want to know why? Because we'll embarrass the fuck out them. We would treat them like goofies, for real. They won't bring my Weapon X Eagle. They won't bring, LB won't go back on there. He flat out said he don't like Dan Sileo. Because Dan Sileo is a clown. He knows it. Philly Mike won't go there because Philly Mike called him out. He don't like anybody who calls him out. You know what I'm saying? But there's a love relationship with these two, and I don't understand it. These guys are clickbaiters. They bait you to think that AJ is a problem. They're the same ones who swore up down that AJ Brown needs to be traded. You got people sitting there saying, because they started that rumor. Them and WIP started that rumor. That's why the media keeps on posting AJ Brown in the Patriots jersey. I watched that Patriots quarterback. He looked fucking trash. He's not giving AJ Brown any more touches, even if he was in New England. Let me be real with you. Drake May is garbage. He's horrendous. AJ Brown ain't helping him. AJ Brown would want out of New England the second he get there, man. Because he would be like, oh shit, I'd rather have Jalen Hurts, man. That quarterback can't throw the ball to save his life. Why is you posting him in the pictures? They don't need a receiver. They need a freaking quarterback, man. The Patriots didn't find their quarterback yet. They didn't. And they built around him enough. But I'm just tired of the clickbait shit, man. And I'm tired of these people blaming A.J. Brown, making him the bad guy. When Kevin Patullo is the clown that continues to start these conversations, if we gave A.J. Brown the targets that he deserved, and I'm not saying force, you don't even need to force. Everybody said, well, we don't need to force it to A.J. Brown. We shouldn't have to force it. You're only forcing it because you realize A.J. hasn't gotten the ball. But here's the thing. You don't need to force it. Let the game come to him. A.J. Brown ain't mad because he's not getting targets. He's getting mad because he's pretty much getting any. He's not getting any. And you worried about A.J. Brown throwing a tantrum? You better look at the other guy over there on the other side. Devontae Smith is 2 steps away from throwing his helmet across the fucking ground, across the field. You better go look at Devontae Smith's reaction. you better go look at Devonta Smith's reaction. Now, the offensive line, everybody want to blame the offensive line. Offensive line ain't healthy. We know that. But here's the thing, man. Your offensive line ain't going to always be healthy. Our offensive line wasn't healthy last year. It didn't matter. We still put up 55 points. Kevin Batula believes the offense is there's no problem with A.J. Brown. The offense is just, what did he say? Oh my God, bro, like literally, man, this stop. Just stop, man. Now I can't take stupidity. I can't. I can't take stupidity. Why is Zayna following me, bro? I don't want to follow you, fucking ass. Get your goofy ass off my fucking. Talk about you want to follow me. Get your bitch ass. I don't want to follow you, clown. I don't know why he would follow me. I'm the wrong one to follow. You goofy dude. Want to follow me on IG? Decline. I don't want to follow you. I want to block you. There's a difference. Go follow some other goofy dude, man. I don't want to follow me. Why do you follow me? Go follow the other clowns, man. Go follow Joe. Go follow those guys, man. So I'm reading my IG. I'm trying to show the video. Where's the video? Oh yeah, I sent it to Dan Cillian. Not Dan Cillian, excuse me, Joe Giglio. Because he over there throwing another bullshit freaking narrative. Where's it at, man? Again, I'll show one more time for everybody in the chat. There's AJ. Everybody's focused on that video. Now watch Devontae. Watch Devontae. Watch Devontae. Watch Devontae. You see Devontae? Does he look happy? Now go run that narrative that Devontae's not happy in Philadelphia too. So y'all want to do that. Did you see Devonta Smith? Hold up. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna post it on Twitter. I'm just gonna show it to everybody because I can do that. Where the videos upload. Did you not see Devontae's face? I'll make it bigger for you because we're gonna show it. We're gonna show the video why it's on the stream so y'all can see his beautiful face. Or not beautiful face. Pause. So we can see his face. Of how pissed off this offense coordinator is getting him. His offense coordinator is pissing Devonta Smith off. But y'all goofy dudes are running right into what we should trade AJ Brown. Should we trade Devonta? Because he don't look happy. Why is there no narratives? Devonta Smith does not look happy. I'm tired of him complaining too. Why is he upset? He should be happy we're 4-0 too, right? That should be the narrative too, right? Since you want to throw AJ, why don't we throw the two receivers don't look happy? Maybe they don't look happy because Kevin. But y'all want to focus on AJ Brown. I saw Devontae not look happy. I saw Jalen Hurts don't look happy. Should we get rid of all of them? Because I'm wondering y'all idiots who say the same dumb shit over and over again. And I don't like some of y'all, man. As some of you Eagle fans. When you sit there and you tell me all day, we don't claim EC1. Good. I hope you don't. Because I ain't one of y'all. I'm my own man. He's embarrassing to the fan base. Good. I hope I am. Because you're embarrassing to look every day at a profile and me seeing your tweets every day. You saying the stupidest clownish shit, dumb bonehead, the stupidest bonehead, buffoon ass shit that you could come up with. I don't like seeing y'all tweets, man. So why you don't claim me and you don't think I'm part of your fan base? You say I'm embarrassing and I don't got thousands of subscribers sitting there saying EC1 is a clown. You the dumb idiots on Twitter every day talk about how AJ Brown should be traded. But I'm the clown. Well, you better go to Party City and get a clown nose too, bro. Because if you think we should trade an all-pro who's been helping Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown on the field has been 17 undefeated, I believe. Last time I checked. For y'all information. But I'm embarrassed to this fan base. Hey, man. I'm embarrassing because I tell the truth. I'm embarrassed because I don't sit there and bullshit my fan base that watching me. That say, we're fine. We're 4-0, but, we should be positive. I'm doing that. Because it's nothing to be positive if you want to be for real about winning in close situations when you're the better football team. You could be positive the fact that we have talent around us. The only thing I'm positive, I'll say the only thing I'm positive about is that defense. We got elite defense. But there's a lot of negative more than positive that I take away from this team. We don't have identity going to week 5. We're in week 5. Are we not? Are we not? We're in week 5. What's our identity? Most of these teams by week 5 have at least a started identity. We don't even have one. We don't even have an offensive corner who knows what game he's watching. You over to talk about we did some great. We should have changed it up in the second half, bro. Your problem was in the second half. You clearly talk about the Rams game still. This should have been the Buccaneers game that you were talking in your little post-game press conference, which someone should have drilled it in your head. That hey Kevin, and show him the video of both receiver and Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown looking angry. Because I'm gonna play this clip. I'm gonna download it right now. I'm gonna post it on Twitter. That way I can just go get it. Because unfortunately I don't have my IG on my computer. I forgot my password honestly. So I gotta post it on Twitter. But I'm gonna post it for everybody who wanna throw the narrative that A.J. Brown is a problem. He's a diva. Why aren't you saying that about Devontae Smith? Because he had his head down. Maybe it's because the offense corner fucking stinks. Could it be that? Maybe it's more than just A.J. Brown who's upset. Because, again, Devontae Smith rarely gets upset. But everybody want to blame A.J. Brown. They want to call him a diva. They want to say this because he is the big dog on that team. According to a lot of people. But Devontae Smith, you have a more shot of him getting upset than A.J. Brown does. Hell, if Kevin Batula has another bad game, I will not be shocked if Devontae Smith starts screaming on the sidelines. Because I've never seen Devontae Smith put his head down like that. That's not happiness. That's frustration. And y'all worried about a tweet that A.J. Brown sent on his Twitter? I'm worried about my two receivers literally looking upset. And asking the question, why are they upset? But you're worried about if AJ's happy. You worried about it. Why you should be worried about is Devontae happy? Does Devontae maybe the question should be why is the two receivers don't look like they're happy? Both AJ and Devontae, I don't think spoke to the media. Did they not? Did Devontae speak to the media after the game? No, he did not. But you worried about AJ if he spoke to the media because he was a captain. But y'all running around here. That's the only reason why y'all get on A.J. Brown's cases because you're saying, well, he's supposed to be a captain. Yes, a captain's job is to be real, is it not? It's to call out the bullshit. And that's what he did. Because he don't speak to the media. He's not a captain. Sometimes being a captain is not about what you say outside. It's about what you do inside the locker room. A.J. Brown is a lot more of a locker room inside than you might think than he is outside. The team gravitates to him. Young guys look up to him. So why y'all running around talking about he's not a leader, he's not a captain? A.J. Brown's a captain in the locker room. How many times have people said A.J. Brown gets these guys going? Guys look up to him in this league. Everybody said A.J. Brown is a dog, and I want to be just like him. That's a captain. That's a leader. That is something that you look up to. That's a role model. We run around here trying, and this is what I hate about this fucking Eagles media, is y'all destroy his character when you know he's not a diva. Because a diva doesn't care about winning. When A.J. Brown said it many times, he wants to win. Diva only cares about stats and how many catches he get. A.J. Brown don't care about catches. He said it many times that all he wants to do is win. But let me tell you a reality check. You think Jerry Rice would accept 2 catches for 7 yards? Do you think Randy Moss would accept 2 catches for 7 yards? Hell, do you think the greatest receivers in the game, Calvin Johnson, would be happy with 2 catches for 7 yards? I'm wondering. Y'all were throwing the diva out. You think A.J. Brown is like, come on, bro. You think Jerry Rice would like that? Do you think Jerry Rice would sit there and say, yeah, man, I seen Jerry Rice call out his coaches. Go watch The Football Life, where he called Deion Sanders out and moved the game and said, we're not doing that. And they called him a leader for that. But now the reverse has the script has shifted, because we had McNabb and T.O. argument incident a while ago. And everybody don't understand the T.O. situation happened after they refused to pay him. It never happened when they were on the field. But they forgot McNabb, who every Eagle fan loves, was a total diva himself. And we don't have that in Jalen Hurts. So let me remind you something. It will never be an A.J. Brown. I'm sorry, never be a McNabb and T.O. situation ever again. Because unfortunately, our quarterback at the time, McNabb and T.O., were both alpha dogs. One of them was a diva. It wasn't T.O. that was a diva. He was a problem. But McNabb was a bigger diva. That's why McNabb never won nothing. That's why the Redskins, when they got him, realized he was a problem in the locker room. Players, even with the Washington Redskins, hated him. He wasn't just a problem in Philadelphia. He wasn't a leader in the locker room. While y'all glamour about McNabb, if he would win with these, McNabb would piss off Devontae Smith right now. Because you think McNabb would not throw guys under the bus? But the whole notion that we got a T.O. in our building is stupid, because T.O. was never a problem until we had to pay him. Which Donovan McNabb, our quarterback, if you weren't paying attention, and Andy Reid, who by the way, doesn't like running the ball, said we'd rather pay a running back, Brian Westbrook, than our number 1 receiver. Oh, by the way, that was after. That's why I never liked Andy Reid as a coach. Because he flat out, after many times, said we didn't need a number 1 receiver. We got who we got. And when they finally got McNabb a receiver, McNabb was so worried about what T.O. and the fans would think of him. I'm sorry, what the fans would think of him, that he didn't like the fact that T.O. had the spotlight. Because they would shout T.O. Because he was a superstar. And that was the first time the Eagles had a legit wide receiver that they believed in. That can actually catch the ball. And that McNabb diva that y'all love and portrayed in Philadelphia like this is the greatest thing, the choke artist, had an issue with that. And when they asked him to be a leader for once and asked the media, asked McNabb, hey, do you want to pay T.O.? He said, we don't need T.O. Well, yeah, the fuck you do need T.O. That's why I don't like McNabb. But y'all running right into my AJ's T.O. AJ's never been T.O. T.O. was never a bad human being. T.O. was a guy that wanted to win. And unfortunately, he went to somewhere where he had a diva quarterback named Donovan McNabb that y'all praise. This is why these Eagle fans make me mad. Y'all won't throw Andy Reid under the bus for sitting there saying he would pay a running back when clearly we didn't run the ball. That's why Andy Reid never won Super Bowls in Philadelphia. You'll praise the God out of Andy Reid and treat him like he's a king when he's a loser and he's never made adjustments to win. But y'all throw A.J. Brown, you put him in the T.O. conversation. T.O. was the best thing that ever happened to McNabb. And McNabb treated it like he was splitting the fan base. McNabb threw his receiver under the bus. That's why the T.O. situation happened. He was in his driveway. So now you're running around here with Diva calling him a T.O. Shit, I'd rather have a T.O. than a Todd Pinkston and J.J. Arcega-Whiteside that we clearly had many years. I'd rather have a T.O. than what the hell we had. So when y'all throw T.O. out there, just remember he's one of the greatest receivers ever lived in Philadelphia. That if he had a better quarterback with a better mindset than McPuke that clearly we had, that we drafted, we probably would have won a Super Bowl. Hell, we paid him, and we didn't pay Brian Westbrook because we could have paid both. But Andy Reid and Don McNabb that y'all love and praise, that y'all have W on, Joe Jiggle has him on WI, or Spike Eskins, the fucking clown, has him on WIP telling me, McNabb, what's your thoughts about the offense? Why'd you ask him McNabb? Why don't you ask Nick Foles? Huh? Why don't you ask Nick Foles since he's won a Super Bowl like McNabb? Why don't you ask Nick Foles? Why don't they ever call Nick Foles? Nick Foles did more than McNabb's ever did. Nick Foles is a franchise quarterback. Was he not? Did he not help us win the Super Bowl? Did he not? Was he not a guy who threw? What was it? The one year he was great. Was great in 2013 or 14. Why don't you call Nick Foles? Because he has more of an answer than McNabb. These Eagle fans, some of these Eagle fans make me puke. Y'all throw A.J. Brown under the bus, but y'all praise McNabb and Andy Reid. Y'all threw T.O. under the bus, but y'all loved T.O. when he was in Philadelphia. But you didn't like him going to Dallas. You want to know why he went to Dallas? Because he had a better quarterback he had a quarterback that actually wasn't a total fucking asshole. And that's what McNabb was. So why you run around here with McNabb jersey? Just remember, your quarterback that you praise, the coach that you praise in Kansas City, were fucking losers. Every single one of them were losers. The players did not like him until Andy Reid went to Kansas City and changed his ways. Just to let y'all know that. While you're over there crowning Andy Reid like he's a fucking king. He's a goddamn fat loser. They never won nothing. And he's the reason why the T.O. situation happened. If he just paid T.O. that he was worth. Because all T.O. just asked for was, just pay me my money. A.J. Brown was already paid. T.O. was trying to get a contract. And McNabb said, no, we don't need him. I mean, he even though he made me, we don't need him. We don't need a T.O. His words was, we don't need a T.O. Trust me, we don't need him. And smiled like a buffoon. So, that's why a lot of old Eagle, especially the old timers, these guys that have been around here, they're over there talking about McNabb had these weapons. If McNabb had a fucking passion for the game, we probably would have won a couple Super Bowls. If McNabb knew how to read a defense, because that was his biggest issue. That's why I call him Lamar Jackson, man. Him and Lamar have the same. McNabb and him are pretty much the same. They couldn't read elite defenses. And that's why John Gruden beat him. That's why the Panthers defense beat him. That's why the Patriots 04 beat him. That's why the Cardinals beat him. Because they couldn't read the defense, and he was a diva all on the field and off the field. Where T.O. wasn't. My mom keeps on joking around, T.O. was a diva. No, he wasn't. I watched T.O. Remember, I was an Eagle fan before. I have baby pictures of me literally sitting on Scoot's lap. You're not going to tell me what I didn't see. It's not impossible to grow up as an Eagle fan. Hell, little kids are running around here with Eagle jerseys. Are they too young to remember what happened? You have a good memory of what happened. You don't have to be old enough to understand what's happening. You can just see it on the field. As you get used to it and you start seeing what's happening, you realize, oh my God, this guy's been an absolute jerk. But what I'm trying to show you, hold on, let me try to see if I can download it. I don't know why I have the wrong IG. That's why I didn't click the link and copied it. Hold on. That's why I have to ramble, man. Because these people, They praise McNabb. They praise Andy Reid. They kiss his ass. But they over there throwing A.J. Brown. They throw T.O. under the bus. These guys on WIP bring McNabb over on WIP, talk about the game. What did you see with Jalen Hurts? Like he's an expert. He's never won nothing. But you're over there talking about what McNabb saw. Why don't you ask Nick Foles, who's won something, who's been a quarterback, who's actually wasn't a total asshole to his players. That was a team guy that everybody rided around and loved. You want to know why Jalen Hurts is already better than McNabb? I'll tell you why. Because he's been to a Super Bowl, he's already won one, and he's a leader. That's why that McNabb and T.O. situation will never happen. And I wish people would stop saying A.J. Brown's T.O. It's really offensive. It really is. Because it makes T.O. look like a total asshole. And it makes A.J. Brown look bad when you do that. You sitting there and saying that he's a T.O. is disgraceful. Because it's bad to look on T.O.'s career. Because he wasn't a problem until McNabb didn't want to pay him. Now, there's some coaches that couldn't handle him. And yes, some of his antics on the field was a problem. Like with the 49ers. But he also was young at the time. And Steve Mariachi, what's his name? Was off a coach that couldn't understand players. And he thought everybody should have been in Jerry Rice. That was humble, respectful, but Jerry Rice even called his ass out. Go look at the documentary. That's why they traded T.O. to the Baltimore Ravens. Well, he didn't want to go there. So he went to Philadelphia. But T.O. all he did was want to win. You're not going to find a guy that's going, if you want a number one receiver that has a dog mentality, you're going to have problems that comes with it. Even if you draft a receiver, and let's say, hypothetically, which will never happen, you trade A.J. Brown. That guy's going to eventually be a A.J. Brown where he's going to get upset. If you want a dog receiver, then shut up and deal with it. And understand that A.J. Brown might make you uncomfortable. Don't follow him then. Don't follow him. You choose to follow him. I don't understand it. You choose to follow him. You choose to feed into it. When you keep on, and unfortunately I have to feed into the bullshit because the media makes it like it's a big deal. When really, to be honest, it's not. That's why I hate WIP, bro. That's why I hate them. That's why I will never ever, because I had a chance to go to trade school. I was looking at going to the radio station. But I can't sit there and not put my hands on a guy like Spike Eskins. I can't sit there and not do that. I could not convince myself that I would not get fired for doing the shit that I might do. You telling me my quarterback that I just watched win his Super Bowl, he's not better than McNabb. Fuck out of here, man. McNabb who? Who? What? What talent? You think he would win with this talent? He had talent. The problem is, he wasn't good enough to get the job done. He was a diva. He had a diva quarterback. Why do you think Eagle fans did not like the pick? Because Eagle fans did their research. They watched him in Syracuse. They see that he wasn't really about winning. There was a reason why Eagle fans, and everybody sitting there said we booed McNabb. We booed the pick because we knew we didn't have a franchise quarterback. We hoped we did, but we knew his mentality wasn't about winning. That there was quarterbacks that you could have got that following year that would have been a better leader than he was. His leadership was terrible in Syracuse. You better look at him. You better look at what the players were saying about him. And the only reason he went high was because he was running and he was making plays. Every quarterback who does that goes high for just making plays. But his mentality as a leader was horrible. His coaches did not like him. They didn't respect him. That's why Eagle fans had an issue, because we saw the shit that he was doing in Syracuse. Said, nah, man, we don't want that cancer in our locker room. But at the time, we needed a quarterback. But Andy Reid really shouldn't have drafted McNabb. He should have drafted Culpepper, in my opinion. I'm not Culpepper. Oh, what's his name? Was it Dante? Who was it? Who the Vikings taking that year? Or you could have took one next year. You were going to be bad regardless. Now, McNabb had some success in Philadelphia. I'm not saying he was a horrible quarterback, but he was a horrible quarterback as a leader. He was a good player. But his mentality was horrible. His leadership on the field was horrible. His off-the-field antics. You throwing your receiver under the bus when T.O. wanted to get paid. So why y'all screaming that A.J. Brown is a T.O.? The reason why there was a T.O. situation in the first place, why he acted the way he did, was because Andy Reid, that fat slob that y'all praise, said we don't need to pay him. We'll pay Brian Westbrook. Why? You don't run the ball anyway. Why would you pay someone when you need receivers to throw the ball to? You need receivers, don't you not? This was the same Andy Reid that y'all praise, that y'all say we should appreciate, because he went to 4 NFC championship. The only reason why he started winning and going to the Super Bowl was because he was forced to get a receiver. Jeffrey Lurie forced him to get a receiver, or he would have been fired. Because he flat out said every press conference, time after time, and go watch, all you got to do is type in Andy Reid. Every press conference, Andy, why don't you get a receiver? We don't need him. We got the guys we got. Really? Because it don't look like it. But y'all run around here praising him, kissing his ass. And when it was time to pay T.O., Andy Reid sat there along with his fat ass on the podium and said, we don't need a T.O. The fuck you don't. That's why I don't respect him. That's why I don't respect Don McNabb. Because that leadership should have came in and said, we're going to pay T.O. We're going to get him what he wants. He deserves it. He made Andy Reid into a Hall of Famer. Without T.O., Andy Reid, I don't think gets there. You don't get to a Super Bowl without T.O. You don't. You don't. McNabb would never ever been to a Super Bowl without T.O. So why y'all goofballs over here praising Don McNabb, yet throwing A.J. Brown under the bus, calling him T.O.? T.O., just to call him a T.O. is disgraceful. It's disgraceful to Terrell Owens. It really is. Because T.O. was not a bad player at all. And he wasn't a locker room diva like everybody claims he was. That's a false narrative. There were some guys that were pro McNabb, like Hugh Douglas. But the problem with Hugh Douglas was, bro, let me be real with you, you weren't as great as a player as you thought you were. You were good at okay football player, but you weren't a star. You weren't a Lawrence Taylor. You weren't one of those guys. You were a good player but bruh, you knew the problem was McNabb. That's why you had an issue with T.O., because you didn't think he should have called out his quarterback. Everybody should have called out McNabb. And I think you did too. So while you sit there and you make, and I like Hugh Douglas, because I think he's the only reasonable guy. Ike Reese, who was you, bro? Let's be real. I got your autograph. Who was you? You're okay, but you weren't elite like you thought you were. You were good, but you weren't elite. You weren't all that. You were a good player for what we had. But I'll tell you one thing. If they called up and asked me if I would trade Ike Reese for someone who's better, absolutely 100% I would. You would have been out of here. Absolutely 100%. We could have got someone better. But you were good for what Jim Johnson made you. Jim Johnson made you. Javon Kearse became Free Kearse before he came to Philadelphia. Which we, by the way, did not want to keep him. We let him go, which was stupid. Again, Andy Reid. Andy Reid and Joe Banner. That's why I hate Joe Banner too. Well, I don't want to pay Brian Dawkins. You don't want to pay a guy? Why? Because of his age? He was playing at a high level. I don't understand how people could sit there and, when they compare Brian, and that's another thing. People love to say, well, Brian Dawkins was old. Brian Dawkins was better than most of these safeties in the league at his old age, by the way. And if we paid him that year, guess who was the coach that year? Take a guess. That was the year we went to the playoffs with LeSean McCoy. Think about if we had Brian Dawkins on that defense. We beat the Saints that year. Just to put that in terms. I think we went to the playoffs that year, didn't we not? That was the 2013 Chip Kelly first year as a head coach, right? Now imagine Brian Dawkins was on, and this is why I don't like when people say that stuff. Because Brian Dawkins would have definitely made that defense better. Because you needed a leadership on that defense. He would have definitely helped Chip Kelly before he turned into a complete dumbass. That would have been a great leader to have. That's why Doug was able to win. Because he had leadership like Malcolm Jenkins. You need that over. Why do you think Nick Sirianni has been successful? Because of Brandon Graham, who's been there for years. He had Jason Kelce to lean off. Lane Johnson been leaning off of him, helping him out. But back to what I'm saying, man. When people say A.J. Brown is a T.O., you're disgraceful to T.O. by saying that. Because you acting like T.O. was a bad player, man. And all he wanted was his money. But you praise McNabb. You have WIP, the fact that they have this fucking clown on. What'd you see, McNabb? Why are you asking him? I'd rather hear from fucking Nick Foles every week than Donovan McNabb. Because he's a jealous, diva, entitled jackass who threw his receiver under the bus when he wanted to get paid. He threw his players under the bus. And he clearly was off the field with him, on the field with him. Didn't care, didn't take it seriously, especially in the Super Bowl. You getting drunk before the game. Yeah, that's such a leader. Meanwhile, the leader that everybody wants to act like A.J. Brown is the guy who played with a broken foot with a screw in it. Wasn't supposed to play, wasn't supposed to be cleared. Doctors told him not to. But they were forced because T.O. was determined to play. Y'all run around here talking about he's T.O., man. Shut the hell up, bro. If you don't know what the hell you talk about, shut up. Shut up. And that's the situation, man. That's the situation. I'm gonna show you the clip that everybody wants to show. Well, everybody should show because it's going viral. But why people are screaming about A.J. Brown's quotes and, well, he needs to stop. He needs to be happy. No, he shouldn't be happy. And I don't want my receivers to set mediocre results. I love what A.J. Brown says. When people were telling me why wasn't A.J. Brown celebrating after the Super Bowl, because his mentality, like Jalen Hurts says, we're continuing to get better. That's how you fall into a Super Bowl hangover, where you're happy about one Super Bowl. No, I want multiple Super Bowls. You look at the greats. You think Jerry Rice didn't care about just winning one Super Bowl. You better look at Jerry Rice's documentary. Jerry Rice was focused on the next year. He was putting in the work the following year. He got over that Super Bowl. After that Super Bowl, he was back to work. Eagle fans would have a problem with Jerry Rice doing what he did right now if the media was the way the media was. I have a problem. They would ask, does Jerry Rice want to be here? Does Jerry Rice not? Why is Jerry Rice not happy we're 4-0? The Eagle fans would want Jerry Rice. Some of these Eagle fans make me mad because some of these Eagle fans would want the prime Jerry Rice traded if he caught out some coach who should deserve to be coached. That should be called out, excuse me. Kevin Patullo's a clown. And I'm sorry if you think A.J. Brown should have just kept his mouth shut. That don't work like that. Players are allowed to speak their mind. And again, if you don't like what A.J. Brown's saying, here's a newsflash for you. Ready? Don't follow him, man. Mute his tweets. You're not focused. You're not forced. No one put a gun in your head and told you to follow A.J. Brown. You do it because you want to. If I don't like what someone says, I don't follow them. I don't follow every Eagle player. I don't care what they say. All I care about is what they do on Sundays. And I know what A.J. Brown is. I know what the player he is. I know the mentality that he has on his team. And they've gravitated towards him. Devontae Smith looks up to him. So why y'all clowns over here talking about A.J. Brown? Did you not say that about Devontae Smith? Are you calling for training for Devontae Smith too? Because guess what? Devontae Smith called out his offensive coordinator 2 weeks ago, he flat out said, I think we need to get better at offense. Who do you think he was talking about? You think he was talking about Jalen Hurts? Or do you think he was talking about Kevin? But I don't hear one person saying that he's a diva. When Devontae Smith, in that post game in his Nick Sirianni's rookie year, said, I think we need to run the ball. He was literally upset saying, I think we need to run the ball. The clip is still there on my page. You can go look at it. For all you people that are new, Devontae Smith has always said the same thing A.J. Brown's been saying. When you are crying about A.J. Brown's always angry. Wow. He's saying things like throwing his guy. Let me tell you something, bro. You better go look at Devontae Smith's press conference. But the only reason they're doing this is because he was named captain. Of course he's a captain. Do you see the videos that he posts on his channel? Do you see the guys that he was helping out? The work that he was putting in? For you to call him that shows your lack of integrity of just being real as an Eagle fan. Because you're not telling the truth. You're sitting there saying we can win without him. No, we can't. The record says otherwise. If we can win without him, how come we couldn't win versus the Buccaneers game? If we could win without him, how come we couldn't win in the 2023 playoff game? Stop being stupid. You don't win without A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is so important to this team. So, it's unfortunate that we got tunnel vision Eagle fans who said, well, A.J. Brown shouldn't be crying. A.J. Brown, how about you say Kevin Patullo needs to call a better game plan? Well, he's a first year EC, and I keep hearing that all the time, and it pisses me off. When I had an Eagle fan tell me that at work, I really wanted to tell him that you're a Stafford apologist and you need to get the hell out of my face. But it's, I don't care how we win. I don't care. You know how they go. They don't understand some of these Eagle fans, listen, that's a lot of their opinion. But as I told him, I said, I just want to know what your thoughts were. I really wanted to tell him we're winning because of talent. Okay, well, and then he tells me, okay, well, that's your opinion. No, that ain't my opinion. That's a fact. What do you mean it's opinion? It's a fact. What's an opinion about it? We're winning because of talent. It's not an opinion, dummy. It's not. What's an opinion? You're seeing it on the field. Are you not watching the games? You got Eagle shirts all day. You're wearing Eagle shirts. Your wife has an Eagle shirt. Do you not watch the games? Tell me it's opinion. Bro, I wanted to lose my mind. But I was fortunate I had to be professional. I had to be nice to the idiot. But he's an idiot. Flat out a fat idiot who clearly didn't watch the games. It's your opinion. How's it in my opinion? You're winning because of talent, bro. You think we're winning because of coaching? This guy would tell me it's my opinion. It's your opinion if you think we're going to win. I don't care how we win. Okay, we win by 2 field goals. Well, that's because you are not real passionate about your team. You're passionate when it comes to Eagles football in general, but you're not passionate like I am. You probably were saying the same thing in 2023. Yeah, I don't care. We're just winning. It don't matter. Until the playoffs came around. And then, oops, you can't win like that. I had a fan tell me that yesterday. Ooh, I wanted to curse at him so bad. Yeah, that's your opinion, bro. It's not my opinion, dummy. We're winning because of talent. What is you talking about? Are you not watching the games? How are you going to come and tell me that Kevin Patullo is a first-year offensive coordinator? Buddy, he's been there since Nick has gotten here. He's seen the best. He's seen the worst. We're not acting like this guy's brand new, just came and we hired him. This guy's been here in the building through the Brian Johnson era, through the Shane Steichen era, through the Nick Sirianni era, where we were calling for his job as a rookie coach. Stop with that stupid narrative. And if he is a new offensive coordinator, guess what? Let me tell you something. He's been waiting a long time for this opportunity. Then maybe we should just, I don't know, get someone to help him out. Because clearly he's over his head if he's a new offensive coordinator. And even new offensive coordinators, let me tell you something. I've seen new offensive coordinators in this league right now that's calling a better game plan than he is. Because there's two of them that I've seen so far that are new that's calling a better game plan. So I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. I don't. You either got it or you don't. We don't got time to baby new offensive coordinators. I keep hearing that. Here's a new offensive coordinator one. He's been there for 4 years. Stop making excuses. Stop making excuses. He's been there for 4 years since Nick got here. You think he was brand new? Did you think we just hired him? Newsflash, we did not. He's been there for 4 years. He supposedly, according to Nick, helped with the Super Bowl preparation. Which I seriously doubt that one. I think Kellen did the work. I think he just stayed there and waited for his opportunity. Because clearly he didn't get Kellen's Moore's brain and pick his brain and say, what do you do better at, Kellen? What is your strengths? That's what he should have did. He should have asked Steichen and Kellen Moore. Because if I know I'm going to be an offensive corner down the road, I'm going to get as much knowledge as possible. I'm going to go back and watch Kellen Moore's tape, and I'm going to put that in my game. Because that's what great offensive corners do. That's the ones that want to be head coaches do. The best learns from the best. And they continue to learn, and they continue to get better. We don't got time to baby an offensive corner, bro. We got a Super Bowl roster loaded. If you're not ready, step aside, like I said on Quezzy's channel when the guy made a comment to Kevin's a new offensive corner, relax. No, you relax. And understand the stakes that we have right now. They're higher than ever before. Stop being stupid. And understand that we don't got time to relax. You don't got time. You got a tough schedule, man. It'd be different. You're playing easy cupcake teams. Then you probably can just relax. But you're not. You're playing tough teams coming up. This is the hardest schedule that we ever had. Since probably what? After the Super Bowl loss, maybe? In 2023? This is probably the hardest. We've won the second hardest schedule, I believe. The third or fourth, I believe. I think the Giants have the number one. So you don't got time to relax. We don't got time to baby little Kevin. While we pat him on his head and say, it's all right, Kevin. You'll get. No, man. Either you get your shit straight, or we get you up out of here and find a new offensive coordinator, or we let someone else take over, whether it's the running back coach at this point. Because he can call a better play. I guarantee someone down in our coach staff can probably call a better game plan than what Kevin's doing now. If I'm getting 2 good quarters of football every game, you can go now. You could go now. And I'll go hire someone like Jim Caldwell out of retirement. I'll try to get him out of retirement somehow and make him the offensive coordinator. Or there's someone unemployed that's offensive coordinator that wasn't bad, that was just fired because of a trash team. I'll go hire them and bring them in and let them learn as the season goes along. Or let Jalen at this point call the plays. Because we don't got time to wait, man. All this waiting for Kevin to finally grow up and grow his pair of balls when he's been there for 4 years. Come on, man. It's pathetic, bro. You're pathetic for even saying that. This guy want to tell me, oh, it's your opinion. I don't care how we win. Well, of course you don't. Because you're not really a Philadelphia true Eagles fan that understands what's happening. You're just a fan. You're a typical Eagles fan. You don't bleed. You don't rock the same way as I do. That's why I keep saying when they said there's no difference as Eagle fans. Yes, there is. We are 2 different people. There's two different groups of Eagle fans. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. My phone died. It's just the truth, man. There's 2 different groups of Eagle fans. There's the typical, I'm going to be okay with everything goes. I'm going to be okay with everything. It don't matter how bad it is. I just glad the Eagles are playing. And then there's the fans like me who expect when you win a Super Bowl, your job is to get better. And how do you improve? If this Kevin Batula guy was getting better, and he was actually making strides, and he in this press conference was sitting there saying, guys, I will get better, and he actually showed it, then I wouldn't be hard on him. If we weren't losing because of Kevin Batula's play calling, I wouldn't be calling out Kevin Batula. But unfortunately, let me put this up, man. Let me see if I can post it to my Twitter page. See if I can find it. I don't give a fuck, man. Get out of here. Tell me restore. Restore it. What, man? Come on, bro. Let me take this hat off real quick. Sorry, my head hurt. It's too hot with the hat on. Let me do it. Your boy's upset to the point where he's starting to sweat, man. Kevin McCullough is making me sweat it out, man. Why is he doing this to me? I shouldn't have to feel like this, man. But unfortunately, Eagle fan, you gotta live through the good or bad. And I've been through the worst. Gotta get AJ involved. Casual fans will blame him, but the root of the problem is absolutely. Absolutely. I think AJ needs to get involved, and I think this is the game you have to do it. You also got to get Jahan Dotson. Why is Jahan Dotson not getting targeted? That's what someone should ask Kevin Patullo. Why is Jahan Dotson not getting involved? Like, we don't use him at all, but we put him on special teams, which get him off on special teams, man. He's not a good punt return. Not right now. This is why I didn't want to get rid of Ainias Smith. Because did you see that punt return he had in preseason? I would have kept him on the roster. I think that was stupid to get rid of him. Because I could have used him on special teams. He would have been a perfect special teams guy. You out here bringing Britton Covey. Why? He's average at best. We haven't had a special punt returner since probably Josh Huff. And maybe Darren Sproles was the second one. But that's it. We haven't had a kick returner. So Darren Sproles would have probably been a kick returner or a punt returner. Josh Huff would probably be the other one. But I would have loved to see what Ainias Smith would have done on punt return. Because he had the speed to get down, man. But you wanted to keep guys like Sidney Brown on the roster. Oh, by the way, this goofy dude on IG told me, well, maybe you should play football. I did. Well, you never played football. And you're like, how you going to tell me when I didn't play? Why I look at his profile, and this guy's out here with a profile with him fishing. Bro, I don't take you seriously, man. Then I look at your pictures, and you're not even, you don't even have a football helmet in your background. How the hell are you going to tell me? Where's your picture of you playing football? Are you still in high school playing football? Shut up, clown. I'm an adult, bro. But I could show you a picture of me playing football. The question is, can you show yourself playing football? How you going to tell me? And so what? I don't play football. Does that mean I don't know football? So you have to play the position to understand the position? No, you don't. A lot of people play football. That don't mean they know football. For example, Chase Daniels played football. He don't know football. There's a lot of guys play football. They don't know football. That's why some women should have talk shows like Cam Newton. Don't know football. T.O. was a dog. We needed it at the time. Donovan was imitated by that. He was a diva. That is what a diva is. Someone who's imitated by success. That doesn't like someone being greater than them. A guy that's off the field issues. McNabb has always been like that since college. College in Syracuse. Go look at the reports that were coming out of his scouting. Had all the talent. But was a horrible leader. Do you understand? Syracuse was so happy. Hell, when Carson Wentz was drafted, everybody in Syracuse was happy he was gone. Not Syracuse, North Dakota, I believe. How Frank Reich didn't want him. He said there was issues, and we still drafted him. I like Jeff Garcia. I thought Jeff Garcia was a good backup, man. You know what I'm saying? Jeff Garcia, I would have made him the franchise quarterback. I'm sorry. Yeah, y'all can get mad at me. I'd rather have Jeff Garcia as my franchise quarterback. I thought Jeff Garcia was a good quarterback, actually. Let me pull it up real quick. Let me find a video. I just posted it. Did I? Please tell me I posted it. My phone just died. Fuck. Did I post it? Oh my god, I didn't post it. Oh shit. Did I post the video, man? My phone just died as soon as I posted it. Probably not. Probably didn't go through yet. Oh my god. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I find it. Man, everybody focus on AJ Brown, bro. Again. What was it on? It was on John Clark, right? Was it John Clark who had it? It was AJ Brown and Devontae Smith. Hold up. It was AJ Brown and Devontae Smith that was walking off. Let's see if I can find it. Let me see if I find it online. We're just gonna watch it there. Because these goofballs won't show it. Or hurt their narrative that AJ is the only one that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, he's a captain. He's supposed to not get upset. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's so worried about AJ Brown. Where is it at? There it is. There it is. Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up for y'all. Let's see if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it, man. It's on Instagram. But I'm able to pull it up anyway. Alright, pull it up real quick. Alright. Yeah, let's do it that way. Copy it. Spot. Yeah, let's share it. Let's share it to everybody. Let's share it. Let's share it so y'all can see how silly you are when you make a narrative that AJ Brown's the only problem. And I bet the media won't show this. They showed it one time, they even showed it again. Why is this not floating around the internet? I had to go to IG to find this. Shout out to the guy who posted on IG. I think it was John Clark. It should be posted everywhere. Because if you actually had a brain and you did your research, which, you know, I'm not saying everybody's stupid. But there's a lot of people who just throw the narrative. A.J. Brown's unhappy. How do you know A.J. Brown unhappy with the Eagles? He's unhappy with the play calling. But how do you know A.J. Brown is unhappy? Did you talk to him? Then Huge Douglas says, I had sources. No, you don't. Your sources are bullcrap. Just like Joe Gigolo and Dan Sileo had sources. Come on, man. Hold up. Where's it at? Hold up. Go back. Go back. Hold up. Give me a second. There you go. Hold up. Let me post another link. There we go. Post it. Alright. Hold up. Come on. Alright. See if it pulls up. It should be posting. Let's see if we pull it up. See if it posts. Paste. Alright, it should be posting. A second. Give it a second. Alright, hold up. Pull it up. I don't know why it's now struggling. It was just posting the Kevin Tulo video. Maybe it's just the IG. I don't know, man. There it is. Aha! There we go. Alright, let's pull this through real quick. Let's see if they post this one. Let me turn my microphone so y'all can hear it. Because no one's talking about this. Nobody is talking about this. Nobody is talking about this at all. There we go. Come on. Give me a second. So yeah, shout out to the guy who posted this. Let me see. Yeah, no one's gonna post that though. They won't do that. They'll hurt their narrative. It's a narrative with AJ Brown, man. AJ Brown, Devontae Smith after the game. Let me post it. Oh, why is it? Okay, hold up, man. Give it a second. It should be coming. I don't know why it's not doing that. There we go. All right. There we go. That's what. Let me take that down. Hold up. Let me just remove this. Yeah, remove that. Yep. Remove that, and then put this back on, and just do it this way. Alright, let me do that real quick. Hold up, give me a second. Sometimes I just gotta play the video and all that. I'm still learning. Alright, there we go. And hit that like button. Appreciate y'all. I don't know how many likes there is, but hit that like button. We try to have fun, man. We try to have fun. But this is the narrative that everybody should be talking about. Not this AJ Brown trade bullshit. This is our receivers, man. No one is talking about this guy. Nobody's talking about this at all. I don't see it on Twitter. When it's everybody after this video, I want y'all to go to his IG and copy it and send it to everybody on Twitter. I want this to go viral. Hold up, if I could get this working. Why can I not get this work? Why can I not get this working? I might have to download it, man. Because if IG is making me sign in, that's probably why. But it's making me sign. I mean, it's weird. All right, let me see if I can do this. See, all right, let's see if we can do this. All right, let's do this way. Hold up. Let's just copy it and I'm gonna post it on Twitter and I'll just do it that way. Because it's easy. It's easy to do. It's easy to do that. We're just gonna download and we're gonna paste it. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're just gonna paste the video. And we're just going down from here. I ain't got time to click on it. If it's not loading yet. I don't know if it is. Is it loaded? No, it's not. Alright. Let's do it this way. Fuck it. I'm just gonna download the video and then I'm just gonna post it. That's what we're gonna do. I don't got time. I'm wasting people's time, man. These are like, where's the video? Well, it was supposed to be here, but they make you want to sign in. I'm not gonna sign into IG. I don't know my password. I really don't, and that's a me problem. Yes, yeah. Get that out of here, man. Get that out of here. All right, here we go. Hold up. What the fuck? What's my? Okay, whatever. Hold it. Give me a second. So yeah, well, let's just download that, and I'm just gonna post it. I'm gonna just post it on my page. So we're gonna do. And I can do things like that. All right, here we go. Download that. Okay. Just download. Yep. All right. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna share it. But I want people to understand that it's not just AJ. It's not. People can make a narrative of this. It's not. It's really not. It's not. But let's get this. Hold up. Let's go back. Cancel. Back. Go to Windows. Yeah. Let's go to clip. Alright, there you go. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's go to video. Yeah, I know how to do it. Alright, hold up. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Hold up. Alright, let's do this way. Fuck it. I'm still trying to figure this out. Yeah, alright, here we go. Alright, so media files, add a source. That's what I like about it, man. Eventually you learn things and you can download things But yeah, let's post it, man. All right, here we go. Let's put it on a loop. So you're only doing it because they get I'm not going to what about what he did on Twitter? But look at the reaction of Devontae players. Now, do me a favor. Go to the guy. Type it on. Why don't receivers look unhappy? Y'all want to focus on A.J. Brown. He's a deep. Why is he sitting on Huh? Because he don't look happy. Why? He's 4-0. That's what y'all saying, right? Right? Y'all get mad at Jill Hurts and say why he's not happy. Why is he not smiling? I told you the first thing I So I don't get 5 people. I don't device. Is that better? Can y'all hear me better? I can't really see what's going on. You gotta have to tell me. Can y'all hear me better? I just muted it. I'm sorry about that, guys. I really am. Alright, let's see. Let's see if I can fix this shit. Can y'all hear me better? Media file. Take that down. Can y'all hear me better? Y'all hear me? Put a 1 if you can hear me. Let me see. Maybe media files. Yeah, that's weird. Let me know y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Is it still making noise? Um, I can't hear you. Video's too loud. I hear you. Uh, um, it should be good now. All right, let me hold up. Let me mute myself and let me see some. I'm gonna mute myself. Let me see my live stream real quick. What the fuck's happening? All right, so I can fix this shit. Yeah, I can't. I don't have my phone, so I really can't see. All right, we're gonna figure it out. Let's see. We're gonna figure it out. Because if it's playing in the background still, then if I mute it, I'm gonna take it down. They probably can't hear me. Come on. All right, let's figure this out. Come on. Y'all hear me? What the fuck is why's blank? This fucking okay. Hold up, man. Okay. We got 8 likes. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, that's weird. That's so fucking weird. I apologize, guys. I really do. All right, let's see. All right, there we go. Y'all hear me? Is that better? Let's see. We got 8 likes. Appreciate y'all. Can y'all hear me? Is that better? So fucking weird. I apologize, guys. I really do. Let's see. What the fuck is going on? That's weird. What the fuck? Hold up. Yeah, I don't know why he's doing that, man. Hold up. There we go. Y'all hear me? Is that better? Alright, the thing should be off. Let's see. We got 8 likes. Appreciate y'all. Can y'all hear me? Is that better? So fucking weird. I apologize, guys. I really do. Alright, let's see. Y'all hear me better? Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Y'all hear me better? Is that better? You? Y'all hear me? Is that better? You? Can you hear me? I can hear you. The video is too loud to hear you. Can't hear you. It's still loud? Is alright, hold up, man. Let's see. It should be fine now. It should be fine. It should be fine. Let me know, y'all. Y'all hear me better? Can y'all hear me, or do you hear the video? Can y'all hear me? Is that better? Here we go. Should be fine. You hear me? I can hear you. The video is should be fine. I really can't hear the video. I mean, not from where I'm hearing. And I'm playing the video as on my channel. I don't hear the video. I think I just turned it down.
Can y'all hear me?
Let me know if y'all hear noises. Do y'all hear the noises? Is the video still playing? Can you hear the video?
Yep. Should be fine.
If not,
okay.
let me know. Cause I don't wanna talk while the video is making noise in the background. I mean, it's not the point. I wanted no audio. I forgot to turn the audio down. I apologize, guys. Let me see something. And now it's muffling. I mean, that's what it does, bro. I just gotta. Alright, hold up, man. Why does it do that, bro? Give me a second. Why is it buffering? Refresh the chat. It's not supposed to do that. Okay, here we go. It should be good now. It should be good. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, like, the video should be alright. Alright, let's see. Y'all hear me? Is that better? You. Anybody hear me? I don't know. I really can't tell because I don't have my phone. So you gotta tell me if there's any background. Let me know in the chat. Because I'm gonna take this off, unfortunately. If it's buffering in the background, let me know. Y'all are my eyes right now. I can't really see because I don't have my phone. I see it buffering again. Again, I don't know why it does it. It's freezing for some reason. I think it's YouTube more likely. I think they're trying to copyright me for something. Let's see. Just gonna grab my iPad for it. Let's do that way. Cause I want to be able to do a stream. Give me a second. Come on, man. Stop fucking playing with me. There we go. Alright, let's see the background. I'm gonna see it. Alright. Is it copyrighted? No, it's not. Alright. It should be good. It should be good. I got the audio on my iPad. It should be good. I'm gonna put some more light so people can see.
Should be good. Alright, yeah. You shouldn't be able to hear the audio. If you hear the audio, because I don't hear it. I don't hear it. And I have my iPad, and my iPad is like loud. So it's full volume. So unless you hear the audio of Devonta Smith and AJ Brown after the game, that's not the point. The point was, so I apologize, guys. But yeah, what I'm saying is the narrative is, and I think we already beat the narrative enough, man. But the narrative is, that you can't just throw a narrative out. I'm sorry. So the point of the narrative is you can't just throw the narrative out. to fit your narrative. Devontae Smith is upset too. These guys want to win. These guys want to win. And that's the truth. They want to win. I think that people gotta understand Devontae Smith is allowed to be unhappy. AJ Brown is allowed to be unhappy. We're not playing football that we should be playing at. And for people to say they should be happy or get them up out of here, stop it, man. You know, say you sound like a goofball doing that because you don't understand as a football player because y'all say you play football, but when I look at your background, you have fishing profiles and you don't have anything that has a football helmet on your head. So I know that you're bullshit. Okay, when the guy tells me that Sidney Brown, oh, you never played football, you never played junior high, how are you going to tell me? I love that comment, by the way. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, I just like, all right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You don't think I play football? Okay, I can show you a picture I played football, man. Can you show you what stuff? That I don't see on your profile. Or you still in high school. How you going to tell me when I'm an adult, little boy? You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth. That's the truth because at the end of the day, Devontae and A.J. Brown are unhappy because of the offensive coordinator and the ability to get them the ball. And that's Kevin Patulu's job. If you cannot get them the ball, you're going to have guys that are unhappy because they know they can contribute. AJ and Devontae after the game were unhappy. You talk about AJ Brown should have never tweeted the quote. How are you going to tell a grown man? Do we tell people what they are allowed to tweet? Are you going to tell the next dude, hey, don't tweet that? That's mean. How are you going to tell another grown man because he's an athlete, he's not allowed to tweet certain things? So what? He tweets out a verse off the Bible. It's better than going to the media and saying, hey, AJ, what's the problem? Talk to the offense coordinator. Because you'd be off arms if he did that. Which I wouldn't have a problem with, honestly. Because I remember when AJ Brown did call out the offense. We went 4 straight wins in a row with back-to-back passing yards, I believe. He was leading in receiving yards. Was he not? For just calling out the media. I'm saying they're calling out the offense to the media. Where everybody's making a big deal out of it. So I think AJ Brown should talk to the media and tell them what he really feels. And I think people need to stop being babies and infants. They talk about AJ Brown's being a child. No, you're being a child. Because we are better off with AJ calling out the bullshit. But you want to hide your little head in the clouds while the offense coordinator can get a little pass in your head because he's a new play caller. AJ should have go after him. Shut up, man. You want AJ Brown to stop being a diva. What's your definition of a diva? Because yours and mine are 2 separate things. Do you want a guy that wants to win or do you want a guy that doesn't care? Do you want a guy that understands there's more to be great by sometimes not being happy with the things that you put out on the field? Sometimes a receiver not being happy is not him being a diva. It's him knowing that he can contribute some way, somehow, and they're not giving him a chance. But y'all jump to conclusions. Y'all fucking filthy ass fucking filled up your disgraceful media, including ESPN. That's why I don't watch ESPN. The narrative is AJ Brown is selfish. It's crap, man. Because he throws out a little Bible quote, and you automatically think it's a bad thing, man. Hold on, let me turn my light on, man. There we go. Sorry about that. You throw out a narrative. AJ Brown ain't saying nothing about the office score. He just refused to talk to the media. You get mad with him when he talks to the media, and he says how he feels. Everybody was so up arms of what he said 2 weeks ago. They're like, "Boy, this guy demands the ball all the time. He don't. Who the hell is he? He's a diva. We should trade him." But then when you don't speak to the media, you have an issue. Make up your mind, man. Like I said before, make up your mind. Do you want him to be vocal or do you not want him to be vocal? because you can't have it both ways. You want him to be a robot when he's a human being just like us. I don't like when guys are silent, and I don't like when AJ Brown is silent like this. That's why I love when he talks to me and tells you what he wants. Whether it hurts you deep down and it hurts your pride, the truth hurts. The truth will set you free. Whether he says that I think we need to pass the ball more, and I agree with him. How can anybody disagree with him? Only the Philadelphia media would tear a guy down that's done nothing but win for him, win for them. Delivered a Super Bowl champion wide receiver, and you over there crying because he didn't talk to y'all. He shouldn't even talk to you at all. If I'm AJ Brown, I would not speak to the media for the rest of the year. Y'all don't deserve a story. You deserve to sit with nothing but trash. Y'all make up a narrative since y'all like doing it anyway. You have no problem making a narrative off of him. Keep doing what you do. You don't need a story from him. You don't need to hear from him. You already put it in your head that he's a diva. There's nothing that he can do that changes your mind. He can go save 100 million babies in a burning building, and y'all still say, well, he's a diva. He's all by himself. He can go out there and say the nicest things about his players, and you'll find a way to trash him. Maybe you're the problem. And I'm talking about some of these Eagle fans that I hear on IG, and I call them trolls. But the real Eagle fans know AJ Brown ain't the problem. It's the offense coordinator. They'll trash Jalen Hurts on WIP. They'll trash the wide receivers. They'll trash anybody that goes against what they believe in. And that to me is a sick media. When you have a media and these guys come up here, and I know what Fangio said, by the way, to that one guy. He said, you stir up a lot of shit. I was laughing when he said that. Now, what if the media is going to come out and say Fangio is a disgraceful old man? We should fire Fangio because how dare you cause out a media for doing their job? But I heard people in the comments saying, hey, Fangio's on their Fangio, that's a guy that went. Oh, but when the agent does it, you have an issue. So wait, if a coach does it, you're okay with it. If anybody without a C on their chest does it, you're okay with it. But AJ does it, you have an issue with it. Let it be any of these players other than Jalen and AJ Brown. You have an issue with it. You sound like a little bitter little lady. You sound like a bitter old lady. That's what you sound like. You talk about AJ needs to grow up. I think you need to grow up and understand players don't do what they did back then. It was to stay silent under the locker room. They speak their mind. And if you have an issue with AJ Brown, what he says on Twitter, maybe you shouldn't follow him then. Because maybe you are too, weak-minded or mentally unstable and too much of deep down Eagles cheerleading pom-pom pride that you can't get yourself out of the ways of maybe AJ Brown's right. Maybe if the media wasn't a bunch of pieces of garbage that don't stir up shit like WIP does, because they love talking about they do their job. No, your job is to be real. Your job is to be real and ask questions. When you have Nick Sani on your WIP show, why don't you ask him who's calling plays and stop talking about AJ Brown? Did you talk to AJ Brown? Why the fuck would you talk to AJ Brown for? That's the stupidest, dumbest shit that I've ever heard in my lifetime. What's he gonna tell AJ Brown? Hey AJ Brown, I know you're upset, but you shouldn't tweet those mean things about our offense coordinator. What? And AJ Brown will be talking about, well, maybe you should give me the ball more. Maybe you should be a better coach and tell your offense coordinator who you hired that I promoted that I thought was going to be good to call good game plan. How dare you tell something like, what do you want Nick Sani to do? Maybe AJ Brown should. Maybe you should understand players have feelings too. And it's a job at the end of the day. And just like you go to your job and work at your best, and when you're not good at your job or you mess up, you're upset too. These players do the same thing. They have a job to do. And if they look bad on their stat resume, people are going to wonder, people speculate, are they bad? How many people told me that A.J. Brown, I've seen on IG post comments, A.J. Brown is washed, A.J. Brown is hurt. Then it turns out it wasn't A.J. Brown was hurt, because then he says, I'm not hurt. I'm fine. But then you got these nerds on Twitter showing that all 22 of A.J. Brown missing one block. Did you show the 50 of them when he did block? Or did you show the one thing? Well, I'm sorry, A.J. Brown, that's his lazy effort. Eventually, players just give up. I'm sorry, if I was A.J. Brown, I wouldn't block for nobody anymore either. You want to know why? Why the hell would I waste my time when my offense coordinator don't care about me? Y'all keep telling me I'm a diva. I'm going to show you what a diva looks like. A.J. Brown's lazy for, and then I watched that play, and it wasn't even A.J. Brown's job. A.J. Brown missed the block. Who cares? You know who else missed blocks, man? The offensive line. You know who else missed blocks? Saquon Barkley missed the block. You weren't up roar over him, missed blocks. Devontae misses blocks. Everybody misses blocks, man. But you're focused on one thing to bash them. These nerds on Twitter that has everybody thinks because they've all 22, they're suddenly experts. They're Brian Baldinger. They're Dana Laskis. They think they can run around here and say, oh, well, I'm a smart guy because I bought the all 22 on NFL.com for $9.99. No, you're still a buffoon. Just people follow you because they're stupid too. Just because you break down film, don't mean you know what you're talking about. You break down the wrong film. Show me where the plays were developed. Because I probably could show you more than I could tell you. I watched the film, not the all 20, because I don't need, listen, anybody says you need all 22 to watch. No, you don't. You watch the freaking games. That's a stupid lie. I'm not paying on, well, for what? So I can watch 100 different plays of this offense missing blocks. I know the offense is struggling. But I also know the receivers are struggling. And maybe if the offense was struggling, it could be due to the fact that receivers and the offensive coordinator are not. Sometimes the offensive coordinator can affect the offensive line who are struggling, but doesn't help when your offensive coordinator can't get guys open. Because that makes the offensive line job harder. Because what is the offensive line job to do? It's to block for the quarterback. And if your quarterback still has the ball in their hands, maybe if the offensive coordinator actually did his job, the offensive line would be a lot better. But you got dummies out on Twitter talking about Landon Dixon's not healthy right. Well, if you know Landon Dixon ain't healthy, if you're Kevin Batula, it makes it on it. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but why would you try to, I don't know, make their life a little bit harder by having long, unrealistic developing plays so the quarterback has to stand in the pocket too long? Why don't you have a quicker route running combination so the ball can come out faster? Just saying. Because if offensive line is not ready 100%, and your job as offensive coordinator is to make it the job of the offensive line and the receiving corps jobs easier, is that the offensive line's fault or is that your fault? It's the offensive coordinator. Just wondering. This is why a lot of them will have claps on me. I can't get Xander on my page. You want to know why? Because I'll embarrass him. Joe Gigolo has said many times he wanted to come. I keep asking him, hey, come on my page. Come on my channel. And you know damn well he won't come on there. Because I'll call him out for his bullshit. Just like I called out his buddy friend that he has on his page, on his show. He blocked me. You saw the video. I showed you the video of the dude who wanted to get mad at me. Because I called him out. I said, go root for a new team. You don't like Jalen Hurts? Oh, I'm not going to root. Why not? You have no problem criticizing him for every little thing that he doesn't do. And there's no problem criticizing, but when you bashfully disrespect him and you say he's a noodle arm and you say he's a horrible player, why don't you go root for a quarterback that you love so much? Go root for the Chargers. You don't like our quarterback, right? Well, too bad, because our quarterback ain't going nowhere. So if you're one of those people that hate A.J. Brown that much, you think he's a diva, go root for a new team. Because he ain't going nowhere. And do me a favor, when you say A.J. Brown is the one unhappy, just make sure you make that video reality in your head. Because that's Devontae Smith right there. That was after we were so-called 4-0. Do you see him happy? Because I don't. I'm going to keep playing that clip over and over again until these goofballs get it. That it's not just A.J. freaking Brown. It's Devontae Smith that looked just like A.J. Brown. Unhappy, but you don't say anything because it's Devontae Smith. And I'm glad he's too unhappy. Because it proves my point that Kevin Patullo and Nick Snyder are not getting it. And when they sit there and tell me that they have a good relationship with A.J. Brown, no, you don't. Because if you had a good relationship with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, like you said, you would understand their feelings. And you would help them by getting them the ball. Your two best receivers have not had more than 5 catches in the last 2 games. And you make your quarterback look like he's trash, and he's not. Jalen Hurts is one of the best quarterbacks that I've ever seen take it off, and this is why I love when people tell me Jalen Hurts ain't great. Shut up. Because he has to deal with Kevin Patullo, he had to deal with Brian Johnson, and he's yet continue to make them look good. You give Josh Allen Kevin Patullo, I don't think he can do anything more. You give him Patrick Mahomes, you think Mahomes is making him? No. How Caleb Williams couldn't even do nothing. Give him any quarterback other than Jalen Hurts and see what he would do. Kevin Patullo would be on a firing squad right now. He'd be on the firing table. They would be put him on the hot seat right now. But Jalen is keeping him from not losing his job right away. I'm going to ask you to chat this one. For all the people that want to criticize A.J. Brown. Are you going to have the same energy for Devontae Smith when he does that? From now on. Because I don't think they're a problem. But y'all do. Are you going to this? Why are you not on Devontae Smith's page on his IG and saying, why are you ungrateful? We're 4-0, Devontae. You're unhappy. Why are you unhappy? Why is Devontae unhappy? We're 4-0. I hate me type guys. Get Devontae out of here. Trade him. He's not catching the ball anyway. He dropped the ball anyway. Why are you not doing that? Because you know you look stupid. But your popularity opinion is attacking A.J. Brown because you know that's a popular narrative going around. Why aren't the media talking about why Devontae? I hear everybody talk about A.J. Brown should be happy. Well, Devontae ain't happy. But you goofy dudes don't have the balls to say that. Yesterday when I heard Nick Sutton's press conference, I had to turn it off. I couldn't watch the whole thing. When they asking, is A.J. Brown unhappy? Why is it just A.J. Brown unhappy? That's why A.J. don't talk to y'all. Because y'all freaking, what did Jalen Hurts say to y'all were? Rat poison. Y'all work for ESPN. You don't work for us. You don't work for the players. They should be banning every one of those media members that talk bad about A.J. Brown. Why does John McMullen ask the tough questions? Because he's afraid of losing his Eagles membership. Jeff McClain. That's why I respect him a little bit. Not always, but he will not be afraid to go after a coach. And a lot of people don't like when he goes after coaches. I like it. I like when the reports come out from Jeff McClain. And there's a lot of times where he says some dumb shit, but he's a better reporter than Ellie Shurparks. Or Dork Parks, what are you going to call him? Ellie Shurparks out here making grades. He's on WIP tomorrow. AJ was hard about block. Bro, do you understand these guys are human? Guys make mistakes all the time. I'm sorry, the guy that you should be talking about is the offensive coordinator. The job of the offense coordinator is to make everything easy for the receivers to get the ball. When you're an offense coordinator coming off a Super Bowl win, your job is to continue that legacy of being great as the OC, not the downfall. And for all these dummies, I want to say Kellen Batula is new. So is Kellen Moore. But the difference between Kellen Moore and Kevin Batula is Kevin Batula has a full offense, healthy. Other than Lane Johnson, which we won a game without Lane Johnson. But you have AJ who's playing at 100%. Devontae's playing at 100%. Jahan's playing at 100%. Everybody is caught up. The only one that ain't caught up is Nick and Kevin. Because they're playing when they have a chance to get the ball. They're playing above and beyond. They're playing better than Kevin Batula's play call, who has not showed up. Our freaking offense coordinator, again, when I'm reading the quotes, we got to get better in the second half. Your problem was in the second half, dummy. And that's how I know my offense coordinator, again, and I said this at the beginning, go back on, and I said this before, the offense coordinator don't even know what game we're playing. There we go. Sorry about that. He thinks they stole him.
I'm squeezing it so much. I'm really squeezing the shit out of it to the point where the thing, part of my language, I'm squeezing it to the point because I'm so angry at Kevin Batula. Because this narrative would never happen. The media would never be talking about it like this. The media started this when guys like Dan Silly opened his fucking mouth. And when I hear people clap with Dick Xander, I lose some respect for you. Not saying I lose all of it, because I rock with some of these Eagle content. I do. But why would you talk to him when he's been an absolute pain, especially with his narratives? And he doesn't hold Dan Sileo accountable. And when he does, it's like, wow, you finally hold him accountable. Why does he ask John McMullen? Why don't you ask the tough questions? When he has him every day, 24/7 on his page, why doesn't he ask him the tough questions? Why is Kevin Batula not ready to call an offense? And if Nick Stein says Kevin Batula is calling offense, then ask him this. Because you're a reporter, right? Your job is to report based on what's happening. But you have no problem reporting based off bullshit. AJ's unhappy. How do you know? Did you talk to him? Because he didn't talk to y'all. That's why y'all mad. Because he didn't talk to y'all. You think that you're privileged to talk to the players. You're not. You're not. Why would I talk to you? You don't do your job right. All you do is make them a narrative about him. All those people that sit there and say AJ is a problem, you're dopes. Because you won't have that same respect won't have that same issue with Devontae Smith doing it. And clearly, he's upset. And again, I like when my receivers are upset. Not because I like that and I enjoy it, because that shows me Kevin Batula is a problem. In order to fix the problem and throw the whole narrative that AJ's the diva when he's not, it's Kevin that you need to point the finger at. I mean, it's not just this clip. I can go in Saquon Barkley's press conference, Jalen Hurts' press conference, his post game, and everything he said, he not once said, shout to Kevin Batula. He said it last week because, everybody was saying, why is Jalen Hurts unhappy? Which I don't think he should praise Kevin Batula, but Jalen's going to do that because Jalen has to be a certain way. They changed Jalen to be more happy. Remember, Jalen don't smile that much. He should be a leader. Jalen needs to be more of a... How about you shut up and actually learn what football is? Maybe you should be a better journalist. Maybe you should be a better hostman on WIP. Maybe you should understand that players have feelings. And not everybody's a church boy. Not everybody's a church mouse. They're not going to be quiet every time. Not everybody's a J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. That's trash on the field. Oh, I'm sorry. You want guys who can catch the ball. That's the problem with these people, man. They want certain receivers to be certain ways. Newsflash, the receivers that you grew up with are not the same ones that are coming in this league anymore, man. Get used to it or shut the hell up. Or cry more. When you're banging on the table, trade A.J. Brown. Shut up, clown. The only one thinking is you. Trade you. Trade you to a fan base that don't deserve you. To trade you to a fan base, not the Eagle fan base. Because we don't want you here. With that stupid narrative. Trade A.J. Brown. Why the hell would I trade an all-pro? After he just got me a Super Bowl. You weren't saying trade A.J. Brown when he won you a Super Bowl, were you, clown? You were at that parade celebrating. You're fake. Fraud. Phony. Trade you. Do me a favor. Take your colors off. And go root for another team so you can be stupid over there. Go be dumb over there. Go be a Bills fan. So you can make dumb statements like that. How about get an offensive coordinator that knows how to do his job? The only reason I'm bringing A.J. Brown is because the media is hyping it up. And Eagle pages keep bringing this shit up. If they didn't bring this up, I wouldn't be talking about this. I didn't even know there was a thing. I thought we were done this conversation. But apparently, we're not. We're not. Maybe I feed into it. But I think that sometimes I have to be the one that set the tone. In a lot of narratives. Because no one is posting this. Again, the only one that's posting this is IG. This should go viral. Right here should be viral. But it's not. Because it doesn't fit a narrative. Send this to Dan Orlovsky. Send this to Rex Ryan. Send this to Get Up. And tell them again why they're dopes. How I send this to every WIP host that want to complain about A.J. Brown. Devontae did the same thing. Y'all didn't say nothing. And again, I love Devontae. But I'm not the one throwing the narrative that A.J. Brown should be traded. I'm not the one saying A.J. Brown's a diva. That's y'all. I just want y'all to keep the same energy for A.J. that you do to Devontae. That you do for Jalen, that you do for Saquon. When they do it, you better call everybody out that does it. Not just one. But y'all like to pick and choose who you want to do it to. Again, I'm not the one saying that. That's y'all dopes. You may burn our accounts, demanding A.J. Brown should be traded. When you physically can't trade him anyway. Which is the stupidest shit that I've ever heard. That's when I hear people talk about the New England Patriots should call up A.J. Brown. First of all, man, A.J. Brown don't want to go to no damn New England. He was a fan when Tom Brady was a quarterback, man. I don't think he wants to play with Drake May. Drake May is trash. Did you see how bad he looked last week? He was a fan of the Patriots when Tom Brady was the quarterback. Who would it be? Why would he want to go from a winning Super Bowl contender to a laughingstock, division bottom-feeding, trash bum team, man? Let's be realistic. And why would we... And first of all, man, you got nothing to offer for me to even move AJ. Nothing in the world would I trade my star receiver. The fuck out of my face. And we would destroy our whole team just doing that. How we ain't traded him. And any Eagle fan that's worried about trading AJ, AJ's not getting traded. Don't even feed into it. The reason why I'm feeding into it is because I got to be, unfortunately, as an Eagle consecrator, I got to keep the people in line. And when they got dopes on the internet that's spreading a rumor, I got to be the one to call them out. And I'll be damned if they're going to silence me. Y'all dopes, man. Every single one of y'all. That all out here talking about, why don't AJ don't talk to me? Because y'all don't deserve it. Actually be professional and ask the right questions and not start shit up. Maybe AJ would talk to you. Y'all dopes, man. Every single one of y'all. Hold on. Why is my audio? Let me see. Yeah, my audio sounds weird. Woo. Alright, let's see. Is this better? I haven't been following my ration. Why does my audio sound like that? Y'all hear me? Is that better? You. Mic 1, mic 2. You hear me? Is it better? Is that better? Why does it sound like it's cutting out and cutting in? Oh my fucking god. Please tell me I didn't just cut on that. Alright, let's see. See the middle. I got like 3 different audio switches, so maybe this audio is better. Maybe in the middle. Because I noticed in my live stream some of the audio will be out in it. Is it better? Is it better? Alright, is that better? Can you hear the echo? Which one sounds better? Put it in the chat. 1. This is 1. Is this better? I'm going to keep saying this is better so you can hear the audio. When I talk, is this better? Or, so put a 1 if you think this audio is better when I talk. Because I got 3 different switches, on, especially on my microphone. 2, this is 2. Me talking. Can y'all hear me clear? Which is more clear? Number 2 or 3? This is 3 right here. Me talking. Let me know the difference. 1 would be this one. 2 would be this. And 3. I'm sorry. 2 would be this. This is 2. And this is 3. Let me know. Put a 1 or a 2 or a 3 that's better audio. That you can hear clear. Because I want to know. Because whatever the chat goes by, I'm just going to keep that as my microphone. We ain't going to switch back and forth. Because I want y'all to be able to hear what I'm saying and not it going in and out. Because it seems like different ones go in and out. Let me know. Which one sound better? 1. This is 1. This is 2. I'm sorry. This is 1. This is so actually no. Is there only 2 switches? No. This is 1. This is 2. Wait. 1. This is 2. And this is 3. Let me know. They have Diggs who had 101 yards against the Panthers. They are good. Who? Drake May? Drake May's trash, bro. You ain't gonna tell me Drake May's good. I watched the man fumble. They played the Panthers. The Panthers are horrible. Oh, come on, man. The Panthers are good? The Panthers are trash. Come on, man. Anybody? I think the Eagles would have 101 yards on the Panthers, man. Well, probably not. Not with they probably have a better offensive coordinator. But Drake May is not good, man. So yeah, is this better? Which one's better? Let me know in chat. 1 or 2 or 3. Put a 1 if you like this one better. If you like 1, put a 1 if you like this one better. You, how you doing? All that. 2. This is 2. I'm sorry. This is 1 right here. 1, 1, 1. This is 2, and this is 3. Put a 1 or a 2 and 3. I want to hear from the chat before I continue. So I know, because, you know, sometimes my audio can be awful. That's what I'm asking. I need to know from my supporters. This is for y'all, man. If you're not able to hear me, then you know, I'm wasting my time. So, again, when I talk, let me know which here's better. You, how you doing? EC1. How you doing? EC1. Which one's louder? Okay. So when I talk like this. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Or this. How you doing? I forgot there's another. So this is 1. How you doing? How you doing? This is 2. And this is 3. Which one sounds more clear that you can understand? Let me know. And I want to know because again, I'm not using my iPad. I'm not going to continue to look at the video. I don't have audio in my headphones that can connect to the computer, so I can't hear myself talk. I really can't, unless I put the echo on, which I'm not going to do because that is annoying. Yeah. So let me know before we continue. Because a lot of people, because when I hear it, it sounds like it's going off in it. And I've noticed when I go play my live streams again, because sometimes I watch myself, especially on Sunday, I saw how it would go in and out, in and out. And as I change different ones, it's in and out. And some of them are clear and some of them are not. So I just want to know depths of the future so I know which one is which. So I know which one's which. Let me know. So let me move this one. So yeah, well, we pretty much covered it, man. Like, again, these people want to get mad at Devontae Smith, man. I mean, not mad at Devontae Smith. They want to get mad at A.J. Brown. They want to throw a narrative he's a diva, man. Y'all need to send the energy for Devontae Smith, man, if you're going to do that. And again, I don't have an issue with none of them. I like when players are vocal. I like when my quarterback's vocal. I loved when A.J. was vocal. I think that needs to be said. And I don't like how media bashes him. I don't. I think it's disrespectful. Because you're silencing him for telling the truth. And you're calling him a child for what? Because he's not happy about a 4-0 start? Neither is Devontae. But y'all run around and tell him he needs to grow up, man. Stop it, bro. Go have a seat, man. Devontae had more catches than A.J. Brown, and you don't see him smiling. So, I mean, the whole narrative is stupid. And I like both of them. Devontae's my guy. I rock with Devontae. I like A.J. Brown. But I think people pick and choose what players they want to attack. I mean, I think A.J. Brown is a guy that everybody wants to make him as a villain. And I don't think that's right. And eventually, you keep doing that shit, you'll get your fucking wish. So be careful what you wish for. Because it only takes certain players for them to just had enough of it. And I think the media is on 2 steps away from A.J. Brown. Might think about it. So y'all run around and talk about A.J. Brown's on that. Keep doing the dumb shit. And you'll get your fucking wish. Not that the Eagles would do it. Because they would be stupid to do it. But A.J. Brown might go up to the house and say, I want to be out of here, man. I can't do this media. Now, Howard Roseman won't do it. But it gets annoying with the media. And I can't imagine you go every day as an Eagles player. You can't live the right way without some clown talking about how you're a diva. I mean, it's draining. It's draining. You're the reason why players don't want to come here most of the time. And when we have elite players, you want to get rid of them. I don't understand that about Philly fans, man. Not Philly fans, but the Philadelphia media especially. You have 2 generational wide receivers. One of them you like, but the other one you have an issue with. We haven't had a receiver like A.J. Brown in a long ass time. I don't think we ever had one at all. And all he does is make the game special for us as fans, man. He does his job every day. I don't care what the fuck he says. As long as he catches that football when it's thrown him, which he does. And he goes out and puts in a big performance when he gets an opportunity. And he's passionate what he does. He puts the work in the offseason. I don't care if he goes out there and throws his quarterback under the... Not quarterback, that's crazy. I don't care if he throws his off corner as many times as he wants. AJ is the team. Newsflash you. When y'all run around and say, well, AJ's... Well, it's the Philadelphia Eagles, not the A.J. Brown show. Obviously it's not. Because the Philadelphia Eagles haven't won shit without A.J. Brown. So you're wrong. You can tell it's the logo all you want. No, it's not. It should be called the Philadelphia A.J. Browns. Because that's what it should be. Because you're not winning without A.J. Brown. You could try to act like you could replace him. You can't. There's nobody better than A.J. Brown. So, shut up. And stop talking stupid. We don't need A.J. Brown. Yeah, we do, though. We haven't won a game without A.J. Brown. Stop being dumb. Because you're emotional and your pain is in a bunch. Because he made you uncomfortable by telling you that Kevin Patullo was ass. He is. And you don't like him crying on the sidelines. Don't watch then. But while you have an issue, but you don't have an issue when Brady did it. You didn't have an issue if Jamar Chase did it. You don't have an issue when AJ did it. I don't know why the media won't show Jamar Chase throwing a meltdown on the sideline, because he did. Did you show George Pickens throwing it on the sideline media? No, you did not. You didn't call them divas. You called them winners. You said they got to get the ball. But y'all really talk about A.J. Brown. Shut up, clowns. Every single one of y'all don't have the same energy for these other players who do the same thing even more than A.J. Brown. Travis Kelce allowed to bounce off Andy Reid and yell at him, screaming in his face. And not one of y'all say that he should be traded. George Pickens slammed his helmet when he dropped the football. Are y'all running around here saying he needs to be traded? No, y'all not. Especially Cowboy fans ain't saying that. The media ain't going around and saying, hey, George Pickens is a problem, man. He might need to go. He's a bad teammate. Why is it only for quarterbacks to show leadership but not receivers? They're supposed to be quiet. They're supposed to do a job. But quarterbacks are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be yelling at the players. Not the receivers. They're supposed to be the ones that are vocal. But when a receiver gets a vocal, you have an issue with it. Why is that? Why is that? You label them as divas. But a guy like Tom Brady was a guy who threw his offensive line under the bus. Or Joe Burrow throwing his offensive line under the bus or his players under the bus. You call them great. You praise them. You want Jalen Hurts to be so much of a guy that throws his guys under the bus or talks to the coaches. But when AJ does it, you label him as a diva. Y'all don't make sense to me. Is it because he's a quarterback? That's okay. And I don't care if Jalen does it or not. But I don't care if my receivers do it. My receivers are captains too. But y'all label him as a diva. And I don't understand that. I hate the word diva being thrown out so many times. The diva is being so used over and over again. Anytime someone has an upset issue with not getting the ball, they're labeled as a diva. Maybe they're just passionate about getting the ball. But the ESPN, the same dudes who cry about A.J. Brown, did you not show the Jamar Chase when he was screaming at his coaches on the sidelines? Did you show the George Pickens play when he slammed his helmet? Where's the diva mentality there? Where's the memes going around that maybe him in a different uniform? Y'all do it with AJ. When Travis Kelce was bouncing off Andy Reid and screaming at him or bumping shoulder to shoulder with him, not once, but he did it 4 times. Were y'all screaming he was a diva? When it clearly was screaming at the coach. But let A.J. Brown do that. Oh my God. He's a locker room diva. Why is it that y'all want to do that for quarterbacks? Y'all say they need to be more vocal. But a receiver's supposed to be quiet. They're not supposed to make any noise. And how dare this A.J. Brown complain? But you want Jalen Hurts to be more vocal. You want him to complain about the coaching. But A.J. Brown's not allowed to do that. It's only quarterbacks allowed to do it. No, if you're a receiver, you got to be quiet. You got to shut up and take whatever given to you. These cats don't make sense. These people don't make sense. And these are former NFL players that are saying AJ's a diva. But if I go back and watch your career, I bet one of those days you were throwing attention on the sidelines. Maybe we should label you a diva too. I don't get these guys, man. And some of these guys have been played longer than A.J. Brown to even talk about him. You're not even on A.J. Brown's level. As an NFL pro level, even in college, you weren't on A.J. Brown's level. Who the hell is you calling a diva? You weren't even close to A.J., most of y'all. You were scrubs, bums, trash bums, horrible, disgraceful players that were pitiful to your offense or your defense. You didn't produce shit. They cut you immediately. They ain't trying to cut A.J. Brown. You want to know why? Because A.J. produces every year. A.J. has a job. While y'all scratching and barely clawing on ESPN shows like Damian Harris. You were a bum that was drafted to the Patriots. You were great in Alabama. And you did nothing. You were a college dropout pretty much. You went from college to NFL and no one remembers you. Who is you? You got Cam Newton. I love that ESPN brings up, well, he went to the envy. Like, every time they bring up a player, because a player doesn't like, because players are getting tired of Cam Newton's mouth. Like, Tua pretty much called him out. And Cam Newton, once talked about, and ESPN, Stephen A. said, yeah, See, Tua has no right to call a guy a clicker. You know, you are a quarterback. Oh, he was a quarterback that lost the Super Bowl. You were an MVP finalist. Like, bro. Nobody cares about Cam Newton. Nobody. You know who else was a MVP finalist? Many other quarterbacks. Some of them are not there anymore in the league. Who cares? You acting like that's irrelevant. We're just doing a job. No, you're not. You throw quarterbacks under the bus. You disrespect some of them. You treat them like garbage. You label receivers divas. Certain ones. You don't label Jamar Chase a diva. Jamar Chase can go in it. Jamar Chase literally. Let me find the clip, man. Because these people may be fucking angry when they play certain hero with certain receivers and they don't keep it real. They make me so angry when they show one player. They always focus on A.J. Brown. He's reading the book. Maybe he should stop reading the book. But you don't say nothing about Jamar Chase. Is Jamar Chase a diva? Because he's allowed to scream at his play. Where's that video, man? I'm about to show it, bro. I'm tired of these people throwing it. I will not let nobody disrespect AJ or Jalen ever again on my channel. You won't do it on my channel. I'll kick your ass out off the channel immediately. You ain't going to tell me that AJ Brown should be traded. Fuck out of here, man. And replace him with who? Who? John Doxson? Who? Who are you replacing him with? You think Devontae Smith is going to turn out to be that number one guy? You still need someone to help him out. Because then you'll end up like the Giants with Malik Neighbors. They can't get anybody to help him out. You see how Malik Neighbors is doing with the Giants, right? Why is that? Because they're pretty much doubling him now. Because no one else is really producing like AJ and Devontae. So you'll make Devontae Smith, and you don't think Devontae's complaining. You don't think Devontae will do what AJ's doing. You don't think Devontae will finally say, you know what, this offense is fucking horrible. You haven't watched Devontae, have you? Y'all say you do. Have you watched him when in Alabama when he didn't get the ball a lot? Devontae is a guy that speaks his mind. I don't know if you know that. There's a reason why the Dolphins chose Waddle over him. Because they knew that Devontae was very vocal. And they knew he couldn't put up with Tua that much. That's why he went to Philadelphia. That's why he's made for Philadelphia. That's why AJ is built for Philadelphia. Because they have the same passion. Devontae would flip out if he was the only guy in Philadelphia right now not getting the ball. You think that Devontae won't say nothing? Okay, let's say hypothetically, some magically, which is, again, I don't even know what the fuck we're even talking about this, but I got to put it in people's mind. You trade A.J. Brown somehow, someway, even though it's not going to happen, and there's no way you can do it, who are you drafting? What receiver is even close to A.J.? Once you ask the Tennessee Titans, how's Treylon Burks doing? Because they thought they had A.J. Brown 2.0. Where are they at now? How did it work out for Tennessee? They traded A.J. They did exactly what you clowns want them to do, the Eagles to do, and Howie to do. How is it working out for them? Their GM is fired and have been through 2 different roster changes. And every player they had that was elite left them or got traded because they couldn't deal with the losing mentality. Vrabel was fired. The coach was fired. Their offensive coordinator was fired. Their GM was fired. The fans are miserable. They haven't been to the AFC Championship since AJ's got there. And you want to fucking trade them. Did you not watch Tennessee? How did it work out for them? They got a first-round pick from Howie. They drafted a receiver. They did everything that you said was so easy if we get rid of AJ. It's not. Why do you think AJ was traded to Philadelphia? Because Howie wasn't good at drafting for receivers. Because it's not easy to find an AJ. They don't make them. They're rare. You don't find a DK and AJ like that all overnight. It doesn't come. It doesn't grow on trees. These young guys are not AJs. And some of them are not doing what AJ's doing. AJ's a different breed. Nobody, and this is why I start losing patience with some of these contracts. Whoa, if you trade AJ Brown, do what? You think this offense is going to suddenly be better? You've seen what we were without AJ Brown. How many games were we winning? I'll wait. Go ahead, tell me. How many games were we winning without AJ Brown last year? When he was missing. We had Devontae on that field. What happened? Tell me what games we won. What? Oh, that's right, none. Except the Saints game, which we won because of who? What's in the offense? We won because of Jalen Hurts. But that was the only game we won, right? How many games we won other than the Saints game? Without AJ Brown. So next time when you want to open your mouth about training AJ Brown, just look at Tennessee. They did everything they were supposed to do according to these Eagle fans that want to tell Howard Roseman to do. Trade AJ, get a couple picks. And do what with them? And do what with them? You think that receiver is going to come in and not complain? Have you not watched college football recently? Do you not know how many receivers are right now demanding the ball? You think these receivers are going to be quiet? You don't think Devontae's not going to act like that? Then what? You want to trade Devontae too? Y'all funny. You're pitiful. You're embarrassing. You really are embarrassing. I sit back and laugh at the stupidity. Because you were begging for a receiver like AJ. But now the media and some of these Eagle fans, the one that want to quote Howie Roseman, they want to post a Howie Roseman profile on their page of him holding the body. You don't win that without AJ. You think Howie Roseman is going to find... Listen, let me tell you something, man. Howie Roseman, the day he trades AJ Brown, if he listens to y'all clowns, he would be fired by Jeffrey Lurie immediately. Because there's no way in hell you're eating 95 dead cat. That would be the day that I think that beer can landed on his head too much, where it caused brain damage. And I don't think he would be able to stay in Philadelphia that long. I think he would have to be in protection protocol. There might have been a hit on Howie Roseman after that game. I mean, after that trade, if that trade ever went down, which will never happen because Howie ain't that stupid. Good thing he don't listen to y'all bozos. Well, he traded C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He traded him because C.J. Gardner-Johnson was an elite safety. That, and at the time, we don't know what behind the scenes. This is different than A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown is someone that was paid. We didn't pay C.J. If you look at his contract, he wasn't getting a 4-year deal like A.J. Brown was. A.J. Brown's not making $95 million. C.J. was pretty much on a 1-year guaranteed contract pretty much before, and then that we signed him to, but CJ just didn't look at the details. And I would have never traded CJ anyway. I've been saying, Makuba, you saw, he still has a lot to learn. That's why I wanted CJ to stay and us draft Makuba and let him learn under him. Same with Slay, did with Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, and Bradbury helping them under the cameras, and not under cameras, under the what you don't see, behind the cameras, not under, behind the scenes, where he was helping these young guys. That's why Quinyon is legit now, where he started getting better in his rookie year, why Cooper was getting better. They wouldn't be where they were if it wasn't for this Darius Slay and the veteran leadership. That's why I want a veteran safety to come in here. That's why I'm advocating for CJ to come back. Not because I think CJ is a great safety that's always a guy that has he's not perfect, but a guy like Makuba needs to learn something under CJ, and CJ would be a perfect model for him because they have the same person. If you watch Makuba does the same thing CJ does. He's passionate, and a lot of his, if you watch him in college, He taunts a lot of players, too. That's why I said he was CJ 2.0. And the way he plays a physical. And number two, other than reblation, you lose. What happens if one of our safeties go down? I'm sorry again. I don't trust Sidney Brown. I don't. I've seen him. That's why he's on switch teams. Congratulations. The Eagles show a play of him making a play. His job wasn't being on special teams. His job was to be the lead safety for us so we didn't have to draft Andrew Makuba. The reason why you brought CJ back was because they couldn't trust Sidney Brown. That's why you brought him back. That's why CJ came back. Do you think that Howie Roseman would have wasted a second-round pick? Probably would have drafted a corner. You want to be real? We probably would have drafted Will Johnson instead. But he traded CJ Gordon-Johnson. And he went to draft Andrew Makuba. Because he knew that, oh shit, I got to fill in position. Because I don't think Sidney Brown is the guy. And Fangio probably told Howie, hey bro, you traded CJ Gordon-Johnson, man. I better get a safety in this draft. Well, you got Sidney Brown. No, man. I don't trust that dude. Go get me a safety. You don't think Fangio was pushing for Andrew Makuba? I like Howie, but I think Howie wanted Sidney to start. And Fangio said, no, I don't trust the dude. I don't trust him. He's not good at coverage. Go get me a safety. So Howie, I think his plan, in my opinion, I think Howie wanted to draft a corner. I think he wanted to draft Jihad Campbell, and I think he would have drafted a corner if he had his way. But Howie Roseman is a guy that's a team player that understands Fangio needs these guys to win. So he said, all right, let me go get you Andrew Makuba. And rightfully so, Andrew Makuba's good. I think he'll get better, but I think a guy like CJ, let him learn. Or let him advocate behind the scenes. Teach him the ropes. Or go get Justin Simmons to help this young kid. Same way Quinyon and Cooper DeJean. DeJean was a second-round pick. You know what I'm saying? I also think you need a safety there. Because I'm sorry, Marcus Epps. Where's Marcus Epps at? He's out. He's on the roster. Where? I haven't seen him. He's been ghost, just like his coverage skills. Ghost. That's why 2 teams have got rid of him. Where's he at? I'm waiting. The guy that was supposed to be a great. Well, if he's such a great safety, why is he not playing more than a rookie? If Sidney Brown is so good of a safety, you know, a lot of people now saying Sidney Brown ain't good. I've been telling people he ain't good. That's why I didn't delete my video out with Sidney Brown. Where people will criticize me. Oh, that aged well. Aged what? He's still ass. Great, congratulations. Like I posted on IG, where he finally made a play in special teams. His job was to be a safety. You got one guy under the comments. Oh, you should play safety if you're so good at it. You never played more than junior high. How you going to tell me what I didn't play? Why I look at your profile again and you have a fishing profile when you pick. And you're still in high school. Kid, I'm 25 years old. You're about 13 years old. If you don't go sit the fuck down and learn your... Because then your parents teach you to respect your adults, respect people older than you. You got a kid 13 years old talking to me. Bro, you still in high school. You just became an Eagles fan probably like a few years ago. When were you an Eagles fan? What? When Chip Kelly was the head coach? That's when you became introduced into football? What, the last year of Andy Reid era? When Michael Vick was your quarterback? Bro, I've been there since Eagles had Brian Dawkins in 04. I was watching that team since then. You ain't gonna tell me what I didn't know. Shut up, clown. It don't take you 2 years to figure out what a player is. By year 2, that player either developed or didn't. You got mad at me. Don't get mad at me because you're safety's ass. That you were hyping up like it was Brian Dawkins. I didn't say that. That was you. Don't get mad at me. You get mad at Sidney Brown. I wouldn't criticize him if he was an ass. You don't like me criticizing him? Then tell Sidney Brown to play better. What do you want me to say? Don't get mad at the messenger. Get mad at the player. Don't hate the messenger. I'm just a guy that owns a YouTube. Remember, I never played football. Why you get mad at the guy that don't play football? Oh, because you know I'm right. I played football, by the way. I mean, I already have a picture. Go back on my YouTube channel. Just type in the post that I posted before. I showed you pictures. People seen pictures of me play football. What do you want, a video of me? Show me? I don't think I have videos. But I have pictures, though. I don't need to play football to understand who's ass, who's not. What? Because you didn't play football? You're not knowing position now? Bro, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out who's a good safety. I watched him in college in Iowa. He's the same dude he is now. Our special teamers. Why do you think I was so advocating not drafting him? Did you think because I didn't? Not Iowa, sorry. Illinois. Sorry, I mixed up with the guy. Because I was not happy when we traded all the way up to get Cooper. Because at the time I thought we needed a linebacker. But Cooper DeJean, I didn't hate the pick. I mean, I didn't hate the player. I was against people saying we should draft him in the first round. When people say we should draft him over Quinion Mitchell, I said, hell no. In the second round, when I was with DSP and Stu, we were all upset because at the time we needed a linebacker. And we moved all the way up to get him. Because we thought, okay, Adrian Cooper, we brought him in, we need a linebacker. We didn't know at the time we were going to draft a linebacker, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. And we didn't know who Nakobe Dean was going to be at the time. We didn't know what Nakobe Dean was going to be. He couldn't stay healthy. So you had to understand where I was coming from. But I'm glad Howie Roseman didn't listen to me. But I think that, Edge Cooper was still, Edge Cooper's a great linebacker. I wasn't wrong about him. And I wasn't wrong about Sidney Brown not being good. I don't think he's good. What's his job? What is his position that he was drafted by? Was it special teams? No. It was safety, right? The same people that cry about Keely Ringo, who's a 7th round pick? A 5th round pick? Sidney Brown is an early 3rd rounder. A late 3rd rounder. Early 3rd rounder. Not a 4th rounder. He was an early 3rd round pick. Late 2nd, early 3rd. Go look it up. Every Eagle fan thought he was going to be Brian Dawkins. And I said, pump the brakes. And I told people Sidney Brown can't cover. You should already knew that. You should have when you watched the preseason games. He couldn't cover. And it showed this upcoming preseason games. But everybody want to crowd and boost. They want to get on the crowd and frenzy and talk about how Keely Ringo is a bum. Even though the guy played great. I thought he played good against the Rams. Versus the Bucks. Sidney Brown made one special teams play. Congratulations. His job was to be a safety for this Eagles team. Your job was to be what your brother is. And that is a starter. Sidney Brown and Chase's brother. Sidney Brown's brother is actually doing more than he is. We should have drafted him over Sidney Brown if you want to be real. Because one's actually good, at least producing for his team. And it's actually contributing to his team. Chase Brown's a starter for the Bengals. Sidney Brown ain't. So why are you getting mad at me? Why is the guy on IG telling me, oh, you never played junior? I don't need to play football to understand what a fucking safety looks like. And I did play football, but that's beside. I don't need to play all high school, college to understand. This ain't rocket science. You were taught even in preschool when you were playing with when your dad was throwing a football to you. You were taught to look at the quarterback's eyes. Hell, John Madden's been talking about it in his announcement all day. Look at the guy. He's not looking at the quarterback's eyes. Like, he's been talking about it all day. Why don't you ask the defensive coordinators, what is the number one trait to have an elite safety? They got to be able to read coverages and got to be able to look at the quarterback's eyes. And if they're looking at the ball, it's already disaster. They got to be able to wrap up and tackle. They got to play smart. He does none of that. Now look at the people now say that, oh, look, Eason One might be right. They won't give Eason One credit. They'll go on Joe Schick's channel and say, Cindy Brown's trash. But you just told me a month ago that Cindy Brown was going to shut everybody up, including me. That I was the dope for saying we should trade Cindy Brown. Look who knows football. Yes, I'm giving myself a pat on the back. I mean, the guy that knows football, that supposed didn't know football, was right. Again, was right. The guy that they won't give credit to said in the video, I will never draft this. I was not a Cindy Brown coming fan in the college. I knew he was a backup. These guys want to watch highlights. I was watching the film. They want to get mad at me. Contractors got mad at me for saying Cindy Brown was horrible. He was. He wasn't a good pick. There was better players in the draft than Cindy Brown. Hell, there's better safeties in the draft than a Cindy Brown that's starting right now. We could go down a list if you want. That's produced more than Cindy Brown has. I could have got an edge rusher that would have been productive more than Cindy Brown. Because guys that were drafted in the same year as Cindy Brown as a safety, some of them are in this league still. That are produced at a high level. That were third rounders. That were fourth rounders. Hell, some were undrafted. Don't make me pull up a list and tell you what Cindy Brown ain't doing. Because they ain't starting at safety. You saw when he was a safety. Well, Puka Nakua's... bro, come on. Puka Nakua is not no Jamar Chase. Puka Nakua is not no Jamar... You're not going to tell me that Jamar Chase and Puka Nakua has the same body frame and the body work and they're so great. No, man. Cindy Brown's just trash at tackling. What I've been saying. He's good. He's bad at covering. He takes bad angles. He doesn't read the quarterback's eyes. All he wants to do is hit someone. Can't hit properly. Gets hurt. He's been on special teams for the last 2 years. Everybody told me he was injured. I said, Fangio, don't believe in him. You got to give him a chance. He said, well, I did. And so did Fangio. That's why he's on special teams again. It ain't me saying it. Look who's on special teams. Why do you think Makuba's starting fully? Because Cindy Brown was playing for a while this year. You saw him rotate. He ain't rotating anymore, bro. He is no longer on safety anymore. They put him right back where he was on special teams. Who's right? Who's wrong? I don't want to toot my own horn because I don't want to be right. I was hoping Cindy Brown would shut me up. Especially when he saw my IG post. When I called him complete ass. I said, Cindy Brown, I hope we trade his bum. He produced nothing. He saw my post. That should have fired you up as a fan. I mean, as a player. Oh, that fan think I can't play? All right, I'm going to show him up. Because you know damn well I'm probably watching. But see, he don't have that dog mentality like you think he does. Well, no, he has a dog mentality as a special teamers. Everybody loves him because he fires people up. Yeah, he fires people up for the wrong reasons. He don't fire me up. Wow, he blocked the kick. No, he didn't block a kick. Stop saying he blocked the kick. He took a kick back for a touchdown. Anybody can do that. You don't get brownie points for doing half of a play. We're not going to stand like Cindy Brown did not block a kick, and then he scooped up and scored like Jordan Davis. We're not going to do that. You're not going to give him credit for that. If you're going to do that, give Lafutu, whatever his name is, Latu, whatever his name is, the credit for blocking the kick. All he did was pick up the ball and score. You know who else picked up the ball and scored? J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. You remember when he picked up the ball and scored? And everybody said he made a play. Yeah, on special teams. Woo! And I said, well, his job is to be a receiver. Well, he said, well, you got to be grateful. Grateful what? I'd rather have Metcalf over him. I'd rather have A.J. Brown. Well, some people think J.J. Arcega-Whiteside should be over here over AJ because I want AJ out of here. I don't. Because I've seen who the hell we drafted. And I was thankful we traded him finally to Seattle where he belonged. Because that should have been our pick was AJ, and I would have taken AJ or Metcalf that year. But everybody was happy because J.J. Arcega-Whiteside recovered a touchdown in the back of the end zone. And he was celebrating. That reminds me of the Cindy Brown situation. You're happy because he blocked, because one guy blocked a punt return, a punt, and he scooped up the score. That's similar to what J.J. Arcega-Whiteside did, where he just rolled over with the ball in the end zone. And, oh my God, he made a play. Come on, man. Pathetic. Pathetic. How about be a starting safety where you were drafted to be? An early third-round pick. You want to get mad at a sixth-round Kelee Ringo, who wasn't a third-round pick. He wasn't a second-rounder. He wasn't a first. He was a sixth-round pick, I believe. A fourth-rounder, excuse me. Meanwhile, Cindy Brown's an early third-rounder. But I'm supposed to be happy. He made a special team. Your job is to be a safety, not a special teamers. Just like I said about JJ. Your job is to be a receiver and catch the fucking ball. Not to be a special teamers and scoop a one in the end zone. Sorry. That's the difference between me and you and a lot of Eagle contractors. I'm not praising mediocre, horrible players that don't tribute. And I'll say it again. We should have traded Cindy Brown so he could go play with his brother so much. Because that's the only time he shows up. Both of those games versus the Bengals, he showed up perfectly. And then disappears. I said it over and over again. He's J.J. Arcega-Whiteside on the 2025 Eagles. He gets so happy he makes a play. Bro, you are a scrub. Because your job is to be a safety. But then you got the bozos. It's like the J.J. Arcega-Whiteside supporters. Well, they can't run routes. Neither can J.J. But the same supporters that thought I was wrong for saying J.J. Arcega-Whiteside is horrible. Well, he runs routes better. Who fucking cares? And he can't catch the ball. Are the same ones who say I shouldn't be criticizing Cindy Brown because I expect him to be what he's supposed to be, and as a safety, somewhat decent, to show me what he was in 2023. The same thing he showed me in 2023. I should be seeing that again, and I don't. I see a guy that regressed. But I was a clown for saying Cindy Brown's horrible. And now everybody's running around and saying, oh my God, Cindy's ass. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I've been saying this since 3 years ago. Well, not 3 years ago. Since, 2024. That he's ass. How, when you were bragging about the 2023 season, I said, dude, he can't cover. Well, give him a chance, EC1. I did. It's not working. It's time to cut him loose, man. I heard AJ and Smith not happy. They're not happy. No, and I wouldn't be happy either. When Kevin Patullo comes out with a press conference about, oh, we got to get him the ball more. Well, you've been saying that since week 4. When's the behavior change? Show me the actions. I don't go by words. I go by actions. That's why I don't respond to guys like that on IG anymore. Okay. I don't know football. I guess I got to be a football expert like you. You think Cindy Brown is qualified to be on this team. Oh, man. Then they get mad at me when I make this post about, well, one player that every Eagle fan hated is playing next week at corner. Meanwhile, the guy that you said was better than Kelee Ringo, that you blame for the Jamar Chase play, is playing at special teams. Guess who's producing more at the position he was drafted? Not Cindy Brown. Because he was taking off safety. Cindy Brown is the only reason why he's not playing is because of him. Nobody else to play. Don't say, well, coaching. No, I ain't coaching. It's him. He stinks at his position that he was drafted to be. He's a great special teamer. So what? So was J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. Why I bring him up? Because he's same as J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. People want to ignore the fact that he was drafted to be receiver. Well, you expect him to be a receiver? Yeah, I do. I expect J.J. Arcega-Whiteside to produce the same way that Metcalf was producing in Seattle. And AJ was producing at Tennessee. You damn right I do. Just like I expect Sidney Brown, an early third-round pick, to produce more than Keely Ringo that y'all criticize, who's a fourth-rounder. When Sidney was an early third-rounder. And showed that he could play at a high level. Yeah, I do. The fuck do I expect? Do you expect players to play at their high level? I mean, if you don't, I do. So, woohoo! He blocked it. He took a punt return. He took a punt back to the end zone when he didn't really block it. You run around here like he blocked the punt and returned it. I'm shocked he made a fucking play. That was the most easiest thing he can do. I would hope he would pick up the ball. Because if he fucking dropped the ball, you would be seeing me telling him to get him out here already. Even more. And I still wouldn't have gone. I'd rather have his brother. His brother's at least producing at a high level at a running back position where he's driving. You don't see him in special teams, do you? He's starting for the Bengals as the number 1. Where's Sidney Brown? Oh, that's right. Special teams. Oh, man. His brother's doing more than he is. But they told me his brother wasn't better than his. His brother's always been better than him. What's up, Jaden Chris? How you doing? 5 wasn't a leader, never stepped up. Who? Don McDowell? I ain't worried about that fucking joke artist. We could have picked them. We could have picked. This is Tony Ball. Yeah. Sorry, I read the wrong comment. Yeah, I agree. AJ's not happy. I don't think AJ's not happy with the. Let me remind everybody something. Mike Evans wouldn't be happy on his team right now. If we traded AJ Brown, let's say, for Mike Evans, you think he's not going to complain? Hell, I don't think any receiver right now would be happy the way our offense is. It don't matter who you get. You can go get Jamar Chase. I guarantee they would not be happy. Hell, Jamar Chase might do what he did. I want to see the video of ESPN showing Jamar Chase on the sidelines. Because it did happen. They showed it one time and then they went back. Oh, we didn't see nothing. Oh, you didn't see nothing? Because I saw a guy who threw a tantrum on the sidelines. Let AJ do that. Well, he hasn't done close to what Kelsey did. What Chase has done. Pickens slammed his helmet on the ground. AJ's not allowed to. If AJ did that, he would be booed out of Philadelphia by the media. They'd be calling for Howie to trade him. But these players that the media loves to target, it's ESPN who targets A.J. Brown. Look at the news story. It's not the Eagles won, and Calvin Ridley needs to get better. Is A.J. Brown happy? Well, let's ask the question too. Is Jamar Chase want to be traded too? Since we want to do that? Oh, I'm with it. You didn't like that one, did you? Does Jamar Chase not want to be in? Maybe the rumor should be, is Jamar Chase unhappy with Cincinnati? Does he like his quarterback? Because he looks unhappy on the sidelines. Is he a diva? Or is he a playmaker? I just want to know. Is he a drama queen like y'all make him to be? Should he be traded? Should the Bengals get rid of him? Should they get rid of him? I mean, he's on the sidelines crying that he wants the ball. Hell, he said in one of his interviews, and I could play it over and over again, that give me the fucking ball. That was his words. Let AJ do that? Oh, the NFL media will have a hard time containing their anger. They're crying over him making a Jesus quote of a Bible verse. Let him do what Jamar has done? The Eagles media would be having a field day on Jamar Chase. Except one thing. AJ didn't even do half of the shit Jamar Chase has done. Let AJ Brown say, give me the fucking ball in a post game. Because he said that. You want me to pull up the clip? You want me to pull up the clip of him on the sideline just last week, throwing the biggest tantrum I've ever seen in my lifetime? But you know what these cats are going to come in and say? Well, he's allowed to be upset. No, he ain't allowed to be upset, remember? Because AJ ain't not allowed to be upset. So Chase shouldn't be upset either. Remember, receivers shouldn't be upset. They should be happy. They're not a team leader if they get upset. No, you can't do that. No, he's a diva, remember? Keep that same energy. They're not allowed to be vocal. You said it. You complain when they do it. Why don't you complain when Ja'Marr Chase does it? He's on the bench. What? No, he's a receiver. He's a leader, right? He's a captain. He's a captain on his C. He's a C on his chest, right? So he's a diva, right? Now, I don't think so. I just think he's a playmaker. But y'all run around here with diva mentality all the time for receiver. Why is Ja'Marr Chase not labeled as a diva? Why aren't you making rumors around should the Bengals trade Ja'Marr Chase? Put him in a Patriots uniform. Put him in a Bills uniform. Put him in a Ravens uniform. You do that with AJ. Put Ja'Marr Chase in a Patriots uniform. Have the ESPN say Ja'Marr Chase should be thankful. Y'all don't even pick certain teams to do it to. And you do it to AJ because it's a narrative. And you fit that. You don't do that with Kelsey. Why don't you put Kelsey in the Patriots uniform? Oh, okay. Oh. What about Malik Neighbors when he's with the Giants? Oh, okay. Y'all hypocrites. Every single one of y'all that want to play major. Do you do it with Ja'Marr Chase? Why don't you label him as a diva? You do it to everybody but AJ. AJ hasn't done half of the shit Ja'Marr Chase does. When did AJ better come on a post game and say, give me the fucking ball? Tell him to give me the fucking ball. Because Chase has said that. I can play the video. How much you want to bet I can find that video? But I can't find a video of AJ cursing and saying, give me the fucking ball. Because if he did that, he'd be criticizing Philadelphia. They're criticizing him for not even talking to the media. He doesn't want to talk to the media. He doesn't have to. And when he does talk to the media, y'all label him as a diva. But y'all don't have an issue when Kelsey bumps Andy Reid. Y'all ignore that. What about Ja'Marr Chase? Is he a diva? Why don't you say he should be in the Patriots uniform? Why don't y'all, maybe I should start a rumor. The Patriots should call Ja'Marr Chase and the Bengals up and ask for picks. He looks unhappy. The Bengals should get rid of him. He's a diva. And watch how many people defend him. But y'all want to do that to AJ Brown. You're sick. Leave AJ alone. Because y'all won't do that if it was Ja'Marr Chase. Hold up. Let me find the video, man. Because I'm tired of fucking playing with these people, bro. We're not going to throw AJ under the bus like that, man. I'm never going to let nobody tarnish this guy's man's name. When I've seen 10 times, 100 other football players do way worse than he does. All AJ said was the offense needs to get better. That's it. These people are ridiculous, man. So AJ's a star receiver and he's supposed to be happy when he does not get the ball. And Eagles offense ends up being gone. Yeah. But if it's Ja'Marr Chase, they'll make excuses to the Bengals. Which bro ain't playing. Well, shit. He's a star receiver, right? He got to make a play. He got to be Superman, right? You want A.J. Brown to be Superman all the time. You Eagle fans, some of y'all Eagle fans make me sick, man. Good thing we didn't draft Ja'Marr Chase. Oh, you would have a field day with him. Because you would be wanting him out here. Oh, my God. I am so glad the Eagles drafted Devontae Smith. You want to know why? Because Ja'Marr Chase and A.J. Oh, you would have a... I wouldn't mind Ja'Marr Chase. I like either one of them. But y'all run around into a draft for the receiver. You wouldn't be able to handle a receiver being drafted in Philadelphia. Especially if they're not like a Devontae Smith type. Which, again, Devontae Smith already called out the media. You've seen him get upset. I don't got to go back and replay my video a couple of minutes ago. I showed you Devontae upset, looking angry after that Buccaneers game. And y'all didn't have the same energy. Ja'Marr Chase screamed at the sidelines. Where's the ESPN notifications? Where's the Bengal fans? Where's the fans in general saying he's a diva? When Kelsey was screaming at Andy Reid, y'all say he was passionate. That's passion? But you get mad at A.J. Brown for reading a fucking book. You know how stupid you sound right now? You know how stupid you look right now by doing that? Where's the same energy for all these beat reporters that want to attack A.J. Brown? You better do that for Ja'Marr Chase. Because have you seen him on the sidelines recently? When he don't get his catches? You're crying about A.J. Brown. Oh my God, you would not want A.J. Oh, I don't know if you can handle Ja'Marr Chase in Philadelphia. Good thing the Eagles drafted Devontae Smith. Because you'd be asking Howie to trade him. I'm convinced you would. You can't handle a receiver for being upset over the ball. Ja'Marr Chase is literally telling the Bengals to give me the fucking ball in post game. And he said it. I could play it for you. Just last week, they don't want to show it. The media will never talk about this. They'll talk about how Joe Burrow's. No. They want to overlook the fact that Ja'Marr Chase was screaming at the players on the sideline. He was going up to his coaches and screaming, throwing his helmet on the ground. You want to see the video? Oh, let me play the video for you. Let me find the video, man. Because they probably took it down because they don't want to fit their narrative, man. You know, so you got to find it. But I probably can look for it. I'm going to play for y'all. Because then you could tell me one more time that it's just AJ doing this. And then we'll watch how ESPN want to talk about AJ. Because I know why. Because they hate Philadelphia. Because if AJ was in Bengals, Cincinnati, they wouldn't be talking about this. It's only because Philadelphia is a huge thing to talk about. And we won a Super Bowl. I mean, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But these fans want to talk about, well, we didn't give it to AJ. Bro, you wouldn't be able to draft a receiver, man. You might as well just not draft a receiver ever again. Because these receivers coming out, you think they're even equivalent to A.J. Brown right now? Bro, they're way worse than A.J. Brown's attitude. A.J. Brown is not doing half of these receivers doing in college. Do you really think drafting a receiver is going to fix anything? And I don't even know why we talk because he's not getting traded. But I just want the same energy for every player who does this. This is why I hate the media, man. But let me find it real quick. These people are ridiculous, dude. They're fucking pathetic, man. They want to throw A.J. Brown under the bus and want to say he's a problem. Do that for Ja'Marr Chase, man. Do that for Kelsey. Do that for Jefferson. Do that for Pickens. Do that for Metcalf. Let me find it real quick. Hold up, man. Give me a second. There it is. Pull it up real quick. I think this is 20 hours ago, by the way. Y'all gonna be bad. Oh, by the way, none of the media's covering it. Like they don't do. Because they're pathetic. And they're a bunch of little goblin-eating goofy dudes. These goblin-eating scumbags. Every single one of them. Show this to Joe Gigolo next time you put Ja'Marr Chase above him. Because let A.J. Brown do this. Which, again, I don't call them divas. That's what y'all say. Let me pull it up real quick. Give me a second. I got you. I'm not going to let A.J. Brown lose his fucking respect because you want to throw a narrative out. No, we on ESC1, we're going to grow it the right way. This is why I said prepare because I'm coming after a lot of these people this year, man. I'm not playing games with them. You want to throw a narrative out? But when it comes back and bites you in the ass and you don't like it when it's on certain of your players, when it's certain players that you don't want to talk about, what's the source at? We're going to talk about it, man. Because these guys make me sick. Let AJ do this shit. They wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm convinced they wouldn't be able to. And I'm gonna make sure the audio is back. Audio is not involved because, you know, I don't want you to hear them. I want you to be able to hear. Is this the media? I'll take this. Hold up. Let me get it. Quick. Hold up. Give me a second. Yeah, this is the media shit, right? Yeah. Okay. Let me put the link in, and then we'll pull it up. This is how I pull it up. I have to put the link in and stuff like that. Give me a second. Cause I gotta talk about. I can't believe I'm talking about this AJ bullshit, man. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I'm already seeing it on it with him being in. It makes me sick that these people want to pick and choose. Like every report, I can't turn my back around when someone either WIP or ESPN. I can't enjoy watching the Eagles without anybody mention AJ Brown as a problem. Like he's not a problem. We're so soft in Philadelphia that we can't handle a receiver that has a feelings about winning. We want it both ways, man. Hold up, where's? How do I? Yeah. All right, let me pull it up real quick. Let me pull it up. Real quick. All right, let's do this. Let me make another one. Fuck it. Let me just make another one, man. I don't know why it's not doing it. Hold up, let me do that. Yeah. All right. Let me load it up. I'm loaded up now. And I had to find this video on Reddit. Because, of course, they're not going to show it. I'll be shocked if they show it. They're not going to show it because it will hurt their narrative. Let me pull it up. I know people say, "What? Hurry up. Come on, show me." I am. I'm chill out. I'm trying to find the one where I can actually upload it to. Because I think I clicked the wrong one. Is it media share? I think it is media share. Alright. Let's find it. Add a source. Where's audio? Sources, control, audio, Alright, there we go. Let's see if we can pull it up. Pull it up real quick. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Come on. How do I do this? I think I gotta copy it. Give me a second. Oh my god. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to copy and paste it, guys. Give me a second. Custom. Alright, let's do it. Alright, there we go. It should be coming up, popping up soon. No, I'm gonna make another one just in case. Because sometimes you gotta. I think you gotta. I think is it reaction? It might be reactor source. Oh, is it browser? It might be browser source. It might be that. No, it should be media share. Yeah, it's media share. Alright, yeah, for sure it is. Alright. Alright, let's do it. It should be coming up soon. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. These people make me mad. I can't believe I have to do this. And I don't hate Ja'Marr Chase. So anybody in the comments say, why are you picking on Ja'Marr Chase? I'm not. I'm making a point. Give me a second. Give me a second. Source. Alright, there you go. Alright, it should be coming up soon. Give me a second. Sometimes you just gotta wait a while. Should be coming up. It's media shit, right? I think so. Or would it? No, it might not be. Hold up. Is it media center? Please enter the man photo. I just had it earlier, so I'm trying to figure. It's new. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. I think it's browser source. All right. Let's do media files. Okay. It should be media. Excuse me. Let's see. Allow your viewers to share videos on stream. I don't think it's share. I think it's browser source. I think it's browser source. It's browser source. It has to be. It makes so much sense. There we go. Alright, I got it. Alright, post it. Alright. Alright, there we go. Why is it not uploading? Fuck. There we go. There we go. Alright. Is it coming? Come on. There we go. Alright, sorry, it took a while. Alright, pull it up. Alright, let me make sure the audio. Media share. Which one is it? Is that media share? Or is that browser? Browser. Can y'all hear that? Continue to roll. Hold up.
That's me. That's not my job. To finish? I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, you know? So I can't.
Y'all don't hear that? Let A.J. Brown do that. Oh, y'all would have a feel that, man. What again? Hold up. This is the guy that y'all want. I'd rather have A.J. Brown. And I'm not saying Ja'Marr Chase ain't good. But Eagle fans would be angry if he ever did that shit. Y'all run around here getting upset because AJ did. This is what receivers do. The receivers that you want. This is
We just gotta find ways to finish.
Everybody obviously knows you. What do you do?
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
To finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, you know? So I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor is plays stuff?
I don't know.
Give me a second, man. Did it go through?
Hold on, we're going
We just gotta find ways to finish.
Everybody obviously knows you. What do you do?
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
To finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, you know? So I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor is plays stuff?
Six clues.
I don't know.
If a quarterback got a number other than the 19 other numbers that he can wear, you know that motherfucker ain't trying to damn throw the ball. This dude got 47.
Nope.
John Lynch out there, man. What you talking about? You think he about to sit up here and throw it like Josh Allen? Hell no, he got bad intentions. 47 at quarterback, my boy. It got to be a backstory. And that's a story I ain't trying to figure out right now. My boy, you just got to, as a defender, you just got to know your surroundings and do better next.
Hold up, man.
Hold on, we're going there. Was that the quarterback?
Where's that thing on my screen? But you heard what he said. I don't know. Go ahead as Zach. I just do my job. Now, do you think that if A.J. Brown said that, do you think people would be happy? Hell no, it wouldn't be. But y'all run around here talking about A.J. Brown, man. If Ja'Marr Chase Slaughter said it, why can't A.J. not say it? Do I have to play one more time for y'all? I'm gonna find a better one because I didn't like that. But they won't show the clip of Ja'Marr Chase pretty much calling out his head coach. And you probably saw it. Let me see if I can find another one because I didn't like the TikTok one, bro. I mean, he played it, but I'm just gonna download the video, man. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna download the video. Yeah, we just gonna do that, bro. That way I can just play it anytime. I don't have to worry about the ads popping up. That's the beauty about it. I mean, I wish I could pause it, but it won't allow me. For all the people that send into AJ is so bad. Ja'Marr Chase called out Press Taylor 2 weeks ago. I think it was last week. He literally had a conversation with his head coach, pretty much yelling on him on sidelines. But I think it was just have a conversation. A.J. Brown has done none of the compare what Ja'Marr Chase does. And the media is like, oh, it's Ja'Marr Chase. You got to give him the ball. But if it's A.J. Brown, they scream that he's a diva. He's a problem in the locker room. You know why the media's doing that? Because Ja'Marr Chase ain't in Philadelphia. Good thing he's not because they wouldn't be able to handle him. Oh, this is a better one. I like this one better. Let's see if this is better. Let's see if this one's better. Yeah, this one's better. All right, man. I didn't like the TikTok one. This was Jamar Chase after the Bengals lost. And this is why I have an issue with people talking about A.J. Brown.
Just talking about the possession,
Y'all
talking
don't
about
understand what y'all could have had if you didn't draft. Like y'all don't understand that A.J. Brown is child's play to compare with Jamar Chase is, man. Are you telling me that A.J. Brown's the worst? Because I don't think A.J. Brown's even bad as a leader. But imagine A.J. Brown did this shit, bro. A.J. Brown's did. No, he ain't. Because you haven't watched Jamar Chase lately. I'm not going to show the sideline clip, but there's a play, again, where he tells his coach pretty much that he's the problem. I don't know, like, let me find. Hold on. Where is it at, man? Hold on, give me a second. Now I got to go back and find it. Fuck. All right, here we go. I forgot I got to upload browser source. Come on. Stop playing with me. Here we go. Stream. Come on. Alright, here we go. And then I'll upload this here. Gotta upload it 2 times because it's what I have to do. It's a pain in the ass, man. StreamYard is a lot much easier. But again, I'm glad I'm not on StreamYard. And I'll eventually figure that out. Alright, here we go. Let's pull it up. You know what I'm saying? Pull it up quick. Alright, here we go. Hold up. It should come up. It should upload. All these people screaming for A.J. Brown needs to be traded. Again, I don't know why I'm talking about it, but the media loves bringing up A.J. Brown. Every time he has anything to say, he's the problem. Just hear Jamar Chase, man. And you tell me if this Eagles media would be able to handle him. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, I might have an issue with Jamar Chase, what he said. I don't think any Eagle fan would appreciate what Jamar Chase is to his head coach. Y'all crying for A.J. Brown to be gone? Bro, you would have a field day with Jamar Chase. Because y'all say he's the greatest. Well, he's a locker room leader. I mean, he's already complaining on the sidelines already, but they won't show that one. Kelsey's allowed to go up the interview, but hold up, let me play it. See what it is at, man. Let me see. Give me a second. It takes a while to load. Give me a second. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient. It will load. It takes a while for it to load. While for load. I don't like these YouTube shorts, by the way. Takes a while to load. Come on. Hey, give me a second. There you go. It's loading now. Because I don't know why people think AJ is the only one that does this. He hasn't done what Jamar Chase has done, which I wish he would. I would love him to do that Spags. I'm sorry, not Spags. Nick and Petula sometimes. Because that's what good receivers do to me, in my opinion. I wish AJ did this so bad so people could flip the fuck out, man. Because I'll laugh if he did this, man. Jamar Chase is a satch for this. You know, everybody crying about AJ Brown. I like when receivers do this, man. That means you give a damn. But in Philadelphia, he'd be labeled as a diva. Come on, man. There you go. Alright. There you go. Alright, here we go. It should be coming. I don't know why it takes so long to load. Give me a second. It's loading. It says it's loading. Alright. Come on. Jesus Christ. Why it takes away for load is just be patient. It'll load. There it goes. It will load. I told you it will load. Come on. It's the software, bro. What is this? No! What is this, bro? Hold up. Hold up. No, what are you doing? I might have to add a, hold up, let me add another link. Alright, hold up. Maybe I can get a better one on YouTube? Alright, hold up. Let's do this way. Let's see. Let's go, just go on YouTube and get the clip. Yeah, we'll do that way. Come on. My fault. I don't know why I just did that. There we go. Alright. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Give me a second. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Alright. Let it load. Come on. Load. It's coming. It's coming. You know where I'm going with this, right? Give me a second.
Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball.
So can you only hear that? Alright, go.
Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Talking about the possession, talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. What plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession. And how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what
Okay. Alright, hold up. I forgot the
plays we can run,
that one out. So
and how can
need that. Alright, hold up, man. Alright, let's go back. It wasn't y'all, it was the my background on my computer. That's why I was making noise. Alright, my fault. Alright. Oh, alright. Let's go back. Let me add it again. I apologize. I'm still learning how to do this. But yeah. Alright, so I had to pause my background. Alright, because I don't think you need it. Oh, man. Alright, there we go. Come on. There we go. Come on. Alright, y'all hear it? Come on. Alright, roll the clip.
just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about
That was the wrong one. My fault. The fuck?
what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages, get our playmakers the ball, and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about just talking about the possession, talking about plays we can run, about how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball.
That's one of them. If AJ said that, bro.
Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how. Just talking about the possession, talking about
What the fuck? Bro, time out.
what plays we can run, and how can
Where's it
attack
coming
certain
from?
coverages and get our playmakers
Oh
the
my
ball.
god.
I'm always frustrated if I'm losing. You know what I'm saying?
A win in San Francisco, and a win in San Francisco, and let's roll it back.
Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the possession, talking about what plays we can run, and how can we attack certain coverages and get our playmakers the ball. Just talking about the honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in his locker room, though. We just got to find ways to finish.
You've seen him in that.
Finish. Like everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, so I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor is plays stuff?
I don't know.
You've seen him.
I wasn't saying nothing.
You've seen him obviously make plenty of big kicks. Obviously, he missed 2 tonight. What do you say to him? Do you say anything? What What's going through your mind?
Nothing, but he knows to make those kicks. You know, that's why we paid him those bucks to make those kicks in crunch time.
Did you guys change anything in the second half?
Did we change anything?
Yeah, you had that great 9-minute run there. We get the 3 touchdowns.
We didn't change nothing. We just stayed with our offense and executed. Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in his locker room, though. We just got to find ways to finish.
You've seen him in that.
Finish. Like, for everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, you know? So I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor is plays stuff?
I don't know.
You've seen him.
I wasn't saying nothing.
You've seen him obviously make plenty of big kicks. Obviously, he missed 2 tonight. What do you say to him? Do you say anything? What's going through your mind?
Nothing, but he knows to make those kicks, you know? That's why we paid him those bucks to make those kicks in crunch time.
Did you guys change anything in the second half?
Did we change anything?
Yeah, you had that great 9-minute run there. We get the 3 touchdowns.
We didn't change nothing. We just stayed with our offense and executed. Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in his locker room, though. We just got to find ways to finish.
You've seen him in that.
Finish. Like, I've heard everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, you know? So I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor is plays stuff?
I don't know.
You've seen him.
I wasn't saying nothing.
You've seen him obviously make plenty of big kicks. Obviously, he missed 2 tonight. What do you say to him? Do you say anything? What's going through your mind?
Nothing, but he knows to make those kicks, you know? That's why we paid him those bucks to make those kicks in crunch time.
Did you guys change anything in the second half?
Did we change anything?
Yeah, you had that great 9-minute run there. We get the 3 touchdowns.
We didn't change nothing. We just stayed with our offense and executed. Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in his locker room, no? We just got to find ways to finish.
You've seen him in that.
If A.J. Brown did
Finish.
this,
Like, I've heard
y'all think
everybody
that
obviously
you'd be okay?
knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in his locker room, though. We just got to find ways to finish.
Finish. Like, I've heard everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us,
Mm.
so I can't really do that.
Finishing factor is plays stuff.
I don't know.
Mm.
Obviously, make plenty of big kicks. Obviously, he missed 2 tonight.
My point is,
What do you say to him? Do you say anything?
my point is, y'all scream A.J. Brown's a diva. Did you not hear Jamar Chase? I don't know. I don't call plays as Zach. Threw his quarterback coach under the bus. If A.J. Brown did half of the shit Jamar Chase did, the media's already crying about it. Eagles media's already crying about A.J. how he's such a diva. Let him do what Jamar Chase just did. Do you think that the Philadelphia fans would be able to handle that? I mean, they already crying already. That was Jamar Chase, by the way. Oh, but it's different. I get it. I'm sorry. What's the difference? Remember, receivers are not supposed to call out coaches, right? Yet one did. Where's Jamar Chase? Oh, he's in Cincinnati still, right? He got paid, right? But I thought diva receivers were guys who. Oh, but Jamar Chase ain't a diva? He just called out. This was his rookie year, by the way. I believe, right? This was the 2024. Was it 4? The 2024 season, where they were bad that year. But I guess it's different because he was in Cincinnati. When the Eagles were winning, barely winning games in 2023, y'all were having a field day with A.J. Brown. I guess it's different. When Jamar Chase said, I don't know, ask the coaches. I don't call the plays. I still believe in the locker. I believe in the guys, but as press, whatever the what's his name, Zach Taylor. Now, if AJ Brown said, I don't know, ask Kevin Petula or ask Nick Sirianni, when he has not said that, you think the Eagle fans would be respecting him the way people respect Jamar Chase? Now, I wouldn't be mad if he did that to Kevin Petula this Sunday. But y'all would be crying that he was a diva. Jamar Chase did that to Nick Sirianni. Y'all be saying he was a diva, man. And my point is, y'all pick and choose because I don't see the media covering this. The media is not talking about this. Why is that? Because they're only talking about AJ Brown when he just made a Bible quote because he refused to talk to the media. Jamar Chase bumped his coach on the sideline, screaming at him on the sidelines or talking to him on the sidelines. AJ Brown was talking to Jalen Hurts. They made it seem like they didn't like each other. Where's the narrative that Jamar Chase and Jamar Chase doesn't like Joe Burrow? Or, I'm sorry, doesn't like Press Taylor. I'm sorry, not Press Taylor. Press Taylor, fuck. Zach Taylor, excuse me. Where's the narrative? That's anywhere. Where's the narrative that Jamar Chase is a diva? You just heard it. What he's telling the reporter, let's talk about the difference between playmaking. What did he say, the first clip that I showed you? And then he tells all the reporters, I don't know, ask Zach Taylor. I'm just a receiver. I go and catch the ball. Don't want his coach under the bus. If AJ did that in 2023, which he didn't, but when he didn't do that, y'all were having a field day calling him a diva. Jamar Chase said to Press Taylor, to the media, I don't know, go ask Press Taylor. Do I have to play the clip again? Hold on, let's play the clip again. Let's play the clip one more time. Why not? Because I hate this narrative it's just A.J. Brown that throws guys under the bus. He didn't throw anybody under the bus. But y'all think it's just Jamar Chase would be better than A.J. Brown, right? Really? So you're okay with a guy who calls out his coach? When A.J. Brown has ever called Nick Sirianni out? Play one more time. Play one more time. Let's see. Pull it up. Let's play it one more time. Because I think this should be the narrative right here. Let's play it one more time. Let's play it one more time. Okay, we'll go. Let's play it one more time. I'm tired of that narrative, man. We need to put that to rest. And then after that, I ain't talking about AJ Brown anymore. Because these people are clowns, man. These people are freaking clowns. The media had no idea what they were talking about with AJ Brown. But they were always praising about Jamar Chase and how he's such a great... But they don't label him as a diva. No one says anything bad about Jamar Chase. Pull it up. Let me mute myself so y'all can hear it. I want y'all to hear the words. Go ahead. This was 2 years ago?
Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in this locker room, though. We just got to find ways to finish.
You've seen Evan that.
Finish. Like, I've heard everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, so I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor as plays stuff?
I don't know.
You've seen it.
I wasn't saying nothing.
You've seen Evan obviously make plenty of big kicks. Obviously, he missed 2 tonight. What do you say to him? Do you say anything? What's going through your mind?
Nothing, but he knows to make those kicks. That's why we paid him those bucks to make those kicks in crunch time.
Did you guys change anything in the second half?
Did we change anything?
Yeah, you had that great 9-minute run there. We get the 3 touchdowns.
We didn't change nothing. We just stayed with our offense and executed. Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in this locker room, though. We just gotta find ways to finish.
You've seen Evan back.
Finish. Like I've heard everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, so I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor is plays stuff?
I don't know.
You've seen
I wasn't saying nothing.
You've seen Evan obviously make plenty of big kicks. Obviously, he missed 2 tonight. What do you say to him? Do you say anything? What's going through your mind?
Nothing, but he knows to make those kicks. That's why we paid him those bucks to make those kicks in crunch time.
Did you guys change anything in the second half? I mean, you
Did
had
we
that
change anything?
Yeah, you had that great 9-minute run there. We get the 3 touchdowns.
We didn't change nothing. We just stayed with our offense and executed. Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in this locker room, though. We just got to find ways to finish.
You've seen Evan back.
Finish. Like I've heard everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, so I can't really do nothing.
Do you think that's part of the finishing factor is plays stuff?
I don't know. Can I say something about your outfit, though? You got a lot of bananas on. I wasn't saying nothing.
You've seen Evan obviously make plenty of big kicks. Obviously, he missed 2 tonight. What do you say to him? Do you say anything? What's going through your mind?
Nothing, but he knows to make those kicks. That's why we paid him those bucks to make those kicks in crunch time.
Did you guys change anything in the second half? I mean, you
Did
had
we
that
change anything?
Yeah, you had that great 9-minute run there. We get the 3 touchdowns.
We didn't change nothing. We just stayed with our offense and executed. Honestly, I don't know, man. I have no clue. I still believe in the guys in this locker room, though. We just got to find ways to finish.
You've seen Evan back.
Finish. Like I've heard everybody obviously knows you need to do. What do you do
How do I do it? I don't know. Ask Zach. Ask the coaches. Don't ask me. That's not my job.
to finish?
I play football.
Do you see how stupid y'all sound when you talk about trading AJ Brown? You wouldn't be able to hand Jamar Chase. And we almost drafted him, by the way. It was between him and Devontae Smith that we almost got. The Philadelphia media wouldn't be able to handle him. I mean, they can't really handle AJ Brown. You really think they can handle a Jamar Chase type guy? This is the guy they drafted. I don't gotta play the clip because you already heard it enough. That was Jamar Chase. The guy that everybody says is elite receiver. No one labels him as a diva, though. Because if you ask me, that was a diva right there. Throwing your quarterback up. This is what they complained that T.O. did. When did A.J. Brown ever did this to Nick? I want to know. When did A.J. Brown ever throw Nick Sirianni under the bus? Like that. Because that was brutal right there, what he did. That wasn't just, the offense got to get fixed. We got to get back. No. I don't know. As Zach Taylor. I essentially said the coach is a problem. Right. Tell me when A.J. Brown said, "Hey, Nick, I don't know. Ask Nick Sirianni. Ask Kevin Petula." I just catch the ball, homie. Talk to them. The Eagles media will be in a frenzy if AJ did that. They'd be like, "See, I told you he was a diva, man. I told you. We gotta get him up out of here." Okay, but Jamar Chase allowed to do that. No one says nothing. Nobody says anything because their excuse is, "Well, he's in a bad." Who cares? And A.J. Brown is in a winning organization, and yet they treat him, and Philly fans treat him like he's a diva. But Jamar Chase said this in Cincinnati. Do you honestly think Jamar Chase would last in Philadelphia? Y'all crying about A.J. Brown because he made a caption quote? The media is having. Where's the media outrage when Jamar Chase was calling out his head coach 2 years ago, I believe? That was the same year that they had the whole frenzy with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts on the sidelines. They did the same thing, except one person didn't call out his head coach when he should have. Because it would have made it so much better if A.J. did call out Nick Sirianni that year in 2023. A.J. Brown didn't say nothing about Nick that year. But Jamar Chase did. And not one outrage of Cincinnati fans that I see. Not outrage from ESPN, good get up for. Aren't they crying about Jamar Chase bumping into his head coach just recently last week? Because it's not a narrative they want to push. They're not mad at A.J. Brown being a div. They're mad because the Eagles got A.J. Brown. And they don't like the fact that he's on the Eagles. So they're doing everything again to try to get y'all to think that A.J.'s a problem so you cannot be good ever again. It's called media manipulation. They want to make it like A.J. Brown's a diva when Jamar Chase should be labeled as a diva. Because who is a receiver that calls out the coach? It's not A.J. Brown. A.J. never said anything bad about Nick. Jamar Chase said it, and I don't want to play the clip again because I don't need to. Go back just a few minutes ago. He said, I don't know, talk to Press Taylor. That was the year A.J. Brown and the whole drama between Eagle fans say he has a problem with the Eagles. He needs to go. 23, it's the same year Jamar Chase called out Press Taylor in front of the media. And then this past week, bumped into Press Taylor, yelled at him on the sidelines. No one wants to cover that. No media outrage about them with Jamar Chase. Why not? Jamar Chase is a diva, right? You complain when A.J. Brown calls out the offense. He didn't say, hey, I don't know. Ask Kevin Patullo. Which you should have did this past Sunday. Because I would have more respect for him even more. I already have respect for A.J. Brown. I think A.J. Brown's a great player. And I don't think he's a diva like everybody claims. But if he did this to Nick Sirianni or Kevin Patullo or any of these guys that Jamar Chase did to Press Taylor, you would be crying for him to be out of here. You already are. When he's not done anything close to Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is God according to a lot of Eagle fans. A lot of them that hate A.J. Brown. But did you know he called out his head coach? Because if you didn't go back 4 minutes ago when I played it many, many times. Why is WIP talking about that one? Oh, because it's not on the Eagles. Okay. You're making it like you're letting the media manipulate y'all and thinking A.J. Brown's a problem when guys like Jamar Chase are worse. Do you think Jamar Chase would be happy with 2 catches and 7 yards? Hell no. You don't think he would have called out Patullo? He already did with Zach Taylor. So the whole A.J. Brown narrative is bullshit. They want to get rid of A.J. Brown off the Eagles because they don't like the Eagles. Because if A.J. Brown was on Cincinnati, he didn't want to give a shit. I truly believe it. A.J. Brown's allowed to do whatever he wants. If he was on another damn team, if he was in Buffalo, they wouldn't be calling him a diva. He's labeled as a diva because they want to destroy the Eagles franchise. It's called media manipulation. It's called media sabotaging a player, trying to destroy his character, trying to go after his name and what he stands for. Why these other guys are allowed to bump into coaches, like Kelsey's allowed to yell at Andy Reid, they don't say nothing. It wasn't talked about. They didn't call Kelsey and say, knock it off. You don't see the media outraged about that. It was, Kelsey's emotional. He's an emotional player. But A.J. Brown doing any of that, he's a diva. Jamar Chase allowed to call out press Zach Taylor, or he calls a report out for his outfit. Oh, he's just funny. He's look at Jamar Chase, ha ha ha. But let A.J. Brown do that. Oh, he's a diva. They need to get rid of him. He's a problem. Y'all sound like idiots. Because you don't want to call out that one player who does the same thing that A.J. don't do. That is 10 times worse than what A.J. does, or in general. A.J. didn't call out Nick Sirianni in 2023 when everybody was outraged and said we should trade him. That's where the trade rumors began with the 2023 season. When he was just having a conversation with his quarterback. Jamar Chase had a conversation with his head coach. Why aren't there people labeling him as he was having a difficult conversation with his coach. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean he didn't have one? Because I could play it. Don't get me with a good time. I don't mind playing that stuff. Because I'm tired of the narrative. It's just AJ. But I ain't going to play anymore because I'm tired of the narrative in general. It needs to be put to rest. That AJ ain't the one that's really a diva. It's these guys that you look up to, that you put above it. AJ's nothing but a team leader. But I really wish he was on some Jamar Chase time, especially that game versus the Bucks. What do you say? I don't know. Ask Press Taylor. I would have laughed. I laughed when he did it to Zach Taylor. I wish A.J. Brown in 2023 said, I don't know. Ask Nick Sirianni. Why the play calling? I'm just a receiver. I go out and catch the ball, man. You would have a field day if A.J. did that. You'd be claiming saying, see, I told you he was a diva. You know what I'm saying? So these people are ridiculous, man. I don't care how many people don't like it. Fuck all y'all. I don't think AJ ain't going nowhere. But y'all need the same energy for Jamar Chase. When y'all in the media, NFL media too, is over there laughing because he belittles a reporter for having an outfit. He was making fun of the reporter. Let him make fun of another reporter or get smirky with a reporter or call out his head coach or bump into his head coach and have a young conversation on the sidelines with him after he don't get his targets, because that's what Jamar Chase did last weekend, the one that just came up. And no outrage of the media. They did this in 2023. They did this in 2024. Everybody's allowed to do it because simply they don't care. Y'all Eagle fans, the ones that they know you're emotional. And they know they can get coverage. That's why they're doing it. I need y'all to understand, this is not about A.J. Brown. They're not upset with A.J. Brown. They're upset with Eagle fans because they don't want y'all to have him. And you keep that up, you won't have him. Someone else will. Not this year, but in the next 2 years. You're going to be looking back at him and say, damn, I wish we had A.J. Brown. You mean the one you wanted out of here? You got your wish, though. 2 years ago, right? Down the road. When it's 2028, right? 3 years ago. So three years down the road, AJ will be a free agent, I think. Jamar Chase was drafted. AJ Brown was traded to the Eagles. And y'all making it like AJ's the only one doing this. The media is acting like AJ is the only one that's starting shit. Meanwhile, Jamar Chase called his coach out. But I get it because he was losing more. Oh, because it's the Bengals. I don't give a fuck if it was the Buffalo Bills, man. Keep the same energy for every receiver that does it. Since you want to put a diva label on them. Put a diva label on Jamar Chase. Put a diva on Travis Kelce. Put a diva label on Justin Jefferson. Put a diva label on George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb. If you're going to do that. And stop taking a shot at one receiver, man. Because I wish he did call out Kevin Patullo. I wish he did speak to the media so he could tell you how he really felt. AJ Brown, what did you think about the game? I don't know. That's Kevin Patullo. I just do my job. I'm a receiver. Yeah. That's something you gotta ask Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo. Oh, here comes the WIP people. AJ Brown called his coach out. This guy's always crying about the ball. No shit, your luck. But I wish he did do it. Because I would have laughed. I would be like, thank you, AJ. While y'all bitching and complaining, AJ's a diva. He called out Nick and Patullo. Meanwhile, y'all praise Jamar Chase. You're not happy with what you have. You want more. You're not appreciating AJ and Devontae. Well, not appreciating AJ. But the Bengal fans appreciate every day of Jamar Chase. And they didn't win a Super Bowl with him. AJ has with us. And we treat him like trash, man. Not all of us, but some of us. I don't, but the media does. I want to know what they would be like if they had Jamar Chase on the Eagles, man. Or AJ ever did the things that Jamar Chase did, where he called out Press Taylor. And that he called out Nick Sirianni instead. If AJ called out, not Preston, why I keep calling Preston? Zach Taylor. If AJ ever called out Nick Sirianni the way he did, y'all be acting like, he's a real big diva. Like, y'all crying because he made a little caption. Like, it's pathetic, man. It's pathetic. Y'all like picking and choosing, bro. Y'all like picking and choosing, man. And it makes me frustrated that y'all want to pick and choose who you want to talk about. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Why don't you have the same energy for Jamar Chase? Hit that like button, man. We got 9 likes. Come on, man. Where's the likes button, man? Hit that fucking like button, bro. Hit that like button. I don't fit a narrative, so people ain't gonna subscribe to me because I tell the truth. I try to. This ain't a popular Eagles last year. I ain't gonna get thousands of likes like these other content creators. I don't got Xander on. Shout to Berg Ganther when he's live still with Xander. I don't give a fuck about Xander. I ain't watching that bomb. But I will try to get Stu on here as soon as I can. Like, cause me and Stu gotta talk about this game coming up, man. Or someone gotta talk about this game. I'm gonna send them the link, cause I just want to hear their thoughts, man. I really do. I'm gonna try to get them on. But again, I know Stu's busy, and sometimes the streams can be sometimes impossible to collab with sometimes, but it should be working. I know, cause Desi when I was on there before I went live, you missed it. It was funny when he was cracking jokes. How can someone not be grateful for you? Oh, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people. I see it already on IG, on Twitter. A lot of Eagle fans want A.J. Brown out of here. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Some of these casual Eagle fans think A.J. Brown's a problem. That he should be happy. But I don't know if they would be able to handle Jamar. That's what I'm saying. I'm so glad we didn't draft Jamar Chase. Even though I would have loved Jamar Chase, man. Listen, Devontae and Jamar Chase to me are A and B, 1B in that draft class. A and 1B. There was no way you couldn't get either. I mean, I would have been okay. But they wouldn't like Jamar Chase one bit. He would be a bad guy just like A.J. Brown. Probably even worse. If A.J. Brown went up in 2023 and said, I don't know, ask Nick Sirianni. All A.J. Brown said was, we need to get the offense going. Everybody said, he's a diva. But Jamar Chase said, I don't know, ask Press Taylor. I just can't. What if A.J. Brown said, you know what, after this week, I don't know, ask Kevin Batula. What do you want me to do? Or get snarky with a reporter. But they think it's funny over there in Cincinnati because the media in Cincinnati ain't like the Eagles media that's terrible, that's disgraceful, dishonest, horrible, putrid. Jamar Chase had a sideline with his coach yelling at him, or as I say, talking to him. But according to all these idiots, him and Jalen Hurts were fighting on the sidelines. No, they weren't. Jamar and Zach Taylor, Press Taylor, whatever his name is, Zach Taylor had a conversation. Where's the narrative that they were yelling? They should be, because you did it with AJ. In 2023, the same year Jamar Chase called out his head coach. Nobody said anything. No diva mentality talk. No, let's trade Jamar Chase out of here. He's not a good teammate, not a leader. When CeeDee Lamb was throwing attention on the sidelines, I didn't hear one Eagle fan say, you know what, CeeDee Lamb's a diva. I didn't hear that. But it's always A.J. Brown, right? You're fucking idiots. Every single one of y'all that want A.J. Brown out of here. Because guess what? That you don't want Jamar Chase here. If the Eagle fans, I swear if I put a poll right now, would you trade A.J. Brown straight up for Jamar Chase? Everybody would say yes. Why? You don't think he will call out Kevin Patullo? He already called out Zach Taylor. He already had a conversation on the sideline with his head coach. He called him many times. I wish AJ did do that. That's the thing about you and me. I like a guy like that. Well, he's a diva. No, you're just a soft weenie that don't understand this is football. And not everybody's a James Arcega Whiteside, a church boy. Grow up. When you tell everybody else to grow up like AJ needs to grow up. No, you need to grow up. Because you didn't say you were quiet when Jamar Chase was doing it. You wouldn't Get Up and WIP. Y'all were quiet when Jamar Chase did it. But you're not quiet when AJ does. AJ don't say nothing. He's a diva for not speaking to the media. When he does speak to the media, he gets labeled as the bad guy. Jamar Chase get labeled as a good guy for clowning one of his reporters that were a beat writer for wearing a tie. He was making fun of him. Let AJ do that? I mean, he's already doing half the stuff that he hasn't done half the stuff Jamar Chase has done. You don't think Jamar Chase would have yelled at Jalen Hurts? Oh, I know he would have. He already yelled at Joe Burrow. He threw Joe Burrow under the bus. You want to pull up the interview? I got receipts all day for these clowns, man. But you're worried about A.J. Brown. And he put a bad quote. Who cares? He should have really talked to the media because I wanted to hear what he really had to say. I wish A.J. Brown went up to the media and said, you know what? Talk to Kevin Patullo. I just catch the ball. I'll be like, let's go. While y'all crying, he's a diva. He's a diva. Get AJ, shut up. Most of the receivers in the NFL are divas, numbnuts. Every single one of them. Including Jamar Chase. Including Justin Jefferson. Including CeeDee Lamb. Y'all have nothing to say about them. The media is quiet. Because the media knows that y'all are a bunch of reacting sheep. Y'all react and cry A.J. Brown's a diva. They want to show you that. Because they don't want A.J. in Philadelphia. They hate the fact that the Eagles are success. They hate that. They don't care Jamar Chase doing it. Jamar Chase can scream at his head coach, and you can see the coach crying on the sidelines. Not one person will label Jamar Chase as a diva. When the definition that y'all give A.J. Brown is the same thing that Jamar Chase is, and even worse. Travis Kelce not only one time yelled at Andy Reid, but 3 times. Y'all say he's the greatest tight end. Where's the diva mentality for Travis Kelce? Oh, okay. I'm waiting. Huh? Oh, okay. So it's just A.J. Brown? Stop it, man. Stop lying. I wish WIP would have the same energy for every receiver that does it. But they're not going to do that. I get it because he's not in Philadelphia. Good thing we didn't draft Jamar Chase. Because you wouldn't be able to handle what he would say. But I wanted Jamar Chase. I wanted Devontae. Devontae's going to be... Let me ask you a question. Let me tell you something. You ain't going to like Devontae Smith if you keep on not giving him targets. You didn't see Devontae Smith? Like I showed you. Go back in my first live when I first did this. I showed you the video of Devontae. Wait till Devontae don't get targets. Oh, you think A.J. Brown's a diva? You haven't seen Devontae Smith yet. You want to know why Devontae Smith in Alabama, a lot of players respect him? Because he called out his head coaches. Kevin Patullo keeps doing what he does. Devontae has called out Nick Sirianni. He already did that already. But y'all didn't say nothing about him. I love Devontae. I love AJ. I don't call them divas. I call them game changers. I call them captains. But we already see Devontae Smith calling out his coaches. After the game, he said, I wish we ran the ball. As he was coming back from the locker room. You remember that video? Remember that thing was swirling around the internet? Were you saying Devontae needs to be a better leader, man? That wasn't cool. That's a rookie hiccup. No, you weren't saying that. You were saying good. But now AJ does it. You have an issue. Y'all like to choose and pick who you want to go after. I wish y'all would keep the same energy for Jamar Chase. I wish you would keep the same energy for Travis Kelce. And label everyone, including this NFL media. I wish you would do that for every receiver. You're going to do that, do it for every receiver. But y'all want to pick favorites. And the media knows they can get to y'all. good thing Howie Roseman. No, good thing you don't. Because I seen Howie Roseman tweet at a fan. A fan saying, I think we need to get rid of Jalen Hurts. And Howie Roseman said, why? Why would I get rid of a quarterback? Let's trade Jalen Hurts. And he said, good thing you're not a GM. Now, I got blocked from Howie Roseman because Howie Roseman didn't like me. Because I ain't gonna lie. I got on his nerves. That was a year where I was begging for a linebacker. And I kept saying, Howie, drop me a linebacker. Oh, I got blocked off that. Which at the time, he did need a linebacker. But I remember when in 2023, some dumbass tweeted at him. And there's, yes, Howie Roseman does have a real Twitter account. You can go follow it. It's at Howie Roseman. But he don't call himself Howie Roseman because why would he do that? But people don't know that Howie Roseman does have a real Twitter account. And he does tweet out everything. And you know how I know? Because players follow him like A.J. Brown does. And Devontae and Jalen, I believe, follow him on that account. And they say, that's not Howie Roseman. No, of course he's not going to say it's Howie Roseman. Because you know how many fans we tweeted at him? Trade A.J. Brown. Trade. So Howie just says, Howie, I'm not the real Howie Roseman. Of course he's going to say that. Because you fans are stupid. And here you would be tweeting at him, I think we should trade A.J. Brown. But I've seen fans interact with Howie Roseman when they say something stupid to him. Like there was one fan that said we should trade Jalen Hurts and 2 first-round picks, and I think Devontae Smith for what was that corner at the time? What was it? To move up to get a what is it? What was that player that was coming out that everybody's hyping up? But it was something stupid. What was it? Who was his name? What was his name? Oh, Deshaun Watson. And Howie Roseman replied and said, good thing you're not a fucking GM. Because that's the stupidest shit that you could say. Yeah, Howie Roseman's a savage on Twitter, man. I ain't gonna lie. A fan said, Howie, let's go get Howie Roseman. You should sign this guy. And he said, why would I do that? I already gave you that guy. So, I mean, that's why the fans don't tweet at him. Or they don't know about him. Howie Roseman's underclosed with his Twitter. I wish I could follow him, but again, he blocked me. All I did was, tweet at him. But I remember asking him on my other backup account, and I made it seem like I wasn't me. So I would say, yo, this fan said this. And Howard replied and said, that's the stupidest shit I ever heard from a fan base saying that. Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback. And I shared it with everybody. Everybody said, that's not Howie Roseman. Oh, yes, it is. Because that's exactly what Howie Roseman said. That, no, what? Trade who? They even asked him. I think the media asked him, would you trade it? No, we ain't trading A.J. What? Trade A.J. What? Trade A.J. Brown is stupid. Go get an offensive coordinator, and we wouldn't have these conversations. But we know the media is only doing this. Why don't the media talk about Jamar Chase in the Patriots uniform? Why aren't they putting Patriots uniform on Jamar Chase? He's not clearly happy in Cincinnati. Have you seen him lately? Maybe this should be a rumor. Jamar Chase is a diva. Jamar Chase is not a winner. You don't need Jamar Chase, Bengal fan. Imagine Bengal fans saying, let's trade Jamar Chase. We'd be saying, dude, are you serious? That's how people feel when they hear the word, let's trade A.J. Brown. And we're Eagle fans saying that shit. Because you know how stupid you sound like? You don't think Tennessee Titans would want him in back instantly? Hell yeah, they would. It might help Cam Ward out, honestly. But you got dummies out here saying, if A.J. Brown don't want to be here. Who said he don't want to be here? Y'all making that assumption. He didn't say, hey, I demand a trade. Y'all making that word up. No one said anything about AJ didn't want to be here. Y'all doing that because you listen to these goofballs that tell you AJ's unhappy. The only one who's saying that is you. Stop reading too much into it. When did AJ Brown say, hey, I'm done. I don't want to be in Philadelphia anymore? When did AJ Brown take off his profile off his page? Is there any more Eagle stuff on his page anymore? I believe it's still on the page, right? Only clowns like you feed into that. When you listen to a narrative over and over again, they want you to think AJ is a problem. Too bad we have a smart GM, not like John Robinson as their GM, who don't trade Pro Bowl receivers. Good thing Howie don't listen to y'all. Because we would end up like the Tennessee Titans. Or more, even worse, we might end up like the Bengals. This time, the Bengals at least have 2 receivers. We might end up like the Giants. Is that what you want? To be the Giants? The Bears? Because everybody needs weapons. And if you think no receivers are going to be worse than A.J. Brown, little newsflash for you. These college kids are not going to always be church boys. These college kids are more of a diva than you think they are. I don't care what receiver you go dreaming to have. You don't think they're going to... Look at Malik Neighbors. Imagine the Eagles drafted someone like that. Have you seen him on the sidelines? Have you seen him on the sidelines lately? Before he got hurt? The dude was throwing his helmet on the ground. The dude was literally calling out... He literally called out his offense and his coach, and I believe he called his whole team out. Threw him under the bus. Have you seen Malik Neighbors? So you think a rookie receiver is going to help? Y'all fools, man. Y'all willing to trade A.J. Brown if y'all were the GM for who? For drafting a receiver? How did that work out for Tennessee, though? Because they drafted a receiver. They thought they had the next A.J. Brown. Where's Treylon Burks at? Matter of fact, I thought some Eagle fans were stupid for wanting him in the first place. I told you Treylon Burks was trash. Nah, EC1. He's a good receiver. No, he ain't a good receiver. What film were you watching? I knew Treylon Burks was ass. That's why I didn't want him. But these dudes want to trade A.J. Brown for who? Who do you want? Because they're going to have the exact same issues as A.J. Brown. Everywhere you go, you're going to find receivers that are not going to be happy. Because their job is to what? Catch a ball. It's not to say, well, you know, at least we won. No, their job is to eat too. They have a job too. And if they don't get fed, they're going to be unhappy. If you're working at a job, let's say, as I said before, if you were a truck driver and you get stuck on the road, are you going to be a happy camper? And if I come up to you and say, you know what, at least you have a job, you're going to be like, bro, get in my face. Do I have the right to say that you're an ungrateful person? No, because you're angry, right? Because your job was to what? Deliver the packages. Do you want to hear, at least you have a job? Do you want to hear that you should be grateful that some people don't get the... Shut up, man. I don't want to hear that. I'm stuck on the road. And you're over there telling me, at least the sun is out. That's what I hear when people tell me A.J. Brown should be grateful. We're 4-0, but he should be happy. Happy at what? He wasn't contributing. So, that's all I got to say, man. I think people are idiots. And I wanted to show the Jamar Chase, and I'm going to let it go after this. This is the last shit I'm talking about it. Knock it the fuck off with this A.J. Brown trade talk, man. You sound like children, man. You talk about A.J. Brown sounds like a child. You sound like more of a child by worrying about another grown man, what they're doing. Because if you have the same energy for Jamar Chase, I have more respect for you, but you don't. And it's me that want to call A.J. Brown. Ask them where's the Jamar Chase hate at that they used the A.J. Brown. That they fueled the A.J. Brown. Where's Colin Cowherd talking about Jamar Chase? Where's he at? Where's all these beat reporters that want to bash A.J.? Why don't you go to Cincinnati and ask about Jamar Chase then? Why don't you go to Dallas and ask what CeeDee Lamb is doing? Because I guarantee he don't get the ball. He's out here throwing the Malik Neighbors, a rookie, was throwing attention this year. And not one of y'all said anything. Travis Kelce's labeled as the best tight end, not labeled as a diva. No one in Kansas City saying, let's trade Travis Kelce. Our Kansas City fans said, let's trade Travis Kelce, man. This guy's a diva. He's bad for this off. No. They're saying, let's get him involved. Are they saying in Cincinnati, let's trade Jamar Chase? No. They're saying, let's get him the fucking ball. Only Philadelphia fans can feed into a narrative, let's trade A.J. Brown. That will make it better. You're fucking clowns. Every single one of y'all. let's trade. And I'm sure in Dallas fans are not saying, let's trade CeeDee Lamb because he threw a tantrum on the sidelines. No, they're saying, let's get him the fucking ball. He's a playmaker. The only people who are saying this is Eagle fans. Some of y'all. Not all of y'all, but some of y'all who are out here making Twitter posts, IG. So let's trade A.J. Brown. You're an idiot. I want to personally tell you, you're an idiot. If you think that's going to help your case of change, you're an idiot. You trade A.J. Brown somewhere in your weird mind. You think that's going to make it better. Which, again, it's not. I'm just throwing it happen because it's not going to happen. But I'm just saying, if it did, you think that makes it? Who are you replacing him with? Who? Well, Devontae Smith. Devontae, you don't think Devontae's going to get upset. Buddy, Devontae's already been upset, man. Go to John Clark's page and go look at the post game after the Bucs game as he was walking off that field. Did he look happy? Hell, go replay my early. Go back and if you can, just rewind my live stream. Just until you find the Devontae Smith clip. I'll be showing to you. I showed you a bunch of times. The people were in there. Tell them where it can be found. There's a guy on IG that posted it. It should go viral because it just shows you that Kevin Patullo is a moron. And we sit there and say the offense is getting. No, it's not getting better. Both of your receivers are unhappy, but everybody's focusing on A.J. Brown because he said, "I love the fans." But y'all get mad even worse if he said, "I hate the fans." What you want him to say? That I'm happy that we were 4-0 and we almost barely won? I'm happy to have 2 catches for 7 yards and I'm the greatest receiver that the Eagles ever had in franchise history? Other than Devontae? That if I can't get the ball, we don't probably win? What do you want him to say? That Kevin Patullo is a fucking idiot? I wish he would say that one. I wish he did the same thing Jamar Chase did. And when they ask him, "Hey, AJ, what happened on that play?" I don't know. Ask Kevin Patullo. Ask Nick Sirianni. I don't know what you're going to say. What do you mean ask Nick Sirianni? That he's the play caller, right? Ask him. I'm just a receiver, man. I go catch the ball. Oh, I wish he did that. Because, y'all would be thrown to hell. Oh, my God. If he ever did that, please don't ever do that, AJ. Because the media would be crying. That is the worst thing they ever seen from a receiver. If he did half of the things Jamar Chase did. I don't hope A.J. Brown don't do that, but I wish he did do it. Because sometimes coaches need to be thrown under the bus. But y'all act like Jamar Chase didn't do it. And I hate when Eagle fans act like Jamar Chase. Well, I would trade him for Jamar Chase. Well, first of all, Cincinnati's not trading Jamar Chase. And number 2, why would you want a guy who calls out his coach and his quarterback? He threw his quarterback under the bus. Y'all worried about if AJ threw his quarterback under the bus. Jamar said it publicly that Joe Burrow was at fault for one of those games. And then he threw out his coach under the bus. Be careful what you wish for, man. Because if you think drafting a receiver is going to help y'all case, that you're not going to have any more diva mentality, you think A.J. Brown's the real big diva out of anybody. You haven't seen these college kids come in yet. Give it time. You know what I'm saying? Every single one of them that said we should draft a receiver. For who? Okay, you draft a receiver. What happens when they complain about the ball? You're going to get rid of them? I keep saying it, man. Stop being stupid. Stop. Stop. Stop thinking like a dummy. When you say that shit, it makes no sense. You don't have a plan. My Yankees had bases loaded down to... You're a Yankees fan? Okay. I know you're an O's fan, East one. Yeah. Ugh, man. I don't know why people do this shit, man. It fucking irritates me. It irritates me, man. It fucking irritates me that you got grown adults crying because AJ put a mean quote. Or I don't think it's a mean quote. But according to them, it's a mean quote. It's a mean quote. AJ's a diva. Meanwhile, they're over there hype up Jamar Chase. They keep telling me he's better. Jamar Chase is better. No, man, he's a diva. That's what y'all say, right? if Jamar Chase did what A.J. Brown did, they wouldn't be talking about him in Philadelphia. Or they probably would have. But if, let's say A.J. Brown did what Jamar Chase did and threw his coach under the bus, saying, I don't know, talk to Nick Sirianni, or at this past week, he goes to the meeting and says, talk to Kevin Petula. Y'all be crying. Y'all are crying right now when he doesn't speak to me. I mean, he says anything, it's already under a microscope. You got to be very careful. Is A.J. unhappy? Well, let's ask the question. Is Jamar Chase unhappy in Cincinnati? Should the Patriots make calls to go get Jamar Chase? Yeah, I'm going to throw that narrative out there. Since you like to do with the A.J. Brown, I'm going to throw the narrative out. Should the Cincinnati Bengals trade Jamar Chase? Jamar Chase is a diva. Jamar Chase is better off out of Cincinnati. I think they would win more games. You see how stupid that sounds? Just like how stupid it sounds when you dummies on Twitter and IG talk about, we should trade A.J. Brown. For who? For who? What do you want? That's going to make it better. You still got the sorry-ass play caller. Newsflash for you. You going to make Devontae number one? You don't think Devontae's going to get upset. Y'all live in delusional land. Because if I haven't watched Devontae Smith in his career, he's thrown his coaches under the bus many times. Do I have to play the clip? I will. You don't think it makes Devontae Smith's life harder? Because you take away A.J. Brown, guess who gets... You saw it already. What do? They double Devontae. And then what it does, it makes your quarterback look bad. So you're going to take away a Jalen Hurts' favorite weapon, make him limited, and then rely on Devontae Smith, who still needs a capable number 2 to help him out. Yeah, that makes sense. Y'all fucking idiots. Every single one of y'all. Dummies. Stupid. Morons. IQ low. Don't have intelligence in your brains. If you throw that narrative out. Incompetent brain dead dummies. Let's trade A.J. Brown. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, and we're going to make Devontae. And then Devontae's going to throw a fit, and you're going to say, he's a diva too. Let's get rid of him. Yeah, well, let's get rid of the whole team. Shit, let's get rid of Jalen Hurts too. Why at it? No, I'm just joking. I would never be that stupid. Because I understand players are so important to this team. And A.J. Brown is one of a generational talent that you just don't get rid of. I hope he does call Kevin Petula. I hope the next game he gives you what you want. You want him to talk to the media? But then don't complain when he talks to the media. Y'all run around and talk about, I don't care. The one play, if he don't want to be here, shut up, man. Speak for yourself. Because everybody wants who knows the Eagles limited. They know that A.J. Brown's important. Talk about, I don't know, man. If A.J. don't want to be, who said A.J. don't want to be here? You don't want throwing that out. Again, stop listening to these idiots. I only believe one person. You know who that is? A.J. Brown. If A.J. deletes his IG out, or deletes his post out, or he deletes his Eagle content out, and there's no more Eagle posts on his page, then you could come and tell me if A.J. wants out. But until that, shut up. Until A.J. makes a big, long report, long post, thanking Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman, and talk about his career as a Titan, and talk about how he loves them Philadelphia and the fans, but I got to move on, and it's a new chapter for me. Until he does that, keep your comments to yourself. You sound like fools. And you better hope it don't happen. Because the day it happened, I'm going after every one of y'all. I might go to your channel. I might call up Joe Gigolo and curse at him if it does. You better hope it don't. And then I might go to Howie Roseman and pretty much beat the hell out of him. Respectfully. I might go back to my old ways with Howard Roseman if he ever listen to y'all idiots who cry about A.J. Brown should be traded. Because that would be the stupidest. First of all, you take a dead cat money, number one. Number one, it's not going to happen. I don't know why I keep saying it, whatever. It's not. But if somehow, someway, Howard Roseman got hit in the beer with a beer can so hard that he thought A.J. Brown being on the team is the same equivalent to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, then yeah, you gotta fire Howard. But again, that's never going to happen. So I ain't going to say that. I ain't firing Howard. I'm just joking. Okay? But that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my lifetime. And that's why I wished ESPN would keep the same energy for Jamar Chase. Because where's the Jamar Chase trade rumors at? There's none. Because the Bengals report is actually decent over there. They got blood-sucking ticks, as I call the Philadelphia media. Blood-sucking ticks. Yep, I believe A.J. Brown knocked the WIP and ESPN drama. I do too. Let's get rid of Saquon too, since he said calling the run game isn't working out. Hey, he's a diva, right? I agree. Right? Let's get rid of a running back. And let's bring in, hey, you ready? You ready? Let's get rid of Saquon Barkley. You know who we should bring? I know. Let's bring Wendell Smallwood back if he's still out of jail. Like, what? Let's make A.J. Dillon the running back, and let's trade Saquon Barkley. Why? He said that the offense was lacking too. He said it in his postgame. Did you not see his postgame? Where's the Saquon Barkley's a diva? Oh, okay. These people are funny, man. You know, say, don't worry, East One. Howie's not stupid. I hope not. I hope not. I hope he ain't. I hope he ain't. I don't think he is, but because number one, I don't think Howie would do it. No, I don't think Howie's stupid. He's not stupid like some of these Eagle fans. But I'm wondering if the CJ trade rumors started because of the Eagle fans. You got to think, right? Were the Eagle fans the reason why CJ was out? Because a lot of them wanted him out of here. There was a majority that thought CJ was a problem. But then again, there was a lot of, a lot of people late. So no, I don't think Howie's that stupid. Because no one wanted CJ traded. But a lot of people, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. This Philadelphia media is a bunch of blood-sucking ticks, man. I wish they would shut down WIP, man. Who really listens to them, really, to be honest? I mean, I've seen people at work that be listening to them on car rides. Maybe. But it's all fucking clickbait. That's why I only listen to Broads on WIP. I can only listen to Broads. I try to listen to these other guys. I try to listen to their points, and it makes no sense. Yeah, let's also trade Jordan Mel. Hey, yeah. Let's trade Jalen Hurts. Anybody who has a mindset that's not thinking like a robot and not thinking like a sheep and doesn't agree that we should be 4-0 and be happy and celebrate like Nick signing and Kevin Batula and do fist pumps on the sideline, we should trade the divas. Saquon Barkley, no, we can't have him. No, he's a diva. He's a diva. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But yeah, that's all I gotta say, man. I'm gonna get up out of here because I gotta get to bed.